Do, do the intro.
Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind.
Unscramble minds. Unscramble minds.
Peace, love, and let's get that money. This is Unscrambled Minds, and I am the goddess, Sister Freedom.
Uncle Mayat, I'm Yashiria Sakina Ra.
And peace and blessings to everybody. I am Goddess, Gemini Goddess.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Nisha.
You on mute.
And,
Dr. Truth Bay.
oh, am I on mute? You were heard me while I was on mute. I was like, Nisha. But no, peace and love, everyone. I'm Dulcinea. And peace and blessings, y'all. I'm Dr. Truth Bay.
Peace and blessings. I'm Rashawn Reed.
And they are the guests of Unscrambled Minds tonight. And you know, we coming for our reparations. We're not giving up. There are those who, who think that we shouldn't fight for our reparations, but we're not that. We feel as though that we should fight for our reparations, like Malcolm X said, by any means necessary, because we deserve it. So, Dr. Truth Bay, do you want to start off telling us what your position is and how you got started in this, why you got started in this, and how we going to get to where we need to get to? And then we just go around and give people, ask you questions and give our own suggestions.
Absolutely. So my background, I'm actually a descendant of slave myself. My family came from the good ship Desire. So our slave name is actually Desire. And we've been here, yes, for close to 400 years, building this country. And as a native Californian, I realized that there were certain things, even as a doctor or applying for funding or running a nonprofit, I find a lot of obstacles, unnecessary obstacles, just being a Black woman. So I had to dig deeper. We started with homeless outreach and engagement in 2013 and realized the majority of the homeless, incarcerated, are overrepresented by us, by Blacks. And so what really turned the tide and how I really got involved in reparations, right before AB 3121 was signed. This was a bill signed by Governor Gavin Newsom to study the harms of reparations in the state of California. And so when that passed, right before that, we had dealt with a lot of complaints. Black families who couldn't really afford an attorney, I would help assist them in any discrimination case. So if they had housing discrimination or if they were fired, employment discrimination, so on and so forth. So we had gained a rapport with a federal bureau agency that was overseeing these complaints. And so I will never forget, this was a few days after George Floyd back in 2020, was speaking to an agent named Stephen J. Cogswell. And we were going over a complaint, a discrimination complaint of a Black family who was denied housing, a certain house that they wanted. And so when I was going over the case with him, I guess he wanted to be candid because we were like over on the phone for like over an hour. And he said to me, Dr. Truth Bay, I'm sorry, that your people are going through this, but unfortunately, Blacks and homeless are not protected classes of the Constitution. And so when he told me that, I was taken aback. I had to ask him to repeat that because I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And he repeated it. He said, yes, unfortunately, we can't do anything further with this complaint because Blacks and homeless are not protected classes of the Constitution. So that enraged me so much that I actually, that night, I reread the Constitution. And I realized the 13th and 14th Amendment didn't really set us free, that we were still in bondage. And so I really got involved in reparations right then and there because I realized that everything I was taught growing up in school was a lie. We're not free. We're not able to be whatever we want or do whatever we want like they try to make it seem. And so my passion right now, purpose, is to educate the masses to make sure we do get reparations because I want to be involved in legislation of it, the reparations bill, which, is still up in the air. And in 2024, if there's no reparations in 2023, then we absolutely should have no Black vote in 2024 as the first course of measure. And so that's some of the things that we're trying to implement to really set accountability for these politicians that has been, treating us a certain way as property since 1776. And so this is where I'm at right now. It's not only just the state of California, reparations is a federal issue. And that's what I want people to understand exactly what is reparations, how do I qualify, and to start tracing your lineage if you haven't started to do so.
Rashad, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes, businessman in Sacramento, working for the youth. Major projects.
I kind of don't know where to start, but I do a plethora of things. I'm right now. I've been getting guided by the spirit now to be almost a politician or a person who backs the politicians because I want to help start the movement or spark the mind that helps really get some help in our direction as far as the youth on how we're self-destructing, on how we have a self-destructive mentality as a young Black man. I was fueled on the hate for myself to really destroy myself until you find out it's another way or something else. And then if a certain particular people may have a lane, but other people be gatekeeping and blocking them. So we want to make sure we get the gatekeepers out of the way and make sure we put the right youth with political science. Like you said, Dr. Truth Bay, she's a master in policy and analysis. So we want to, like I was saying at the city council meeting, we want to be able to have a certain look towards it ain't us against the politicians or us against the police or us against the judicial system. We all together. Like I'm saying, like even though they might be up on the penthouse and we sleeping in the basement, but we all got to eat at the same table. So if we ain't at the same table, our kids got to eat at that same table. So we got to make it a better place regardless. So with that being said, I wanted to make it easier or friendlier to start liking or being around politicians because in our neighborhood, a lot of them mayors, you drop them off in the neighborhood. I don't know how they'll get back out of there. We don't really like we don't like the police officers. And these are supposed to be politicians, or these are supposed to be peace officers with the police officers. We're supposed to look up to them and, hey, they're the police, yes. But no, it ain't like that. Where we see them like, oh shit, here come the police. We don't even like them. They always been our antagonizers. Always the people that's been trying to give you a ticket, put you in jail, always tell you you're doing wrong. So we don't have a great look for people to serve, our peace officers are supposed to be serving our community. So I want to kind of like switch that view around. So some of the youngsters might want to be a police officer or a peace officer to help be the one that's in there that's changing. Because if you all against them, then ain't got nothing in there. Because what they did to my guy, what's his name, Fred Hampton, they put a they infiltrated him and had a guy up under him for a minute, posing as his friend, and then killed him. So we got to start infiltrating them then. The police, we need to start infiltrating them and having our people in there. So when they trying to do some gatekeeping or they trying to do something right, then we like got some people in there could tell us like, hey, they doing this or that or no or sabotage their stuff. But yeah, like that. Would that be? I can keep talking on forever. I'm gonna let y'all do your let me stop running my mouth. But yeah.
Sounds like you've been listening and looking at the spook that's set behind. What is it? The spook that's set behind the door. That old movie. Remember that? Infiltrating right in all.
Well, yeah.
Let me.
Well, I don't like how they did Fred Hampton like that. The way they really because the guy that did it, he thought that was his friend. He traveled with him. He let him sleep around, and slept at the spots with him. But Fred, he trusted the man like that. And the man was the one who opened up unlocked the door for the white police to come in and kill him. So I really don't like how he was done like that.
Well, since Sister Sakina walked away, she'll be back. But let's go to Gemini and then Nisha and then me.
I didn't did I ask the question? I just was telling them to
Oh yeah.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
I think. Well, the first question that I wanted to ask was, what reason do you believe or think why they keep denying us reparations?
Well, there's several reasons for that, but most of it is because we have not unified. We are still against each other in the littlest things. It's the post-traumatic slave syndrome. When you have, as you look at the history of our ancestors, of Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and even as Mr. Reed mentioned, Fred Hampton, the people that were actually making a change and mobilizing the masses of our Black minds, they were either infiltrated or murdered by our own people. And so when we have a unique history where we don't even have a culture because it's been stripped away from us, they can't send us back to Africa because this is all we know for 400 years. So what do? Try to annihilate the competition, so to speak. So because we were asking for pay for the labor that we've done, we're asking for equal rights, we're asking to be treated as human, these little things that should be given to us, now all of a sudden they don't want to set us free because they know the abuse they have been given to us since 1619, that we're going to use it against them. It's white fear coupled with Black complacency. And so people like Dr. Claude Anderson, and I revere his work very much, and William Darity. The thing is, I have with the main speakers of Black power, white wealth, and how they want to explain how we got to this location, is the fact that they were in positions to help change things. Dr. Claude Anderson, I believe he was the U.S. Department of Education on a federal level at one point in time. But now that he's gotten older, where are the youth that he's mobilizing to give them the tools to carry on what he's teaching? It's one thing to teach someone that this is your history, this is what happened, but it's another thing for us to have the tools. So if they deny us the tools, then we will continue to bicker. If they keep throwing crumbs, we continue to fight over it. But if we see beyond the crumbs and start looking into the bigger funding, that's why I want to focus in bridging our youth with politics, because they are the ones that have been left without because of our elders. I came from a family that didn't really do anything with politics. We were Democrats, blindly, vote blue no matter who. And so as I got older, and I said before, when you really learn about what this country is really about and how this is a republic, not a democracy, then your eyes, you start wanting to focus on the change. And I believe it's a spiritual aspect. You have to be born with that fight in you. And as a descendant of slave and Haitian, on top of that, we're born fighters. So we will fight anybody and their mama that threatens our freedom. We have to do it collectively, not individually. And so the longer that they can keep distracting us, it's really us. We as a collective that have to say, I'm going to shut off Netflix for a minute. I'm going to study the politics in my area. I'm going to do the things that I need to know where the source of the problem is. And it always lies within your local city council, county council, whichever jurisdiction you live in, your governor that runs the state. We have to know the language. We have to know what they're agendizing. We cannot continue to be the meal on the table, while they partake and take bites out of us. We have to be the partakers of that table, making that decision on what we're going to eat. And so this is where it takes time, and we have to be patient. So true leaders, and I don't call myself a leader, but true leaders, they have to know the broader scope. That we have to love our people unconditionally to want to continue the fight. And this is why I say, to the day that I die, until I have the majority of our Black youth on code and in office and understanding the coalitions of what's happening in their community, then there's no time for sleep. So you really have to be dedicated to this work. And there's so many great activists out there that I want to partner up with doing the work. And we just have to, like, again, come together. That really is it. There's no magic pill or secret sauce to it. That really is just it.
That's some good stuff right there. Some real
Okay,
good
I
stuff.
want to
That
say
was
something on regarding
juicy.
Yes, ma'am.
So as far as I'm on this, I don't really knock the white man or blame him for putting his foot on my neck, because I got mitochondrial DNA. I can wipe out his whole race. So his job is to put me in slavery. His job is to stop me from having babies. His job is to stop me from getting to his people and wiping them out with my sperm. But what I knock is my people's, we ain't doing our job as far as our securing our race like he doing. He like, I gotta secure my white race. We ain't stepping back up and linking up and like, so say if I was to say, okay, let me put my neck out there, like a Malcolm X or a Martin Luther King or Marcus Garvey or Huey P. Newton, all of these guys that did to put their neck out there, then you be the one to get tarred and feathered after you, the white man, get to be able to target your ass out of the big mouth, out of the leader. So then after you get tarred and feathered, everybody else go back to doing what they doing. So it's like that kind of got us messed up on that. And then as far as on the reparations end, now they got the money pairing it up, talking about every other country is talking about BRICS. They talking about we about to withdraw from the United States. They making that Federal Reserve note, that IOU note, that little dollar ain't back with no gold or no material. They ain't back with nothing. So we're gonna get up out of that. So with that, the white man can say, hey, niggas, y'all want some reparations? Oh, we print this money up all day. How much money you want? So then if he say, okay, oh, y'all want 100 million apiece, then what he can do is funnel the market with 500 million and give it all away. Then that make your 100 million go all the way down, because he got the money and he printed. So we saying we want our land back. Fuck that money that you got. That'll help. But we want our land that our ancestors got, because we ain't just African. We got African American on it. That means we got American or Native. We got Indian bloodlines, a lot of us over here too now. Our grandmothers and great-grandmothers and grandfathers was Indians too. So a lot of this land I'm supposed to naturally inherit. That's either way it goes. So that's we want our land. You know what I mean? We ain't talking about them dollars that you can go print up and talk about the Federal Reserve note about them. We want land.
That's right. And that's a great point. So land actually is one of the main requirements that we're asking for reparations. Currently, there are a few bills that's on the table. Different politicians have written. We have Nikki Lucas, I believe, that written a reparations bill. We also have Senator Stephen Bradford, who's actually running for Lieutenant Governor of California. I'm going to be running against him in 2026. So there's no concrete bill drafted yet. We're just hearing all this buzz. And at the end of the day, what I don't want them to do is to play themselves and say, yeah, we want to give you programs. We don't want to really give you money. So we don't care about the money. We want the land because they know it's more valuable. We can create our own generational wealth by growing stuff, by building housing. And this is why I encourage my Black people, please, in your area, to take notes of all the empty buildings, write down the addresses, find out if it's city or county owned. That's even better. We have to start mobilizing like the Homestead Act of 1866. We got to reverse eminent domain these properties so we can stake a claim in it, sort of like, I'm not squatting, but collectively land trust. If you can get your group of people in your neighborhood and say, this parcel of land that's been abandoned, sitting there in my neighborhood for 5 years or so, we want to turn it into a youth center. Collectively, you have the power to do that, Black family. Believe me when I tell you, we just got to actually do it. And once you see this wildfire, they will have no choice but to push back. For example, I was in city council this morning, LA City Council, and I kind of served them, the city council, because it's the most corrupt body. LA City Council is the most corrupt council body in the nation. Okay, we already have 4 politicians indicted in 3 years. And what I realize is that when I look around the room, I barely see Black people, barely, 1 or 2 maybe. Most of them are people that don't have time. I mean, that have time on their hands. These are older, white, some of them could be Jewish, Italian, but they're older people that are sitting there. They're studying the agenda. They're speaking on the agenda, and things that they need to get funded or things they need to get done in their neighborhood, it gets done. Because even though they're not as powerful as us, they are in these spaces knowing what's happening. And so we have to really fill up these rooms with our Black youth specifically in order for them to understand the changes that need to be that needs to be made. And that's really what the work we have to do.
Gemini, I think Sakina's still gone.
No, I'm listening. Go ahead. I'll go after Sakina if she's still here, if she's back.
Okay, Nisha, did you have a question?
No, I'm saying, did Sakina get back? Is that what we're saying, or no?
She's not.
Because I was reading the chat.
In the private chat, she still said, "Be right back."
Oh, okay. So then I do have a question then for Chief Bay. So my question is, earlier when you had said that Black folks sometimes it's a combination, and you said complacency. Have you guys do you have any data, or have you pinpointed the complacency? Like, why won't we move towards the very thing that we need?
Well, if you're Black, I mean, naturally, you have your own family members that tear you down. I mean, we living it every day. There's no specific data that says, okay, we're complacent. It's there. You can see it. You could see the lack of movement in our own neighborhood. We don't have to, be smacked in the face to say, okay, you're not moving. It's there. And so, again, what do we own? Dr. Umar has been saying this for centuries. What do we own that says we have a piece of this land? Do we own banks? Do we own the hospitals? Schools, we're subjected, if we don't have our own Black schools, which is what I would like to see. FDMG, okay, hint, hint, let's go. We need to see more of our Black schools, like the yeshivas, Jewish, or the wannabes, the imposters, them people, okay? Them people, they got yeshivas. They don't have to even go through the American public school system. They're like, no, thank you. We're going to preserve our culture. We're going to preserve our children. So we're going to have our own schools. And this is the norm. Every city has a yeshiva based on the Jewish population there. And so since we are the ones that built this country, we are the ones that should have schools just as abundant, right? So again, I'm going back to Dr. Umar, because Dr. Umar has been really fighting to try to build institutions. And I know a lot of people give him a lot of hell, but he's doing the work. And instead of putting him down, you say, hey, brother, how can I help you? Let me offer my services to expand the school. What is it that you need? Oh, I think you need to do this. I think you need, tell him things that he needs to do. This is what we have to come back to as our brothers and sisters in Kemet. We have to start holding each other responsible and telling each other in love how we need to move about things. People who have the key, who have resources, who know how to write grants, or who know how to run a business, we give each other so much hell just to get answers. We got to charge each other just to find out simple things. Give us a runaround. It's so many issues that I'm saying that we have to rectify within ourselves. We have to ask within ourselves, what do we need to do as a Black nation to really change the scope of how we communicate with each other? Growing up, the way that we show love to each other, this is nothing that is bad. It's just nature. We diss each other, right? We put down each other as a term of endearment. Subconsciously, that's affecting you when you become an adult. You become negative subconsciously because that's just the way that we interact. I'm not saying all of us, but I'm saying 99% of us. You have a certain way about you. And so this is where we have to come to the conclusion and say, I recognize what the issues may be, but instead of tearing us down, I love Dr. Philip Scott. I love his podcast. But the one thing that I have about the same old putting us down, if you look at his shows, he's always saying what Black people are doing wrong. Okay, we get it. But now what is your solution? What are you implementing? What young person are you raising up so we can change the scope of that? That's where we have to really change and see a difference. But until we have that, we're gonna have the same elders with the microphone telling us gospel from 1966. So we really got to be relevant on how we're approaching or teaching our youth nowadays. And that's why we're focusing right now on creative labs. What we're doing in Sacramento, Mr. Reed, at location in downtown Sacramento, we're launching a real-time 3D animation course where we're teaching Black youth how to create video games, how to create 3D animation, so that way they can be on top of AI. You understand? So they can teach others. And it's not overnight, but it's a small thing because a lot of our youth right now, they're not wired the same way that we were in the 60s. They are technology bound. This is their teacher, the cell phone. So if they want to become podcasters, YouTubers, all this stuff, but if they don't have those resources to even create a podcast on the fly, 3:00 in the morning for free, they'll always be in the street. They'll always be given these menial jobs. They'll always be given the crumbs. They always have to be subjected to white supremacy. And so this is where I say we got to start creating these new nuances in our neighborhoods in order for us to change the scope or direction of how we're heading.
I love that. Love that answer.
And Free Swirl, did you want to add to that before the next question?
Yes, I want to add towards what she was saying is like we need to learn how to business etiquette or how to respect our businesses and put into our businesses like the other races do, because with having Black businesses, Black people kind of feel more like you should give them a deal, discount. You my cousin, you might, and they don't act like they want how to treat you right. They want to, come in and want to see how they can take your business. Oh, you don't deserve it. They know they see the glory, but don't know your story. So they come think you don't deserve it. That they do. It should be theirs. And how dare you think you should have you this and that, and then they come against you, and it's like a downplay. But if it's same building, same thing, same stuff, the white man, they'll come kissing his feet and begging for opportunity to get into it. But you as a Black person, you owe me, nigga. So we need to learn to start having respect for one another, having certain business etiquette, and going back to calling each other brother and sister. Because if I look at you as my brother, I ain't gonna be too quick to jump on you. If I look at you as my sister, I ain't gonna be too quick to hurt you. I'm gonna be ready to help you and open the door for you and do certain things that we're supposed to do. So I think we must first start with not just the reading and writing aspect, but learning how to even treat each other right. Because that's what a lot of the other races are doing. They're on the back scenes treating each other real good with each other and spreading the money and the love and the this and that amongst each other, and then hating us the niggas. So, can we start doing that too? Like I was talking with Truth Bay, I watched her start talking in some Creole French. I said, wow, I want us to be able to, like the Chinese, all them do when they in front of you, get the, hey, I want to get a back talk too. I want to, do the bop, 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 too in front of them and make them feel small too and have our own black language like they doing me. So
Swahili. That's right.
Right.
So I want us to start coming to that point where we embracing something and then putting into something that we can call and feel that our own and want to protect our own and put money within our own, because everybody moving to like them Ukrainians, they filled them Ukrainians from here with the money. They gave them billions over there, then let them come over in our hood and then stay on businesses and houses and our money for free in our hood to eat off of us, because they say black people is the easiest ones to target. Their money goes straight through their fingers. So everybody try to come feast off of us in our neighborhood. So we got to start changing that around and looking at it another different way and start keeping our black dollars or keeping our money, or start loving each other a little better than can't wait to impress the white man and give him triple double than to give you $1. But I'm out. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they got a full package deal, didn't they?
Oh yes, I'm in my neighborhood. I kid you not. You even got local subways owned by Ukrainians. I kid you not.
Wow.
I said, what in the hell is going on?
Right. Make it make sense.
They got housing. I got black families that were sleeping in their cars, and then you got these Ukrainians, you got Afghanis, and a lot of people, honestly, in the field that I'm in, I can't discriminate overtly and say because you're, a certain way, I can't help you get housing. But I kind of avoid, if they're not black, I kind of avoid them on my caseload. But what I see is that a lot of non-blacks and people who literally just came here are on the top of the list for low-income housing, while families that were there are removed or pushed down. This is reality. So this is why, honestly, we have to have a lawsuit in the world's court. This is what we're working on. Not the Supreme Court, not with them 9 funky judges. No, thank you. Not even the federal court, the state court, of course not, but the world's court in New York. We have to have a lawsuit against crimes against humanity towards persons of African descent born on American soil. It has to be some way. So we're looking for attorneys. We're looking for Juris Doctorates students who are focusing on law and legislation to be part and draft this lawsuit. This is what we want our politicians to do, not just continue to shuck and jive and tell us, well, we'll see, we'll study some more to see how we can give you reparations. No, we're over with that. So this is the move that we have to make in that sense. Black power.
With that being said, that got me very angry the way they do me. As for me, what they offer me over here in the United States, where my ancestors was Indians and everything, we was here first. This is my land that's supposed to be inherited to me. What you got for me over here is, and I can't even get that. You won't even let me get SSI. Yeah, I'm talking about I can't get SSI. And you offer me the penitentiary. So it's like, that's all I can get over here, but you giving, and then if I want to start a little hot dog stand, you won't let me borrow $10,000 to start a hot dog stand, but you'll give me $100,000 loan on a house to get me in debt. Give me a big college loan to get in debt, but you won't give me nothing to start my own business. But hey, then people say, hey, well, okay, but then at least you can try to go get you $1,000 a month with SSI. You can't get that unless you smear peanut butter on your ass or look some type of crazy or weird to them to make you so they even give it to you. So
real talk.
Agreed.
Right. So I do want to see us change direction with that for sure. We have opportunity to do so. Yes.
I just wanted to ask you, in the bill, are there other policies that is included, or is it, or is just about land?
Well, yeah, the main there are several instances that we're requesting, but the main one is $5 million per descendant of slave and land. So what we're encouraging those who are descendants of slaves and they haven't traced their lineage to start doing so. Um, DNA, ancestry DNA kit. You know, you can trace your lineage that way, but it's not necessary, so to speak, for what it is. If you know that your family lineage, because there are some families that have passed down who they were from generation to generation. So the great great grandkids are aware of their family heritage, but many of us may not have that luxury. Don't Many of us may not even find our records. The thing is, if you want to start, just start the process. If you know that your family was enslaved in a certain area, trace that back. Even if you're not speaking to certain family members, you just got to find out this information. So reach out to that family member you may not get along with, but just to find out what is your family lineage. When the time comes for reparations, they're not telling us how to receive it. That's why we got to create the way to do that. That's particularly why I'm running for lieutenant governor, because I'm tired of these local cities and counties getting away with misinformation, with
Mhm.
misappropriation. And so running the state and having a state for my Black people to be transparent, and I'm running as an independent, as a descendant of slave. There is no political candidate that's open like that. Either they're Republican or Democratic or independent, but I'm running as a descendant of slave. And so I put that out there because I'm not ashamed of our history, of my history. And again, because we don't have reparations, because these blackface politicians are still playing with us, that there has to be someone that represents us, a certain lineage base. So we're hoping February 2024 that there should be a finalization of a bill. We don't know where it's going to come from. Again, there's different states that are currently drafting one. You have one in Texas, you have California, New York, I believe Mississippi, and I will get the names of the senators or assembly people that are behind this. But again, if we don't have a final draft in the federal government by February 2024, then I'm suggesting and I'm requesting that we abstain our vote. That's if you did vote, to abstain your vote for 2024 and then focus on rebuilding, creating a new governance. People's like, how can you even do that? We haven't even evolved to the fact that when I say we need to create a new governance, when I explain self-determination as a Panther, they say it behooves them, it confuses them. It's like, well, this is all we got, and it saddens me because I know that we're not absolute like that. That we have to look beyond what's in front of us. So the only way things will change is that if we get on code, meaning just doing your research and writing down on a one page, I am, my family is, we were enslaved. This is the dates that we were enslaved. If you could find your records, slave records, that's even better. There are some that's on the census. There's two census, 1870. If you're on that census, kudos to you. But if you're not, you're still able to trace your lineage. And when the time comes as a unified body, which is why we want to do a forum in Washington, D.C. October 16th, we were supposed to have sort of like a March on Washington 2.0. And National Action Network, unfortunately, we were supposed to work with them in order to help bring the message of reparations. But not one time in August did the National Action Network mention reparations. Al Sharpton, I mean, he literally is a career coon politician. So we're pretty much done with people like that. So we have to start over, gather new forces, new blood, let them know that this is what, in the end, we're looking to achieve. So the final bill should say $5 million per descendant of slave and land, which is why I say look and identify property in your area. Once you identify that property, you fight for it. You apply for it. There's no one way to do it. You don't have to have real estate knowledge. You just have to have determination to say, you know what, I'm going to reclaim land. And that's really the easiest way that we can do it if we do it collectively. So that's really the ultimate goal of what the reparations bill hopefully should be looking like.
And also, right, see, I don't want to take this left, but to add to this, what we need to do is because now it ain't like we ain't got a lot of men or generous men or men in the hood to get good money that got good money there. So we want to do is because all you ladies on here are beautiful and powerful black women on here. What y'all can do is persuade a lot of the black men, D-boys, hustlers, whatever you want to call it, Johns, tricks, whatever you want to call all the men that got the money in the hood, the rich, the D-boy, the rich men. Tell them, get them together to make them start buying back the hood. So y'all can go through all the neighborhood and pick all the everything that we need. So since y'all want to stunt in the strip clubs, y'all like to throw money, y'all like to buy the best and expensive cars to stunt, to show me that you better than me, nigga. What you do is take your money, let's take this money and put it together instead of stunting and start buying up the neighborhood and getting real power and putting our money together and have community houses, community blood bars, all that with our money already while we waiting on that reparations. So we got the money already in the hood. They just like to stunt it out or show off with it. Okay, well, show off in a way with coming together with your money, my brother. And let's buy up this hood with all that good D-boy, that hood money that you got hidden in the walls, hidden over your grandma's house, hidden over your mama's house and all that in the basement. Bring some of that money out and let's buy up the hood from all these places. So let's come together and put that together and then work on reparations as well.
That's right.
Yeah, that's cool. You guys are preaching tonight, man.
Bringing that.
I'm saying.
Dulcinea.
Yeah. So I have a question. I know you said earlier in the show, Truth Bay, that you want everybody to seek getting their lineage, and that you were able to find your family off the Desire, I think you said, boat and everything. Can you go into the process that it took as far as for you to find that information? Was it passed down information from your family, or just go as far as what it took to get those records? And as well, Freeze, if you can go into if you found that you have a slave in your lineage and how you found that.
Yes, absolutely. So so my family Desire, I mean, it's in our family. If you Google the Good Ship Desire, you'll see our history pop up. We were 11 slaves that came in 1636, and William Pierce, at the time, the ship that he used was a cargo ship. It was not meant for human bodies. And so this was in 1637 when he came back and went through Bermuda, the Caribbean. It was in these areas. So we were Africans already transported to the Caribbean. This was before Haiti even became a country. At the time, we were Taino, mixed with African. In the country, it was called Hispaniola at the time. And so it wasn't until 1804, almost 180 something years since we came to the American soil, that we became Haitian. So we were actually Haitian after we became descendants of American soil. We were just literally Africans. And so when I look at the census, sometimes we're labeled as desire, with not even a first name in my family. So it was very personal to me when I've seen that my ancestors told the soil and really was in the heart of being a chattel slavery, to the point where now even California, they had went as far as putting a lien on my family name, the bank. So if I look under Mellow Desire, which is my slave name, you'll see a lien that's on my family in which Chase Bank stated that they still own us as chattel slaves, that they still own our chattel paper. So this is literally on record. So these are the things that I'm using as a measure to draw a lawsuit, and this is where we have to hold them accountable in this sense. Not many people are fortunate enough to just Google and find their lineage, but if you try, you never know what you can find. Some people never even start the process, and we got to be real about it. So if they really want to look for their lineage and see what they can find on their family, even if they may not find records, they'll find something. And I would love to help those families to trace their lineage. And this is something that I believe is a very necessary step in order for us to get closure or move to the next step. At the end of the day, we want to have those who qualify. I mean, those who know they're descendant of slaves. We don't have to beat, we have to beat someone in the head to say, yeah, I am a descendant slave. Here's my bloodline and this and that. I don't think we have to go through all that, but this is what they would want us to do, to jump through hoops in order to even identify ourselves. And so we don't want our people to go through that. We went through enough already. They already know what we've been through. But if you are truly a descendant of slave, you will be able to get your reparations. And that's what I'm hoping, that $5 million, which is not much, but it's a starting point for them to do. And land. So that's where my lineage ends. And I want to continue the legacy of that.
With that being said, I want to answer your question too. So you just gave me a good idea, but like you're saying, I'm gonna ask Truth Bay to help me track mine down too. But like you said, we need to start something to help people start tracking down and lineage like Ancestry.com. Because with that being said, they had different insurance policies on our people that they was cashing in on. That we need to know what they was doing in our bloodline. We got certain inheritance, certain land that they was handed down, that they took and kept and built schools over or built stuff over that's still in your family, still land still that you can probably retrace and get. Like, hold on, you got such and such built on here. That's really in my family's line. I need in on that and that oil or whatever this case may be. We need to start doing that, retracing the steps to find out what's really on us over here too. Because so like you said, how I knew my grandma, she's probably about like 87 right now, and she's got her mind. She's smart, so I be asking her about family members. So her father was probably my great grandfather. His mother, my great grandma, her name is Hannah Collins, and she was Geechee Indian that my grandmother was saying. So I know we got Indian. That's her grandmother. So that's direct Indian. And then she was talking when I was talking about the slave part side. She was saying when they was one of our grandfather, one of them come off the ship, and when they renamed their name, so they gave them, here's your last name. So I don't even got my true last name, or we don't even know our true. They just give you another name as soon as you come off the thing. So you don't know who you really linked into or what name, because after that, then you get married into this. Then you take that married name. Then you take that married name. Then you take that. Then you don't even. And then like inside families, it's broken. So like your grandmother could have been creeping with such and such, and they got caught up, and now he don't claim that side of the family. Now they took on the name of the adopted grandfather. Now you ain't even got your real grandfather's name, because you got the adopted grandfather's name, because the real grandfather don't even claim you. So we got a lot of tracing and tracking down to do inside of our community, and we need to start some resources or start a network and start doing that immediately, because you never know who owed trillions right now.
Trillions. That is no
trillions. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I get tired of going to the corner store in my neighborhood. It'd be an Arab, whoever that it is, and I done spent thousands that week. And I came in and I'm 4, 5, and 3 cents short in a whole bag. You talking about no? I'm like, hold on. What are you talking about? I'm only 3 or 5 cents short. I probably got that in the ashtray. What is you know what I mean? I don't like how they don't respect my money. You know what I mean?
Facts.
Well, when they're doing that, they're not respecting you. So, I wanted to say, Brother Rashad, you really brought up something that hit me, because that's exactly what my nephew did. He started the community, buying it up. And let me tell you, They have houses here in Delaware that are $1. If you got the money in the bank to fix them up, it's your house. So my nephew buys the houses up in the area. You know what they do? Harass him, lock him,
Mm,
all kinds of stuff. So even when you're doing that, you have to be careful because they're wondering how'd you get the money to do this. You know what I'm saying? They're coming there, breaking into houses, trying to
mm,
pretty much it's a harassment thing. He bought
harassment.
I think, like 8 houses now in the area too, fixing
Do
them
you
up.
do it as a coalition though, like a foundation, a coalition? So it's like it's all of ours, but
Right.
it's not. You get it?
No, no, what I'm
Mm.
saying is
A land trust.
he is one of those people that helps the neighbor. He have block parties. He give away food. I mean, this is out his own pockets. This young boy always been like this. My nephew, he's only in his 20s.
Mm.
So all he got to do is be on the back scene and let other people. He got since that's the bag, the money man. He need to be what they call silent. Nobody need to hear or see about him. He got you and other people that can regulate that bag and regulate everything for him. Then and make sure everything's situated like that. He just need to be the man that's with his mouth shut and then issuing out the bag to where it need to be, and everybody else around him in the community that he helping and doing all the stuff for. They need to be the one that's taking the bullets.
Right.
Well, but like Sister Bay said, you have your own people too that's jealous of you because we have a habit of going against the grain. We have a habit of going against our own people through the big what word? Jealousy.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what and how good you are, he's like the Robin Hood of the neighborhood. And but in you still got your own people who are jealous of you that
Right.
try to sabotage you and infiltrate you and bring you down. But the question that I wanted to ask um, is something that we were talking about earlier, and I know when Sister Sakina come on, we're going to elaborate more on it. But the situation is, it was stated that the Indian owes African. Now, of course, I didn't agree to that. Okay, because first of all, the Indian that we know look like me and you.
That's right.
Indian that we know look similar to the African. And when those enemies came over here, they enslaved and stole from the people that were on these lands prior to the Atlantic slave trade even taking place. So when you say, because I will elaborate more on that when Sakina comes back, because I don't want her to think I'm going into something and not allowing her to say how she felt about it. This is just my opinion. The people that was on these lands for thousands of years before the Atlantic slave trade dropped off a few Africans on this land because, like I said, when they went over there and got the Africans, they dropped them all over the place. Not just, and I think it is in people's minds that they don't see that they dropped them off so many different places. They think that the bulk came here when the bulk went other places like Britain and the Caribbeans and things. So when we got some here, when we look at it, it appears that the bulk was dropped here. No, the people that was already on these lands. So when you say they owe us, you see what I'm saying? And you using slave, you also gotta, you gotta somehow include the fact that of the people that they massacred, stole from, and enslaved that was on these lands prior to the Atlantic slave trade. Because I don't see how, even if they dropped off 1,000 Africans here, 2,000 Africans here, it still wouldn't have been more than the people that was already here. Do you see what I'm saying? These people lived here for thousands of years prior to the slave trade. That's where the confusion is coming in. And then on top of that, I don't trust a liar. I will never trust a liar. And to me, you've always been a liar, and you always gonna be a liar. Now, I'm never going to say that we don't have some form of African um, heritage. But what I am going to say is, if the people that was on these lands look like the Africans, and now they done came together. And now they saying everybody African. Now you're just grouping us all together.
Right.
You're not calling us Indian.
Right.
You're calling us African now.
Mm.
You done grouped us all together. You know that 2% thing. If you got a little bit of black in you, you're black. You know that type of thing. Well,
Right.
you know, black is a Johnny come lately word. You know what I'm saying? It's
Mhm,
Johnny
mhm.
come lately. I ain't gonna drag this on. But what I am gonna say, the question is how they get their reparations and we didn't get ours. Which Indians are getting the reparations is what I'm trying to say. Is it those
Right.
ones that look like the Europeans that them faked it and said they were Indians and they know they ain't really Indians? You see what I'm saying? Those fake me out are getting reparations. The
Right.
real ones ain't getting no reparations because now they done grouped you in with the Africans. So you ain't giving the Africans nothing. You see what I'm saying?
Nothing. Right.
So
Right.
we need to figure out which ones is getting the reparations. It ain't the ones that's looking like us. Because
Sure
now they
ain't.
grouped you in with African, and now they done took all the whatever lineage you got and owned, they done took it from you now because they claiming you to be African, but your lineage done been on these lands for thousands of years, regardless of where maybe you have come from. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because
Absolutely.
those reservations that I see ain't looking too much like us. So now you done sold our identity and you getting the reparations, and the ones that deserve the reparations ain't getting the reparations
Right.
because you claim them to be some. Well, maybe we should, like you say, lineage, because we so here in the word Africa that we now grandmama's a liar. She know where she came from and who she is. So now we can't even say where we own stuff.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Because it's
Mm.
I'm gonna let it go to, but I think that when you're saying the slave and you just focusing on Africa, I think you just better need to add in. You see what I'm saying? You need to add in because that word Indian we know is a misnomer. You see what I'm saying? So
Absolutely.
who's the Indian? Who the Aboriginal? Who's really native to this land? Because that word Indian is a misnomer word. It's a European word. So what kind of Indians are getting the reparations? So I mean, I wish
I
my brother.
like that. I like to find that answer out too.
Yeah,
That's
you
one of
see what
my
I'm saying?
things.
Because how is it that this man come over on the boat and he can't tell the Africans from the Native Americans that's on these lands? Yeah, we got a little distinctive difference, but see, to them we all look alike because our skin is brown. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't want to take it up too long. We could come back around and we could discuss more about it. But I wish my brother Topcats was on here, one of the brothers that could come in and elaborate on it.
On a what?
Y'all's
Elaborate.
Oh
question.
yeah, I do want to say you are right though. We do have a lot of what they call Indian blood in this, but they was doing what they call selective breeding in those slave farms too. So that's why a lot of it came in this
Put them
the way
together.
it is too. That was taking the,
Right.
yeah, there was selective breed. So they made sure they put a lot of African in the breeding with it because that made it made stronger uh would make stronger slaves because a lot of the African are just we are mixed with the Indian. It made us work harder, so that's why a lot of that breeding was
But
like this. That's why
that's
my
what I'm saying,
grandmother,
Rashad. Which one is the Indian? Which one
us,
is
the
the
black one,
rich? Right. Oh,
us, the
that's what
original
I'm trying
people,
to say.
dark skin, indigo. Indigo people mean indigo means you so black you blue. Indigo people, the black blue people. That's how dark skinned Indians is. And we wasn't that Caucasian color at all. We had to work this sun too. So indigo, so black you blue. So that's what Indian mean, indigo people. So yeah, we was over here. That's what I'm saying. That's what I said. My grandmother, we was over here. I got land that's owed to me, my inheritance I've been stole from that's already
Mhm.
over here. My Indian grandmothers and grandfathers and them that was already here. That's what I was saying. So my grandmother is old enough to tell me and she remember. And that's why I'm like, hold on. Yeah, like I got a grandmother that was already, so I need land over here and how my slave then. So I want double payment. You know what I mean? That's why I said, forget all that money. I want land. Pay me thrice in
Yeah,
land.
that's
You know what
Yeah,
I
right.
mean?
but see, that's what I was trying to say. They now you acting like you giving me what already belongs to me. Because
Right.
from my understanding, that after they stopped this, the when supposedly slavery stopped, then you gave some of the slaves land, the ones that didn't want to go home. Because my whole thing is, if you're lost, you're gonna want to go home to find your family. That doesn't make no sense to me either. But we can go into that a little later. But I think that's also a reason why they messing with the reparations with us, because we ain't saying it right. But
Right.
that just, we can go more into that. But I done talk too much, and I want to give Sakina an opportunity to ask her a question. She just coming back. Hey, Sister Sakina.
Hello, hello, I'm back. I missed some other stuff. I'm so sorry I got tuned out.
And I did get my sweet potato pie, just to let you know, Sister.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, good. So what I miss about the Indian reparation, Indian what? Because I knew you was gonna be messy.
Yeah,
You know,
she was asking about the Indian reparations and do the Indians owe reparations
No,
as well.
and what was the answer?
no,
Hey, do you feel like the Indians owe Africans reparations?
Well,
which
exactly. You have to be a little more specific. The ones that made a treaty and worked with the Europeans, the one that helped enslaved us, a lot of them were infiltrated as well. The $5 Indians, those are the ones that got reparations. So we really have to break down what it is to really be an Indian. It is so jacked up, to be honest with you. But
And that, I'm sorry, but that also messes up what it takes to be a Negro, what it takes to be because at one point when we got mixed in together as being colored or Negro, right? That classification messed up reparations as well. And then because that put us together, and then that separated us again. There was a lot of historical events that happened prior to that. With the 1619, that's a beautiful beginning, because 1619 happened right before the Bible, right?
right, 1619.
Exactly. So 1619 brought in the whole enactment of slavery. Can we agree?
Yeah, brought us in.
Right. So that's where the whole word slave came from. 1619, King James. So we had Western Indians that came in to the free world. We had the Southern ones that came to the free world, right? And these were all natives, right? And some of these natives were actually Africans, right? Because this was a new diaspora, a new world, right? And America was built off of linguistics, right? And that was through
1611, Sakina.
it was 1600. It was 1619 exactly. 1611 was the date of the Bible, but
That's what I'm sorry.
America is the last of anything. So the Americans translation was the last to get. Remember, it was in Greek, Hebrew, and all these other translations before it came to America. America is the last to get anything, right? And so when King James established Jamestown in New York, right? Because we know that that whole coast from Delaware all the way to Maryland, all the way to New York, all of that was owned by the British. It was owned through Rome. It was owned through the British. So we were all under England and all through taxation, right? And so on the other side, you had the French, and that was all the way from Michigan, Iowa, Chicago, Montana. You had the Colorados. You had Denver. You had all of that. So you had Western Indians coming in, right? This was way right before the Buffalo Indians and all that with the history, right? We know those were Africans in that war as well, but we also know that the French fought for the civil rights for the Indian or African American, right, to help free slavery. And who did they fight? They fought the British, right? Because that was the colonizers trying to colonize the new America. So again, I agree with you every bit, because we have to get the history and put this together with this knowledge so that we can understand as one in order to get reparations. Because what they did was, when they stopped all the mess and the madness, they did give the slave owners $300 per slave, and they were to divide up some of that land. And we all know that as the history, at least most of us do. But the slave owners didn't do that. They kept it. Now, we also know that some of the black slaves that owned slaves were doing that as Harriet Tubman to save the slaves. They were trying to keep them from the white men, to own the slaves, to save the slaves by keeping them from that abuse and whatnot. So some people might say they didn't do that to all the slaves, but that was the real thought of the black slave owner, to save the people, to keep them from the white man, to be slaved, to be enslaved, right? And so when there was an opportunity for them to go back, we still thinking in a slave mind, all they knew was slave and American English, to go back to Africa or go back home. They really didn't know what home was, because the world was still known to be flat. So just to get on a boat and go back, they were willing to go. Why? Because they knew they weren't home. And when they went back home, it wasn't home to them, but they had to make it a new home. But it wasn't nothing like it was here. You see? So of course they went back. So here we go. We running off. So here we are.
Here we are.
So now we got to teach our kids the truth. And the truth is them very books that they burning, these very Bibles that they hiding, this very resources that you need to dig up with shovels, this very stuff that we want to keep telling people, no, this ain't that. It is that. It's every bit of that.
Absolutely.
So I appreciate, if I didn't before, I truly appreciate everything that y'all doing now. Right? Because this is deeper than bones. This is soil. This is roots. Right? Because if you don't tell the truth, it'll never be known. Because we still got the Dr. Seuss star belly stitches running around here getting 2 and 3 stars on their belly, thinking they better than you. And they not. They just the same as you.
That's right. That's right. And that's where transparency has to come in. Absolutely. And Black Africans, basically, in short, we are the only ones that's owed reparations. There's no mixing or confusion of that. That's why I put in the 5 civilized tribes. I believe somebody mentioned that earlier. Indians, certain Indians, tribes, they did practice slavery just as much as the Europeans did in certain areas. But at the end of the day, these same Indian tribes who broke treaties themselves, were given compensation of some kind, the casinos, land. And so it's not something that we can say that we're going to continue to allow us to keep getting passed by. And so that's why I want to really focus on something that is concrete. But
it's the difference. Sorry to bust in. How you know the difference?
Freedom?
How you know the difference? I'm sorry to bust in.
Sure. How do you know the difference of what?
How you know the difference? When you said the Indians enslaved us, we have to. That's always been the problem that I'm having. But I'm gonna wait till my turn come back around, because I know Gemini was a question. I just don't know how you would know the difference.
Well, nowadays everybody's so mixed, but there is a distinct lineage of the Indian tribes. I mean, the 5 civilized
Aboriginal Indians.
Yeah, they say Aboriginal. I mean, we had Black Indians, yes. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, there was a distinction between the Africans who were brought over here and the Indians that were here already. So if the Indians were already Black, which I believe majority of us was, there was still a distinction from the chattel slaves, which that was brought in, as to those who were being enslaved by these very same tribes. So
Mm-mm.
there had to be a distinction of Africans that were transported here and the natives who were here. It wasn't such a mix, a confusion where they couldn't tell who was who. I don't think that was the issue. The Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Creek, Seminole, those are the ones that really practiced the institution of slavery. So if they practiced the institution of slavery, and they look like us, then they would be in the history, such as Anthony Johnson. Anthony Johnson was the actual first on record black man that they said was an actual slave owner, was the first original slave owner of this land, who was black. And in the end, he lost his land by white supremacy. So he did all of that to his own people, only to lose in the end, and to have no land for his children, who didn't even have heirs. They died in the early 1700s. So, with that being said, there has to be a distinction of the Indians who were not African looking versus the Africans that were enslaved. There had to be a distinction.
Mm-mm. The
Go on.
West, the West.
Like he
Please, before we get into it, let's not lose order just because we have a thing.
I said I'm
So we
away.
can no, it was jumping in, and let's have Gemini come in, and so me and Nisha and Gemini can get in on the conversation and just write down everything that you want to say once it comes back to you, and let's maintain how we do it. Gemini.
Okay, so Dr. Truth Bay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Have you started your campaign yet? Have you started campaigning yet? And if so, where are you campaigning out? Have you started doing fundraisers and everything? And then where are you campaigning at? What's the location?
Yeah, we're actually going to start in February 2024 because the election is in 2026. But we're putting together our campaign as we speak. So we're starting out here in California because it is a California position, and then we're going to branch out. We're working on reparations right now, is our main goal. But for sure, campaign is ready,
Hmm.
and we're working to recruit some
Okay.
great
So do you have a calendar of
people.
events already for next year printed out? So where you're
Yeah,
going to do all your events and fundraisers?
yeah, actually, for the next show next month, I'll have
Hmm.
I'll definitely send you our campaign posters and stuff like that we're working on. So
Okay, cool. I would
yeah,
love that.
absolutely. I can send you a campaign poster now, which is right behind. So that's what keeps going. But I'll put that in the chat and I'll send that to you. But
Okay.
we are looking to build our cabinet. And I want a cabinet to be mostly young people. That's why we're pushing political and civic engagement with our youth right now, so that way they can know policy and legislation when the time comes.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much for that.
Absolutely, we are ready. We are ready.
Nisha. Nisha.
Um,
Nisha.
yeah. So, do you think that I don't know if I asked you this before, but um, do you think that it makes a difference in what we call ourselves? Like, should
Mm.
everybody call ourselves one certain thing? Should we all
Huh,
be um, black,
that's a very good question.
descendants of slaves, Indians, Moors? What I mean, if we're trying to do this thing federally,
Hmm.
then what should we just be in agreement with one thing only?
Absolutely. So the premise of who we are American descendants of slaves or descendants of American slaves. You can switch the word as you want. ADOS, was one of the first coined names. The intention of it was correct, that we have to be specific of our lineage. So how you word it, it has to reflect descendants of American slaves, chattel slaves. That's really who we are. It's not the prettiest title, but in essence, that's who we are. I don't think it really matters what we call ourselves, honestly, because we have a distinct lineage that specifies that everything that we had was stolen, was destroyed. So to say that you have to call yourself a certain name, that's a misnomer, because the history of what has happened to us here is that we can't get back to where we were because it was taken from us. So all we know is America. So in the title, no matter what it is, an African American is not something that I look towards either, because that's a Jesse Jackson term. That's a, a phrase that was coined for a different agenda. But if you want to get down to who we really are, ADOS, despite whatever Yvette Cornell or Tonya Moore or whoever said that they started this, it's not about who started. It's what are we really? And we are American descendants of slaves, to put it short, mildly. And so if we're applying for federal funding, understand the federal government does not want us to get reparations. So they're not going to say, yes, this is what you're going to call yourselves to get your reparations. They're not trying to do that. So we have to work a way where we have to organize ourselves in a fashion where they can't dispute it. That means it's powers in numbers, whatever we call ourselves. It has to be power in the numbers. So if the majority of us say that I am a descendant of slave, but are not hung up on the name, but is over on the lineage part, the nexus of who we are as descendants of slaves, that's more important. That's more important. So if we show up, or if we sign something in the tune of hundreds of thousands or in millions, it at least has to say or have the same language. We deserve reparations based on the abuse of chattel slavery. And who were the ones that were abused under chattel slavery? Was persons of African descent. That, no. And that is really all we need to move forward. What does that look like in the end? It really is up to us. So that's why it's so important that we must be proactive, even in a little bit, in order for us to be in these spaces, to have the conversation and execution of what we need to do to ultimately receive reparations. You have reparations groups that say we're going to get reparations in 5 to 7 years. I'm like, where did you come up with that number and why? They they can't tell you. They just know it's 5 to 7 years. I mean, that, come on now. People are making up stuff, but they're not really in tune with the process. The process is, there is no process. It really is us coming together, knowing what we need, knowing that we didn't get reparations. How are we going to get it? What is it that's more important? Is land. What is the amount that you think is something you could throw out there? $5 million. Whether they reduce the value of the dollar, 5 million can still do a lot of good in whatever you need to accomplish. But again, we don't want to be stuck on the monetary value. We want to be compensated through land, so that way we can grow, as Tulsa, Oklahoma tried to do in 1921. Whereas the American government didn't want to see us prosper, where they had to bomb us. I mean, you can't get any more shameless than that. So with that knowledge, do we really expect the federal government to be cooperative? No. When you think about it, it might just be a damn war. Absolutely. You got to think of it that way. Are you willing to die for what you believe in, though, is the question. So that's the journey that we have to take. Right now, it's really about legislation. We're in the beginning stages. By February 2024, the federal government, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, should have in front of them a piece of legislation concerning reparations. That's it, and that's all. That's what I want us, the majority of the people, to know what is supposed to be happening right now. Now, when February 2024 comes around and we still don't have a concrete reparations bill, then the next step, which we're not going to state here on this show, uh, is disseminated, is on standby. But for now, this is what we're working towards, is the reparations bill.
And I just want to say thank you to Vincent. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. And thank you, I. Thank you for that super sticker. So I have a question as well, kind of going back to what we were talking about before. And like when the whole thing of the reparations being denied for the last descendants of the Tulsa victims, a lot of people were saying it was because they knew that they did that to a specific group of Indians, and that group did not show that they were that identity, nor did they show how they were connected through that family lineage. And so, getting back to us asking for reparations, do you believe they are going to make us actually show definitively in our line where we are that African that came across and was enslaved? Or if there's certain events that happen to Indians, they're going to say, hey, that didn't happen to Africans, so you're denied? Or how do you feel about that sort of thing?
It's a good question. It's very frustrating, honestly, to see that there's so much roadblocks when it comes to trying to get to that first initial step. American descendants of slaves, that's good enough for people to know who we are. It's lineage based. When it comes down to how much we are owed, proving yourself, it all boils down to how you write your story. And then from there, we can take the next step. But you got to write down your story first. We got to get to that first step. What does it look like? Even if you may not know for a fact your lineage, but you got bits and pieces here, write it down. Work on it. Write it down. People are literally figuring shit out without writing anything down. We can't function like that. We got to build on something small, an ideology, a fact that you may know, and grow from there. So this is what I'm visioning what the document would look like to prove your lineage. Based on whatever information you have for yourself, for your family lineage, that one page of who, what, when, where, and why will be enough if we come together in numbers. Because they can't challenge us knowing the history of what they already done. How much shucking and jiving and backpedaling do you think they're going to do? If we say no, I'll cut the check because my family, Desire, was enslaved in Boston in 1636. We tore the land in this area. We have gold. This is the name of our that's on the census. It's not so much proving you have to do if we all on the same page on how we're going to present. So if 150,000 Black folks end up at the Capitol on, let's say, Reparations Day, where they're cutting the check, right? 150,000. No, that's too small. Let's talk about probably 2.5 million, right? So if we show up on Reparations Day requesting for our check, we are going to have a process of how we're going to vet, because there's so much misinformation and misleading from our black face politicians already. And I'm talking about the Congressional Black Caucus. They literally formed to give us reparations in 1977. And now all they are is just a group of geriatrics not doing a doggone thing, just collecting a pension, a six-figure income. So again, it is up to us to really look and do the history of what's already there and expand on. We're not reinventing the wheel. There is no what's that word I'm looking for? There's no blueprint on how we're getting reparations, you see, but we can create the blueprint as we go along. And the first step is to start off with writing down who you are, and then coming together in a group, weekly group, and tallying your records, merging that together, and then adding those who haven't started. It really is a process of us coming together because we haven't done that for so long. So that's why this year in 2023 through election November 2024, what we are gathering to do is outreach and engagement, meaning educating those who are descendants of slaves, encouraging our Black families to do the writing, to write the synopsis of who they may think they are or who they know they are. We have to start that. And then once we have a database of people who say that I'm a descendant of slaves with the proper historical graphics of who they are, because people can make up anything, but in the end, you could really disprove a lot of the misnomers. But we just got to start the process. You know, it's always going to be a distraction, or it's always going to be a removal of a positive note when we try to take a next step for reparations or restitution. They're always pulling us back with a distraction, or they're saying, you know, they're putting out interviews. They're asking white folks and non-Blacks, do you believe Black people deserve reparations? Like, who the hell cares what you think, bruh? You're not the one that's been enslaved. Your ancestors weren't the one that's been traumatized. Who cares what you think? You are the result of getting and stealing from us, enjoying the fruits of our labor. So we can't give too much power to other folks and distractions. We have to stay focused on what we need to do to establish who we are when it comes to reparations. I hope I wasn't long-winded on that one, but I wanted to be
not at all.
Yeah, we have to be clear on what direction we're moving, you know? I want to speak to an FBA concerning what they feel is aboriginal. I mean, I hear that quite a bit, but I need to hear from that camp why they don't feel that they have came from Africa. I mean, that's the
At all. They don't believe it, don't feel it. And you have people who said that they have lied about the count of people who have said they have stolen their land, and their language was originally stolen. Their culture was originally stolen by not only the Native Americans, but by others. I mean, that's how bad it is, right? Because there's really this belief that, you know, this Aboriginal existed in such a grand way, more grandiose than the people in Kemet. I'm not understanding, but that's the way they feel about it. You know, not everyone subscribes to it, but that is the way they feel.
Yeah, and hopefully we will have some people that will come that are kind of that, maybe some Indians or so. But Sister Freedom, you there?
Yes, I'm definitely here.
Okay.
Okay. If they are true, Dr. Truth Bay, in any form or fashion African, then they came over so far ago, so long ago. You understand what I'm saying? We're talking about thousands of years. And after you set foot on the land and you start being here after thousands of years, if that is the case, because Africans came from somewhere too. You know what I'm saying? So if that is the case, then they are original to this land. And it's so far back that they don't have no recollection of Africa. If that's the case, I'm not saying it is, but if that's the case, then that's probably why. I mean, because after thousands of years, this is your land. This is your home. Just like after thousands and millions or however long people been in Africa, because there's so many different tribes, it's so big. You know what I'm saying? That wherever they come from, after they've been there for so long, Africa is their home. It might not be the name at that time because we know we have a Bulan and Asia, and you know what I'm saying. But after so long, then yeah, people start to feel like that's their home. That's where they were. Because ain't no way in the world you're going to tell me after a certain amount of time, I'm not going to go back home and try to find my family. I'm just going to stay here.
Right.
It just don't make no sense. But at the same time, as far as the reparations is concerned, the Indians get the European Indians. I'm going to make that clear when I say it again. The European Indians.
Mm-hmm.
They do get reparations monthly. They get a stipend. But the ones who they put in a group together and call African don't get anything, even though it's a known fact that those dark people was on these lands before the Atlantic slave trade. And if they've been here for thousands of years, they don't know anything about living in Africa. They don't know anything about being an African. They only know that they were on these lands for thousands of years.
Well, how is that so? Has anyone proved
I
that?
just sit up here and read it in my phone too. I made sure because if that was going to be a question, it was saying if the people came over, it was so many thousands of years ago. And let me see if I can go back. I'm sorry.
Because I'm thinking everything traces back to the motherland.
Well, that's what people think. But I'm saying I don't know to be true because I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what's beyond what I don't know. Just like I don't know what's beyond death and I don't know what's before birth. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know. All it says here, let me see if I can get back again. It was like 300,000 years or something.
300,000 years.
They're saying it's a bunch of years. It was thousands of years. Maybe I read it wrong. It could have been, I had my glasses on. It could have been 3,000 years. Let me see if I can find it again. Amen. That people came over. If that is the case, we talking about, oh man, where is it? I just had it. This is so retarded. Just easy put it in. Dark people that we're calling Indians. They came over here thousands of years ago. Yes, this is their land. And after it's okay. I'm gonna put it like this. All right. Nobody would have any form of if they all came from Africa, right? Then nobody would have Native American in their DNA. There would be no reason for a grandmother to make up any stories pertaining to being a Cherokee. There would be no reason for them to make up being the different types of different Indian tribes. There would be no reason for them to do it because then they would say, well, we just all African. What would be the reason that they would want to bring that up? What would be the reason out the clear blue that they would have to just make up that they were Indian? Or that they have Native American or Aboriginal in their bloodline. For what reason? They don't have no reason not to be proud to be be African. I don't see what what the big deal is right now. Like all of a sudden with the line that your grandmother told you is a lie, it doesn't make any sense. And when we had the opportunity to go back to Africa, why didn't we just go then? It is a known fact that dark skinned people was on these lands prior to the
Wow.
trade. Wow, what? It is a known.
Just go ahead and
You ain't gonna get me caught up in your stuff. That's what you talking. That's not what we talking.
Yeah,
So I'm just to mute. I'm just to mute my mic and let you have at it, boo. Do you?
I am. I'm gonna do me because this is how I feel. I'm saying, even if there is, nobody's denying their African heritage. But at the same time, I want to know why my grandmother or anybody else's grandmother had to be a liar. And if that's the case, those people, okay, well, then you know what? How about this? Say that you got your Native American. They're getting their reparations. Okay. The ones that are claiming African, it's not. No one. Now, I'm personally not denying my African side. Let me make that clear. Let me make sure I put myself on the screen just in case anybody say it. Miss Redden, not denying my African side of my family. But at the same time, I'm not going to deny the part that was on these lands too. I'm not going to do it. Or even the other little specks and parts. I mean, you tell me what would be the reason?
I just have to see what is the
because even women, you tell me you yourself have Native American in your DNA.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what the big deal is when you clearly seen it in your DNA. I'm confused.
Yes, but I know that through the thing is, I don't deny the transatlantic slave trade.
I'm not denying it either.
And that's what I'm
denying it. I'm just saying they grouped us all together because of the color of our skin.
Explain that. When you say grouped us all together,
everybody that had dark skin on these lands after the slave trade was over with or whatever, and now everybody, they grouped us all together, even during the slave trade. They put it because we look alike, we all dark. Them and the people that was on the lands. Even like I'm saying that even if they were Africans that came over thousands of years ago, now they here. What they remember about there after thousands of years? It took only a couple hundred years for us not to remember Africa and want to go back and not want to go back. That don't even make no sense.
Well, Marcus Garvey was trying to have us go back.
Absolutely. So why didn't we go? Why didn't we go?
Exactly.
And now when they do our DNA, they say, "Oh, I think you." And Delsonare always say this to me too. They haven't even DNA'd all of Africa. This is, a small portion of Africa. And why we keep on trying to act like they just, like I just said earlier, they just brought the slaves here? They didn't. They put them all over the place. Britain, the Caribbeans. How much really came with the Atlantic slave trade to these lands? How many? And then you group us up with the Aboriginal people that's on these lands because they look alike, or they the same hue at least. And now after hundreds of years, we done had sex. You know what I'm saying? How you gonna tell the difference? That's why the dark Indians ain't getting no reparation either. Because now y'all are African. Because you're all grouped together. But the misnomer,
the dark Indians didn't get reparations?
Tell me some of them that did. The ones that I see get them look like they white with, you know what I'm saying, look like the white Indian. That ain't the Indians. They done stole our identity. I mean, really.
Yeah.
Okay, you show me the ones that's getting it. Show me what they look like that's getting it. It
Well,
look
I
like
believe that
the
the
tattoo.
tribes, I believe the tribes themselves was paid off, not individuals or groups that look like a certain way. I believe it's the tribes. So some tribes they have lighter and
Believe.
darker members. I didn't think it was according to skin color. It was
Okay,
according
let me
to
ask you this though. When they came over here, when they first came over, the Atlantic slave trade didn't take place first, right? First, they was attacking the Indians when they came over, or I'm gonna say Aboriginal. That feels better for me. The Aboriginal people that was on these lands was first attacked by the enemy first. Their lands was stolen. They were enslaved. Pox. They gave them diseases, all kinds of stuff. And this is prior to the Atlantic slave trade, if I'm not mistaken. If I am mistaken, somebody will come up and tell me. Okay. What I am saying is this is prior. So when they now keep in mind what Christopher Columbus said when he came on these lands over here, right? That they look just like who? The Africans.
Mhm.
They didn't enslave them first and steal their land because we can't say that this was Africans' lands, right? We can't say that this was the Africans' lands. We got to say that this was the land of the people that was over here prior to the slave trade. So now the Africans come over on the slave trade, right? Why are you saying that they owe we owe reparations for land? You saying because we helped build it? Because you saying the Africans helped build it? Or are you saying because it was their land? Because it wasn't their land. They was from Africa. Remember, that's what came out your mouth. I
Well, we
say,
built. Yeah, we built.
so that's what I'm saying. So you saying that they owed reparations because they helped build America
Yeah,
on
we actually built
right,
America.
in which I'm agreeing with you, but on the people's land that was it was already owned that they had already stole. They already when they came over here being the enemy, they already was doing it to people.
Right. So a lot of the
That's
tribes that were here, a lot of the tribes that were here enslaved us as well. So it's not like they were
okay.
in
What
silos.
tribe you talking about though? Because which time frame and who are you talking about? You talking about the dark skin people that they so you talking about the I'm trying to figure it out. So that's why I'm gonna
Well,
wait until somebody was you said enslaved us too. They
Yeah,
were already enslaved.
let her
They,
answer, and she can answer which tribes. I think she put it in the chat before. She can answer which tribes, and I guess what she's trying to ask about it is it dark people that look like us that enslave people, or is
uh,
it the Asiatic light skinned Indians only that enslave
thank you,
people?
Dustin. There, yeah, I'm because I don't know how much you know about the history, and because I know for a fact with my family on the Quarrel side from King William County, Virginia.
mhm.
Okay, when Ralph Quarles came over, Captain Ralph Quarles came over, they enslaved my family. And that's all the way back to the 1600s.
Mhm.
So I'm just saying, whose land? Okay, these the people, this was their land. Yes, the Atlantic slave trade took place, and yes, they enslaved the people, came over and made them do the same thing, but you don't group this all together. So who enslaved? Who you saying
Now,
enslaved? The ones that look like they was white? Thank you. You know. Right.
the ones that look like they were
But
white
what
came
the
in.
host? I'm not gonna go there. I'll wait.
Yeah, please. Yeah, just let her answer as far as it. And I know
I
people in
was
the
reading.
chat
You
are
put
like,
it up there, Telsner. So
yeah,
my
I'm sorry. I'm
right,
just going through the thing. I'm so
right.
behind. There's a lot
That's
of people coming back. But yeah.
Yeah, so the $5 Indians came in after 1900s. This is way after slavery ended. During the period of slavery, it was a distinction of who were African slaves and who were Native Americans or who were the Indians. Again, I mean, it's just wordplay. But there was a distinction. You had the 5 civilized tribes who openly practiced slavery. So they had a look that was not African, or else it would have
Right.
been a whole different history. They
Right.
weren't European either. So they had an Asiatic look to them, which pictures can show what they looked like.
Like a
And
Mexican.
because of the blending of Africans with the Native Americans, that we became as one. But still, their tribe, they had a tribe, they had treaties, they had a distinct culture that was not from Africa. So
Okay.
that's how we know who was African and who wasn't, because we had a distinct language, religion, a way about us that was stripped from us, right? So it's like Kuta Kinte. No, your name is Toby. They didn't say Flying Eagle. Your name is Toby. No, they were saying us Africans.
But you talking about when they first got on the land.
When
Now,
they
after
first,
they've been there for hundreds of years, now they done adopted.
No, I
The,
think she's talking about, she is talking about before the transatlantic slave trade, what the natives looked like on the land. And then the transatlantic slave trade would be the natives and the Africans mixing together to look more black and have more African features,
And
right?
can
no, they already had the African looking features, because that's why Christopher Columbus said he couldn't tell the difference. So they already had it.
can
you
I say
couldn't
something?
Already
identify.
had
Can I say something right quick?
Yes,
What
ma'am.
he said was, he said that they look quite familiar to the Ethiopian, and I'm glad somebody in the chat said that. And so when we say similar to the Ethiopian, if we all can agree to right now they having a problem with the movie Cleopatra,
Mm,
right? Because of her color, quite similar to the Ethiopian, meaning she was light-skinned, right?
mm, mhm, mhm.
Right? And we know that Ethiopia is the capital of what? So with that being said, right? This is the problem. So you don't have to be all crispy black or whatever we thinking that means Africa,
That's
right?
right.
So that's the problem. They said that they were similar, but they all the other part that they also knew about these people were that they were great farmers, and that the way that they could plant and cane sugar.
Hmm. Mhm.
So this had nothing, it had something to do with a lot of things. So again, the transatlantic slave, yes, came in the South, but we had other Indians and indigenous people, and that wasn't even the name. I'm trying to find my folder. That wasn't even the name for these people. The 5 indigenous tribes were the names that we have, Cherokee and all of that, that's not even the original name.
That's a fact.
Mm,
Right? The original name, the Cherokees and all of that, those are a breakdown of the original names,
Mm.
right? And so I have the breakdown of these original names. There's also 2 lists of Darwin list. Darwin is a area that was for the Indians. Darwin something. I gotta really get more into it. But Darwin's also has a list of all of the plantations where all the Indians, right? The Darwin's list of Indians, of all Indian tribes and all Indians' names, right? A lot of the treaties, right, that were signed, a lot of the wars that were fought prior to any of the French. See, the French helped all the Indians fight the wars. That's who helped the slaves. So let's talk. Let's talk about that connection. That's why the Indians weren't just Indians, they were also slaves. That's who helped fight that Civil War. The French helped us and the Indians free slavery. From who? The British. The British from the colonizers. That's who the colonizers were. And guess where they lived? All from Delaware, all up until New York.
mhm.
Right. They established that bridge, They established Jamestown, New York. And once they did Jamestown, New York, bring that Bible on in. Not just that one, bring that slave Bible with you. So we'll have one for the slaves and one for the free and braves, but they don't know it yet, aka King James. So he had made amendments to the Bible because the black Jews mean black to them when they was calling them Indians. They were calling them Jews. That was one of the names that Indians got. Jews. See, you're gonna find this in history. You gotta look in history, then go biblically. But you gotta know what happened in history. So I agree with everything you said about reparations because it goes with the slavery, it goes with history. People don't want to hear it. It's called truth, and it's ugly and it hurt. Because you do hear about it was black people here first, the Western Indian.
Yeah, there were.
We all heard about the South. It was slaves in the South, yes, but why was they going up north? Right? What's going on in Michigan? What's going on in Colorado? What was going on in the West? Oh, it was Indians coming through there. Living free. Didn't know nothing about slavery. How many? Wisconsin through Michigan, through Chicago? All up in the Colorados. All of that's named after Indians. Streets, counties, state, all of it.
He said, I want to stay on this and really have some clarification, but for sure. Christopher Columbus, I believe.
He came way later. Come on, he came way later. He came way after this.
Yeah, it wasn't even, I don't think America's itself. It was more like where Haiti is, where the Caribbean, where he viewed the Taino. That's who Native Indians in Haiti. But there are certain tribes that I believe were darker than others, but overall they had a distinct look to them. We eventually became the natives when we came here. But to say that Africans, that we blacks were on this soil for hundreds of thousands of years without concrete, I still want to see what evidence or historical piece that can corroborate that is all I'm asking.
No, but did you just say that that dark people were here? You're saying they're Africans, but you're saying you can look that up right now, Dr. Chube. It's real easy. Was Africans, because you're calling them Africans, on these lands prior to
Africans that came to the Caribbean.
No, on these lands, we're talking about America lands.
Right. The Africans, most of them didn't come through America first. A lot of Africans were placed in different locations outside of America.
Clear, it's North America because America is all this land. So America is from the top to the bottom. So that's what you were saying. But you're if you specify, you want to say United States or North America.
United States, right. So a lot of slaves were transported from the Caribbean that were dropped off from Africa centuries before, and they were picked up from the Caribbean and brought to America. That's where my lineage is, and I'm sure there are others that can state the same. But originally, the Africans that arrived in Haiti, this was in the 1500s. We came maybe 150 years before we even touched soil in the United States. We were dropped off in various places of the Caribbean. So when it comes down to blacks, us actually being the originators of the United States, I have a hard time understanding that without some sort of concrete data.
Okay.
And that's all I'm saying. Because I know that we all originated from the motherland, but to deny that altogether and say that we are on this land 100, that's the only thing that I really want to get clarified. Is that
Denying
sort of
the
history
motherland.
because it's in
Nobody
poetry.
denied the motherland.
Right. And I think that's what she was saying as far. But I think Sakina, did you have something else to say, or did you finish your turn? And then it'll be Gemini, then Nisha, then me, and then once we start letting people on, I'll start doing a timer.
Um, I was trying to find something. Go ahead. I'll come back.
Gemini.
Nope, you can skip me too, Nisha.
Okay.
No, I really no. We could go ahead and Dustin there. I guess after you, however y'all want to do it.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I would say yeah. Since it's almost 2 hours in, we'll start like letting other people on and stuff, and going from there. But Dr. Truth Bay, um, yeah, I know this is like you said, it's very hard to figure out all the premise of how we have to go about things because it's new, and we're just trying to figure out how to go about it for us. We know other people have gotten it, but we know everybody else that got it, they were a definitive nation of people and they used their nation and then put America out after it, like Jewish Americans, Japanese Americans, and so on and so forth. Um, when it comes to this though, and we're all kind of divided in different sectors, do you think it's something that we have to wait till majority of us come together and definitively say we're a name, or do you think that this is something that we can start building on even in disagreeing, like whether we're Moors, Indians, and Africans, can we still come together and start building towards some part of this reparations fight?
Sure. I mean, anything is possible. What we first need to do is are we willing to want to climb over? Are we willing to really want to see the change? I mean, I can tell you right now, it's difficult because of the post traumatic slave syndrome. That is a reality that is embedded. And just like even now, to simple stuff for us to get together. It's always so, well, we can't do that, or you can't do this. I mean, this is more so than often, but that doesn't deter us from what needs to happen. That's why the Most High has its soldiers that will fight no matter what, by any means necessary. That is the battle cry. So if we have a few group of people that will continue to press on to bring reparations to the majority of the masses, what they're going to try and do is make you a target. That's why people don't want to be in the over saying, I'm a leader, that I'm there, follow me, this and that. They want to stay behind the scenes, and that's why I want to focus on policy. I want to go in where we have been defeated since day one is through policy, is through the political warfare. And that's the very department that we lack power in. So I am asking my Black family to do their due diligence on their own, to attend their city council. And I put it in the chat. What are the ways that we can unify to see reparations faster? It's an individual basis, first and foremost. It is knowing the importance of what reparation is. We still have a majority of us that don't know the whole gist of reparations, that say, that already said, no, even though I'm a descendant of slave, I don't want to deal with reparations. And I can't, again, it's things like that that make me want to kick our own asses, because we are tired of the naysayers that are teaching our children not to go further than what's in front of them.
And can
So
you elaborate on this, for our brothers and sisters that are Indians or Abos, because they've
mhm.
gone through their lineage and they're not seeing any slaves in their lineage. So they're only seeing influence of the Trail of Tears, influence of Indian Removal Act, or different things like that, and they're not seeing a slave in their family at all. What
Oh, that's
about
fine.
them? How can they be included in seeking reparations as a slave?
Well, it's up to them if they want reparations or not. If they don't have slaves in their family, then they're not qualified for reparations. That's just what it is. Lineage based with the actual chattel slavery in tow. Now, there are different components that they have been looking into. Certain states and certain groups have been looking into levels of reparations. And that's a good question. For those who never had slavery in their family, then they are not considered those who are in line for reparations. Reparations is a lineage based compensation for those who suffered through chattel slavery. For those who haven't, they can be allies. It's really up to them. But if they wanted to get reparations, technically, based on their own history of what they stated, they won't qualify for reparations. That's the whole purpose of reparations, is for the repair of a specific harm, which was chattel slavery. Nothing around that, nothing in between that, nothing on the side. It's specifically for that act, that gruesome, very necessary act that this so-called soil needed in order to produce what we have today from 1619 to 1850.
So it sounds like we're back to the original question, though. So we can't guess. We can't just be like, "Hey, my grandma said I'm a descendant of chattel slavery." We have to actually definitively show on paper that our family has experienced this, right?
Yeah, but you also have to have a list of properties that you want to obtain. You also have to have a number that you feel you deserve. Those are the things that is more work than just saying, hey, give me reparations. It's the actual synopsis of your story that's going to be the final tale of how we receive reparations. And I could say for sure that the way that we're going to get reparations is not through any usual means. It has to be a nuance, because again, this has never happened before. So we can't predict this is what you do in order to get reparations. No, we have to fight for everything, as history has shown us. It was legal to make sure that we were enslaved. It was a law. No other group of people had to face that except for descendants of slaves. So, because of that, that's the only reason why reparations is needed. That's the only reason why reparations should have been pushed by the Congressional Black Caucus, by all Black politicians, for that particular reason. The final report of the California Task Force reparations, I'm going to put that in the chat. It's 1,100 pages. That itself is one of the best history books that we could utilize for something like critical race theory, something that they are so afraid of, but they can't define it, but they don't want it in their schools. It tells you the histories and harms of what we have gone through. Okay, we don't need any more history books. The history is already there. But what we need is an accountability factor, and that has to come through us. So that means start the process of writing down on one page who, what, when, where, and why. And then from there, gather our people together. That's why I say it's not an overnight thing. We have to collectively come together, especially on forums like this. Unscribble Minds is a perfect platform that we can reiterate and grow. But we have to have a group or a time and a place where we convene in order for us to have a census of those who have completed this particular assignment. You see? So that's why it's a larger scale, and it has to be the cooperation of us nationwide in different cities collaborating on this particular effort. So the leading activists in each state can lead the charge in saying, okay, every Wednesday at 7, we're going to gather with the descendants of slaves who has finished their assignments of tracing their lineage. You put a assignment in front and say, this is how you accomplish this goal. And every week we're going to meet up to see and add more people who haven't done it. Each one teach one. That's just a thought process that I'm saying. It doesn't have to be that way, but it's just a way that we can. However it works, it has to be in a form of numbers. Numbers is the key. And that is what's always going to win in the end. It's always powers in numbers. I hope that.
Well said. Well said.
Yes, ma'am. So I did put our website in the chat, Federal Health Coalition. If anyone wants to know the work that we're doing, primarily with the programs that we're launching, Mr. Reed actually had another call, and hopefully he'll be able to return before this is over. But we definitely need to have more conversations like this, and I would like to have the California Task Force or any task force member be a part of this conversation because they are sort of the leaders in their state or city that is coming up with the final solution of what reparations look like for the people in their town or in their vicinity. We need to have those people at the table.
Okay, that was a great last statement. Great last statement.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate you, Queens, very much.
Yes, we love having you. Let me go ahead and drop the link in the chat so people can come in, and we're going to try to keep these questions short. Sister Freedom, you still
Yes,
with us?
yes. Don't be starting no mess tonight, y'all.
Start no mess.
Exactly.
Okay.
Sister Freedom, are you still there? I think she may have walked away. So, Sakina, you can go ahead and go from here while we're waiting for people.
I just got this one little source I'm going to read right quick. It's from 100 Amazing Facts About the Negro from A.J. Rogers. And it's number 16 about ancient civilizations. And it reads that Negroes lived in America thousands of years before Christopher Columbus. Central American monuments show numerous carvings of them as gods. And when Columbus came to the New World, this is America, it said Negroes have been crossing from Africa to South America from distance of 16,000 miles. It said the first white man to reach the American mainland was telling of them seeing Negroes. Columbus, who lived South America, said that he had heard of them. So then when you get to number 17, it says the present Negro, the race of the African, perhaps did not originate there, but Asia and Oceania. It says the earliest inhabitant of Africa were not black, but brown. Today, people of mixed and unmixed Negro descendants living in Asia and Oceania probably exceed the and present Negro population of Africa. India has many millions of Negroes, and the purest Negro types are in Southern Asia. In 1923, Dr. Joseph Rock, United States Department of Agriculture, discovered a hitherto unknown Negro race. It's Nakis, 200,000 in number in southern China. In 1934, E.W.P. Shinery discovered an unknown Negro people in New Guinea near Australia. He reported they're having a civilization superior to their neighbors who live under a white race, under white rules. And I'm gonna leave it there. And that comes out.
What about the book that came before Columbus?
These were all the people that came before Columbus.
Right. Yeah, I'm just saying there's another book. I was just mentioning that book too.
Right. And
I
so
don't
this
know where they actually came from, but thank you for reading that, Sakina.
and so I also I'm trying to find out because I'm working out of 4 different tablets, but I have something about the 5 tribes There's the royal names for these people, these
Indigenous.
indigenous. Yeah, we use words. So it's the indigenous people. Right, because I have a book straight up on the indigenous people here from South Dakota. There was a connection here from South Dakota to Canada. It was a Greek name given called something de Flora that connected it from Florida. I mean, from Canada to here with some kind of gateway. They also have a statue here in South Dakota. It's almost like the Statue of Liberty. They call it the Statue of Mother and Earth, but it's on land. It's not too far from um, Mount Rushmore, right? And this statue is called the Statue of Mother and Earth. It's in the Lakotas, and so those are the the indigenous board is for all where they sign their treaties and whatnot and what have you. This is also where the lady that I said I was meeting up with, that I'm having come to the show. This is also um, it's also I got some information. It's also I got so much stuff about this. So it has something to do with these 5 names, these 5 tribes. It's got something to do with the way I just told y'all the root of how these Indians came through here, but they also came through Mexico. So that's what makes that Mexican border so imperative for them to put that wall up and put that wall down. This is why the Spaniards have they don't have a problem telling you about their Black heritage. This is why a lot of the Indians want to take you to Malaysia. But if you're Indian, what does that have to do with Malaysia and going to Mexico? You see what I'm saying? Because Indonesian means what? So if that means native, then we're all Native American, because none of us are from this land. And Freedom, I agree with you with that.
Thank you.
Because that's what native means. So Indian means something else. According to the Bible, it meant Jew. And that's where we got to go. So if we're going to follow the history, you're going to have to follow it all the way to the root, because that's where King James got it from. And we're going to take it to the root. And if you don't want to take it to the root, then it's ugly. It gets real ugly. So this is where it is that. So when they said what was false was not this and that, yeah, it is all of that. Very much so. Very, very, very much so. So unscrambled minds, we unscrambling minds.
Okay.
Right? So religions at the door, get some pencils and pens, and come on in the room.
Ask your questions. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. There.
Tonight.
Ashe, how you doing? I
How
want to
y'all doing?
round table gang. Where they at? Where they at? Where my boys at?
I like to know.
I love your name.
Thank you. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you, sis.
Oh, okay.
Go in.
Okay. I have the first question I have is because I came in kind of late. So, how will we prove that you are a descendant of a slave? How would you prove that, or would you have to prove it? You're just Black and you automatically are.
Grandma.
There are many factors on how you can prove your lineage. Again, many of us don't have records to do so. It all starts off with the process of writing down who you are. Who do you think you are? And work your way with that. So, DNA test kit, a lot of people start with that. And their family members also take the DNA test kit. That way it can show the both sides of your grandparents. That would be one way to start. But when it comes down to reparations and the finalization of proving I I believe in my heart of hearts that when the time comes that we don't have to go through extensive proving who we are. There's a process of starting tracing your lineage, and that's really what we want to focus on right now for those who are sure that they're a descendant of slave. Those who aren't sure, then we need to start the process. But when it comes down to proving, that's still a ways from now. We still in the beginning stages. And if we all know the history of what we went through, I'm talking about the real American descendants of slaves. They know they have a certain aura about them that you cannot fake. They have a certain history that you cannot duplicate. There are always ways. I mean, there's always going to be people that want to fraud, but when it comes down to getting reparations for a specific group of people suffered through chattel slavery, I don't think it's going to be hard to prove that. There will be ways for you to um, acknowledge who you are, and there are records out there. But again, it is too broad of a question to even get a straight answer out of, because the person that has to do the vetting is white supremacy. And we're not trying to have white supremacy vet anything for what they already know they have done, which is why I say we have to be the leaders in these spaces to usher in reparations. That's why I'm really hard on the blackface politicians. A lot of them who are descendants of slaves, but because they worship the dollar, they worship power, they worship greed, that they don't want to hold the hands of us, of people who qualify for reparations. They want to get their bag and go about their business. You see, people like Roland Martin, Al Sharpton, they live for that. They live for getting their bag. So that's why they will mobilize the people talking about voting rights. Voting rights. We got to focus on voting. You don't vote, then your voice is not heard. I voted all of my life, and my voice is still not heard, sir and madam, white supremacists. So therefore, there is no concrete response to that. Start the
I
process. I
understand.
want to ask you. I want to ask you, sis. Have you started the process? Are you a descendant of slave, and have you started the process of tracing a lineage?
Absolutely. I've done two different DNA tests.
Awesome.
Um, trying to do genealogy. Um, as we all know, it stops at a point. And
Mhm.
for one of my lines, in which I know my great grandfather was born on a plantation, and I believe his father is the plantation owner because he has a different last name than his siblings and his
Mm,
mother and father, which was her husband. He has a different last name. He looks different than them. So he
okay.
had, and so I believe he's actually the child of the plantation owner.
Plantation. Hmm.
Um,
And that happens
luckily
quite often.
he dropped his last name though. Once he became an adult, he dropped that last name, and now I understand why he did that.
Hmm.
So, but I don't even know where that plantation is, or where that what that plantation was, or who owned that plantation, other than that name.
Hmm.
We do have his original last name, um, but we have nothing else. Like, we don't know who the plantation owner was, who the people were on that plantation, or why he had that different last name than his siblings and his mother and father. Um, why he looked so different from them, we don't know.
Okay.
Sis, can I ask a question
So,
really quick, just for clarification? Is the fact that you know he was on a plantation oral history, or do you have some paperwork that showed he was on the plantation? or like that he was
Um,
enslaved? Is it oral history or that's something that
yes,
ties?
it's oral history as to why he dropped his last name. Because like my last name, my mother's last name, and her father's last name, which would be his child, even his wife, is his middle name. Is so it's not his original birth given last name. He dropped that last name because it was the plantation owner's last name. So yeah, it is oral history. Um, but I also know that he looks totally different than his siblings. Um, for clarification, he has red hair, very very fair skin, and gray eyes, when all of his siblings look like dark skinned Africans, African, you know what I mean? Black
Mhm.
people, basically.
Right.
Um, so he had a different last name than all of his siblings in
Well, that
1903.
would,
So this was still
yeah.
early. Um, after slavery
And
had so-called been abolished, because I don't know if y'all know, there are still some plantations running, but
hmm.
it
And
was
I
still.
asked you because that's the same like my great grandma. Like they're like, I don't know if it's record. My uncle says that anything he's told me is because he's seen the actual record. But yeah, like the age frame shows it would have
Mhm.
to been after slavery. But like he's definitive. Like great grandma was on a plantation. But then we
Yeah.
had the Indians like this that come in and say, "Oh, they're sharecroppers. They're not slaves. They were sharecroppers, and you need to look into your family and see that they're Indians and not slaves." What do you say to that, Dr. Truth Bay?
It's one specific point of action. Sharecroppers are someone is someone that's we're not talking about those who were enslaved. I mean, we're talking about specifically those who were enslaved, meaning time frame where they had to toil the soil, where they were robbed and raped. Sharecroppers, they have a different set of rights. They weren't treated as animals, property.
How do we know though if it's just oral history that's being passed down? Like, how do we know one or the other?
Well, it
Can I
depends on.
interject slightly?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Go
Well,
you know what I wanted to ask a
I
question,
will
Sister
share this.
Dulcinea. I
Wait,
wanted to
wait,
ask.
wait.
Hey,
Ain't this little
Bizzo, you know
Gemini?
what? Ain't
Gemini's
nobody
gonna
got time for
interject
you
right
tonight
now,
like that.
and then we have commission and you coming in. But this is just so we can gain clarity and everything. And I think because I know that it is discouraging. I think for a lot of us because we're like, how do we even prove it?
Yeah, listen, you know what, Dulcinea, on my dad's side, he was a lot, like some parents who have older parents where my grandparents probably thought they couldn't have children, they were so old, right? And by the time I was 12, they died of natural causes. And they only had
ahead.
two kids, right? My dad and his brother. And my grandparents were, I mean, like old, right? She was probably almost 60 when she had my dad. No kidding, right? But there was this one particular thing she would always do with me every single summer, right? She would take me to these green bean fields and she would um, have me to pick these green beans with her, right? And she would use this big giant white wash bowl that she would have, and the way that she would sit here and we would have to pick them off the vine, then come back in and clean them, right? And I said, you know what? That is like, I'm like, this is. I mean, it was ritual to her, right? We did this the same way every single time. Then later on, I went to an art gallery and I saw this big giant picture of someone's art who looked and resembled like my grandmother on my dad's side, the way she dressed and her giant wash bowl, white wash bowl, specifically the way that it looked, the way that it was shaped, the way that everything about it, all the details, and it had the green beans in it. right? And it was pictures of sharecroppers I was looking at, right? And so those sharecroppers, did exist. They actually have art, who go back to their history and depicted a time when these people, were actually, the point was they were getting, bamboozled out of their land, right? They were getting, a hoodwink, and so that was the pieces that he showed was these sharecroppers, and my grandma, and I looked at that picture and I stared at it for a very long time, like, wow, I had no idea because my grandmother, when I was 12, she was literally like 90 years old. Can you imagine her history? And that's something she was
You know
probably
what?
taught by her mother or her grandmother, you know, on that sharecropper, she came off on that sharecropper side. So I find it very interesting. So when you say, is there like, things that, can collaborate, or corroborate, those facts? Yeah, there is. There is. I've seen it. I've seen it, sis. It's insane. It was incredible. It brought back so many memories of summers, picking green beans with her.
Hmm. Well, sharecropping came in 1865. The reparations time frame is 1619 to 1850. So if they were sharecroppers, they wouldn't really qualify for reparations in that sense. But again, because of the overall discriminatory practices of the United States, that reparations, how does it look like in the end, is really going to be tailor made. Because again, they would rather delay reparations for another 20, 30, 40 years if they wanted to. But what are we willing to do in order to get reparations? This is what I believe reparations is right now, is land. That's why I say find out the empty properties in your neighborhood right now. Identify them and claim it. If it's city or county owned, it specifically
Well,
belongs to those who are fighting
yeah.
for it.
So
No, wait a
I
minute.
want I want to
Ibizzle,
say
no,
I want.
no, Ibizzle. We still have an order. I'm
Right,
sorry.
business.
Cut
You
you to
gotta wait.
Akshay Tanisha,
You have
but
to
we have to
wait.
make sure Akshay Tanisha was done with her question, and then we're going to commission next. Akshay Tanisha,
I was
I'm sorry.
um I was pretty much done with my question, just wondering how do we, I mean, like, as far as presenting proof. um uh but I
And
don't know, it
maybe,
just seems a little
this is
mixed.
just a thing that we can do offline. Maybe a suggestion is like, because you were saying for the people that are trying, and I understand so much about those roadblocks too. Ashe
Yeah,
Tanisha,
the
maybe we
genealogy.
can have a group, yeah, to be like trying to get past those roadblocks. Maybe some people know other methods. I've heard, the National Archives, going to actual places, and going to the county and getting the birth
Yeah,
record.
because I've even looked on Ancestry and I can't get past.
Yeah.
I can't find out who owned them. You know, and
Mm.
and
Yeah,
and I
the
seen a
logo.
question mark in the comments about 1903.
Mhm.
Free slaves were freed in 1865, but they didn't know in 1865. A lot of them at that time, I mean, to let a slave go, some of them said, well, where am I going to go?
Right.
What am
That
I
was
going to do? I have nothing. We have nothing. How am I going to care for my children or my family as a man? How, like, where we're going to go? So we're going to stay here and work. So
mhm.
1903, yes, there are, I mean, 2023, if you look it up, there are still people on plantations right now working.
They may not consider it plantation work, but it damn sure is still a
Yeah.
continuation of chattel slavery. Yeah, I believe so.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
yeah, so much, Ashe Tanisha. And thank you, Kamisha. And thank you for coming
Yeah,
up.
I say to me, I'm glad you came up. I'm glad you
Thank
decided to
you.
join the panel. Yes.
And we
You
need
come up more often.
this too, because
I'm
I
gonna
know
try.
you
I'm
do
gonna
so
try.
much with the ancestry and DNA, and I'm still working on getting my DNA done. But let's
Yes.
all get together and work on that genealogy stuff, because I know
Yeah.
ancestry is the same for me. I get all these leaps for everybody I know, but I don't get leaps past 1900.
Where I want to go. Yeah.
There's no leap.
Dulcinea, you know what? You know what makes it so bad is that I work steps away from the archive. And I would take time out to go to the archive in the post office is in the same building, right? And then where I work at, which is a government building, it connects to both of those. Literally on my lunch break, I can go to the archive. And you know, I've never been. I am so ashamed of myself. You guys make me feel so ashamed tonight.
No,
But
girl, don't feel
when we come
ashamed.
back,
Just
though, I
get
will have
asked.
some information for you. Yes.
All right.
My thing is, most of my like I'm in the north, and most of my family is from the south. So I'm in a totally different state of where my family's originated from, and so it makes it a little bit more difficult to look in archives and things like that. Like
I'm going to find out the
I
depth of that
I really
archive
wish
because it's been
somebody could
there,
help
Ashe,
me.
for a long time. Yeah, and I'm going to see if they allow, like, if that form says you can fill out for another person. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
Because yeah, I'm going to see what the process actually is. And when we do a part two of this, I'm going to come back with some information, y'all.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
this is cute. I like it. I want to wait. I can't wait to hear what the commission has
I
to
mean,
say.
like steps. It takes me less than 2 minutes to get to the archives from where I work every day, and have never been there. I'm so ashamed of myself.
Well, it's better late than never. So, we could start
Come on.
the process, right?
Who
Never
has
too
the
late.
next question, Dulcinea?
Mm-hmm.
Is the commission
Yeah, it's commission.
okay?
Peace and commission.
Hey,
Hey.
Commission.
Make
Hey, how you
Hey.
doing? We miss you, and you ain't got your garbs on. Hey, you
right
like one of us tonight.
Yeah, we
and,
just
and
moving.
make sure you got people voting for you tomorrow too.
Uh-oh, that's real important.
Did you see the
You better
polls?
have your A game tonight.
Do you know what
What's
I'm
the
talking
election?
about?
What's the election? Who's
You
Oh,
probably know.
tell it,
No idea what you're talking about.
tell it,
Hey,
Dulcinea.
Dr. Truthberry, are you sure you want to hear this?
Right.
I
You
want
have
to
no idea. Commission just ask the question.
know?
Oh man, you ladies are so bad.
It's long. It's long. Peace and
I don't want
love.
to miss
You
an
know,
election.
sisters.
What's happening?
Okay, tell her Dustin all about it. It's so cute though. It's cute.
It's very cute.
Yeah, we're just having a little fun tomorrow. So they've been doing like this whole who are
But
the
look,
top debaters in the community. So we're gonna do like who are the sexiest men alive. People's
Dulcinea, did I make
Even so,
hold on. Did I make the top 25? That's all I want to know.
I don't know.
Did I make Nisha?
Now you want to
Tell.
know the results
I know
right
Nisha.
now.
I know
Right now.
Nisha. She gonna tell me.
Tell me, did I make the top 25?
No. You know what? Nisha. No. You already know. I told you on this thing.
Tell me, Nisha, you gotta wait.
Pause. Nisha, she the top 10. The top 10 as
Okay.
far as information and listening. Man, the top 10. I told my son Deontay earlier today. I said, man, I deal with the sister. I don't even get on social media like that. Whoop bop the bam.
Oh shit.
But what you say?
I'm done.
No. Whoop bop the bam. I don't even deal with it. I said, but man, that's just Anisha, man. She cold with it.
Yeah,
But I
Nisha
see
is
my
the-
little sister.
Nisha's the MVP.
Dulcinea, she be so mad at me. She always want to be talking like she my older sister, Michelle.
I'm done.
Okay, so let's move on.
what it's gonna be is about knowledge of self and
Oh,
different things.
Lord have
Our
mercy.
No, no.
knowledge
What I
and
what I
what we
want to
told
holler.
God, and
I
we're gonna
wanted to
vote
holler at
tomorrow. So we
brother.
don't know
I
who's
wanted to
gonna.
holler at the brother commission. I wanted to ask the brother
Wait,
But
commission.
Demetri gotta ask his question
ask
first
the
before you can
question.
ask your
Yes.
question.
Right.
Why you do this to us,
Hey,
Dulcinea?
Bizzle, come on now. Behave. Be nice, right?
Okay. You started this from being like, tell commission, but yes, commission, sorry. Go
Peace
ahead
and
and take it
love.
over from
No,
here.
no. I seen my brother get up there. I said, man, I had to rock out with the brother because I already know what he rock with. Because we from the rack. I don't, but he may not be from the rack, but I know he plugged with the guys.
So he rackish.
I mean, I ain't gonna say that on. I ain't gonna put that on the brother. But
Oh, Lord.
yeah, yeah. But I just know. He knows some of my people. You
Oh,
heard.
okay.
You heard.
I don't know.
Okay, well, let him speak. Commission, hey, how you doing? We haven't, look, you look like one of us tonight. What is going on? It's Friday. You kicking it out your guard?
Oh no, I just move through the terrain. You know what I mean. I carry my spirit, high. Either way, so I keep a balance between what I do, and
Well,
I
no,
just
that's
give honest.
right.
See,
Yeah, yeah, most definitely. A wise man once told me, "It ain't what's on your head; it's what's in your head."
you
You know what
better
I'm saying?
come on,
Hello.
So
man.
yeah,
It's,
so I want to give honest.
I just want to ask, is that a ponytail? Is that a ponytail? You have a ponytail in the back?
Yeah.
Oh,
He got locks.
yeah, I got.
Woo,
Ooh,
look at locks. Woo.
I've been, I've been
Well,
going in for years.
Hey, commission. Hey, look, brother. You in the. Hey, look, they gonna put you in the top 10 tomorrow.
already there.
Well, no, okay, no, but
Because
to be fair, the top 10 still comes with, right, charismatic people, right,
Yes,
charming, right, intelligent, intellectual. Come on, we got standards, bro.
that's
that's
right.
Okay,
Anybody
so
cannot,
so so where
people
where
cannot
where
just step up
because
on
yeah,
us.
well, hold on. I will put you, Dosey, Neat. Well, all y'all know y'all my sisters. I can't, man. Sister Kina, man, she just be on one. She just be on one.
Lord.
I will put all y'all on a one, but I'm gonna keep my auntie Freedom. She gonna be number one.
what you mean?
Number
But
one, Sister Freedom.
Dosanega, she gonna be number two, plain and simple.
Number two, Dustinea.
But why I gotta be on one?
But we come as a group. We come as a group package, though, right? So just like we naming the man, the round table
Because
game.
the reason why I say y'all will all be on one is because y'all have all brought up this group, and I put it in the chat. Man, this group has came from 6 months. You remember when me and O used to be on there? I'm talking about when Kamisha wasn't even over. I ain't trying to knock the brother. I ain't trying to knock him. I'm just saying when Kamisha wasn't even over there. He wasn't even over there. Well, me and O was over there. Me and O was over there. We was like, man, y'all need to talk to Auntie. Y'all need to talk to Dosane. Y'all need to talk to Sakina. Y'all need to talk to Nisha. Dots. All y'all sisters. Gemini. All y'all. We was the first ones trying to tell brothers about that. You heard? You heard?
Right, but now we got that commission ask this question.
Right. And Ibizzle, and I'm sorry, you know what? You didn't see me at that time because I had a personal event, right? And so I wasn't with the ladies at the time because I had some things taking place that I was taking care of. So they were holding down and they did a wonderful job, don't you think?
I
Yeah.
think he's gonna say yes, but let's go ahead
Yes.
and have Kamisha.
Yes,
Go
God,
ahead.
go ahead,
yeah,
commission. Please talk quick. Quick.
all is well, right? We want to rise upon the seven, give praises to the ancestors, the great God within all of us, and honors to the queens on the panel.
Thank you. Got it.
Sister Freedom, Sister Dulcinea, Sister Gemini, Nisha, man, Sakina, all of y'all, our beloved guests, and the sister Truth Bay. Want to give honors to your governor, you
Sister
know.
Truth Back is the truth.
And
Yes,
Thank you.
I was just
Appreciate
sitting
you.
here, I was just sitting here listening and you know, just looking at where we are. We know you made a key statement earlier, and you said reparations means, you know, at the root of it, we deal with the concept repair, right?
Yes,
And
absolutely.
I always emphasize, I say, well, we must repair the way we think first and foremost before we can receive any type of compensation. Because what
There you
we'll end
go.
up doing is giving it right back to the source, so to speak. And so I
Right
wanted
on.
to ask, you know, after listening, because we got our people who claim they are air bowls, meaning that they was here, they wasn't no slave. They'll fight you if you say that they was a slave or whatever, right? You know, but yes, some of them want reparations. They want to be in on the reparations.
How does that work? Right.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. How does that work? And then also just looking at, you know, the aspects of them wanting us to prove that we are descendants of slavery. So this actually
Mm-hmm.
opens up a window and say that some of the people, you know, are not considered in that group if they can't prove that in percentage, right? I
Yes.
give a prime example, right? When I took my DNA test, I got Native American. I was always told that, right? I had it in me, but it didn't come out exactly the way that I was told, so to speak. Like what they would say, I'm Cherokee. That's only a small percentage of my DNA. They say
Mm-hmm.
most people over here like 70 some percent African in America, but I'm 85% West African. So I
Mm-hmm.
have more African DNA in me than a little bit. The Native American, I got like 2%.
Exactly.
So
Right.
from that, but it does say the native part that is in me come from the indigenous natives, though, like back, you know, the ones who came over the straits over 20,000 years ago. So when
Mm-hmm.
so I would say that would have had to been one of my African ancestors, you know, that probably came over here and may have mingled in with somebody that might have been here indigenously, right? Also, looking at it, they also mentioned Senegambia. And then when I do the research, I see that the first people that came over here in 1453, this was Senegambian blood before Columbus even got here, right? So if this is the case, I can see even in the African aspect a presence of African presence before Columbus came here. That don't shock none of us because I
Right.
say we indigenous to the planet.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask, you know, if they are trying to get our people to prove, for example, their lineage. I know you said this was individual, you know, so I wouldn't think that this would be retroactive. This ain't something that everybody gonna get. You literally have to prove that lineage. How, and this
Well,
is
well,
you know, going at what you said, how would we take this as being reparations for the whole? Do the other people have to go some other means, you know, if they're not included, and seek out some other means for reparation? Because think about it, the person that's not identified as ABO, they're not accepted as there, or they're not accepted as ADOS, then where would that place them? You see what I'm saying?
Yes. And it goes by down who is the determining factor to make these decisions. When we say we have to prove, who are we proving it to? Who are the
Mm.
people? You got to expound on that question. And that's why I say it's really not up to them, it's up to
who
us.
are we? Who are we proving it to? Who are we proving it to?
Right. In general, it would be white supremacy, but they come in different fashions. Who
Facts.
is the actual group of people that we got to prove our blackness to?
Facts.
That's
Mm.
ridiculous in itself. But people will go as
But
far as to say,
what I would tell you because I
Wait,
heard you.
Rizzo, you're next. Just wait. Patience.
And
Patience.
sister truth, I'm not speaking of proving the blackness per se. I'm speaking of the record, the name on the record, you
no,
know,
I
of
understand.
having,
Right,
you
right.
see
No,
what I'm
I
saying?
got you on that.
And the
Right.
reason I ask that, because I stand for self-determination. We need to break away, because even
Absolutely.
if we get the land, right? Nothing wrong with that. Even if we get the land, we still would be under corporate governance. So my thing is breaking out from under corporate governance and coming together and building on government, you know. So, but I honor where you're coming from. Nothing
Explain
against
that,
what you
brother.
demonstrate.
Let's backtrack on what you just that comment you
Yes,
just made.
ma'am.
Under
Okay.
corporate, yeah.
corporate
Explain that.
governance. In other words, most of the things that take place, like this reparation battle, this is the federal government that's basically got the power to answer to this right here, right? So therefore, if we were to get land, just say you were speaking of land being given to the people under that, instead
Right.
of monetary, it would still be land under corporate governance. And corporate governance means that it will be governed under federal authority, federal territory. It's still not breaking us away from this government. Just like, for example, what we call reservations,
Mm-hmm.
they say that they have some type of sovereign immunity, right? But they still under corporate governance. And so, in other words, like the lands they have is chartered under corporate governance. So, in order for you to have true deeds to the land, you have to have chartered territory and therefore paperwork in
Right.
charter to prove it. And that's what I'm saying. So that will be done under corporate governance. And I'm saying we need to break away and go to an international level and deal with it
Right.
from self-determination. That means
Yeah.
succession is the right word to use. Breaking away. You see how Texas did? The state of Texas, when they call themselves breaking away from the United States government, when they get upset with them, that's called being a successionist. And we have the ability to do that too. We just have to have the courage to do it and say, great minds like yourself and all the goddesses on this panel, we willing to come together and do the work that's necessary to build on that land. But we don't even have to go through them to get it because it really already belonged to us. We just are
Precisely.
going around a different route to get it. But if we go a
Precisely.
certain route, they're going to still have control. But if we go self-determination, then we have control. You see what I'm saying? So one way,
Right.
yeah, you got control, but we govern you. Another way, you got control, but you can't say nothing about it. And that's what I'm getting at.
That's primarily why I said a lawsuit with the world's courts is inevitable.
And that has already been filed too, Queen. Literally, we just got a call back from the United Nations, and they looking at everything now because we was already recognized. I'm just speaking of my particular
Who
body.
filed it? Who filed it? And I need a copy of this case. Who
Yeah, this
filed it?
actually, it actually was filed through you. Ever heard of the World Service Authority?
Mm-hmm.
They're lawyers, right? They know my chairman. They met at a book, trading event, so to speak. So he met the European that established the World Service Authority, and they have lawyers. And so when him and my chairman came together, the chairman, he told the chairman he would always help him. He passed for him. He died, Gary Davis. So he got another guy, David Gallup, that's actually doing the work. That's who we communicate with. And so they are currently doing the works, but there's a meeting online, if y'all ever get a chance to go look at it, where he's sitting there, and they told our chairman when he went to the United Nations, Ali Muhammad was present. Alim Bey was present at this time. It said they told him, they said, you have everything it takes to become a nation. Like y'all got it. Y'all got a flag, you got a constitution, you got bylaws. And so all of them brothers at that time accepted this. But years had passed and they went on to do their own thing, instead of sticking with the original plan. And that's why you got these different groups. And so other than us, we've been still on the same path. So you go and look up that special aspect. It's a waiting process of what we call we're embryo state. We're in an embryo state. So it's a process you have to go through, not for them to accept you because you're already a nation. That's what they tell you. But they asked us, is there a unanimous will among our people to be free? That's what they, do y'all really, do they want to be free? Do everybody want to be free?
When you look at our people as a nation of people, when you look at our people, we've been kicked out here into the West because these people, they enslaved us, brother. I don't know why you sitting up here. I ain't trying to come at you like that, but
Be careful.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. I ain't trying to come at the brother. I'm just saying, I don't know why that us as people would sit out here and talk about our nation of people. The reason our people get kicked out here is because we went against the Most High Yah.
What?
Slavery.
Well, okay.
That's
So
facts.
let's
That's
say
facts.
that
We went out against the Most High. Yeah.
Slavery
yeah,
is the
that's a
divine.
debate coming up as far as Deuteronomy 28. But
Yes.
Bizzle, did you have a question about reparations?
Right. Go ahead.
The question is why don't y'all understand that? That's the question.
Slavery is a divine issue, good brother. We understand that. That's what we teach. That wasn't by chance.
You say who was we? Who was we?
I'm saying that we in my circle, we teach that.
Yeah, I'm saying who is we? Who is we though?
I'm Moorish American government, good brother. But what I'm saying is I'm not here to push that. So what you saying, we on the same level of thought, you just don't know it. So when I say slavery is a divine issue, even though it was basically a divine measure for us to go through what we've been through, it was also a measure where we come out of what we got into. And that's what I'm more concerned with, us coming out of the chastisement. Because yeah, it was done because of our disobedience. We violated the laws of Ma'at. We
Yeah,
violated the laws of
that's all. You know what, Kamisha? That's all I be trying to tell the sisters. I'm like, I ain't trying to argue with y'all, but this what we came out of, plain
Yeah,
and simple.
they know that. They know that we acting hard headed, but they'll mostly tell you it's mostly male ego, brother. That when we trying to get stuff
But
done,
listen to them right now. They say, "Oh no, I ain't trying to say that."
We understand the breaking of the laws, but it's different than us than we would just say it's only the Bible, or like people weren't wearing fringes or they
right,
were eating pork. It's more so it's bigger than that aspect or deeper than that, I would say, because it's more so the ramifications of all that stuff and not just we stop wearing fringes, kind of like the Hebrews say. But I have a question both for you, Dr. Trupe, and both
Yeah, exactly. Stay on that point right fast though, Dulcinea.
okay.
Exactly. Because to sit and say we were in this predicament because of chastisement. We didn't do something that some God commanded us to do, and now we're in this predicament. No, I reject all of that. That
Well,
makes no sense. You can't even prove that. Prove it.
okay.
Prove
We
it.
went through it.
And then all you're gonna do is end up at the end of the day bringing out a
No. I'm gonna tell you right
Nicene
now.
Bible, a council Bible of people who don't even look like you, who put it together and will tell you that their God is chastising you for you not following that God's rules. We're not doing that.
I'm gonna
We're
tell
not
you.
doing it.
I'm gonna tell
We're
you.
not in no type of situation or predicament because we disobeyed any God on this planet. Period.
Except the God that's within us.
I'm gonna
Exactly.
tell you right now. When you
The
look at
God
that,
who created every single thing. And
hold
you don't
on,
have a name for that, and I don't
pause.
have a name for that. So don't be calling them white Jesus, and don't be
This
calling them all these other strange names either. That part.
Okay, can I talk?
Get it
Can I,
together. Your daddy chastised you, so you so
Let her
what? So you
finish.
forgave, so you
so
forgo. Wait a minute.
Let her finish.
So you gave up the dream to sit here and stop being whatever you wanted to be because your daddy whipped you. Is that what we're saying? We're human beings. We are equipped with so much more. We are built to sit here and go through challenges and difficult times and situations. Each and every last one of
mhm,
us, as quiet as it's kept, but we have definitely within our community, within our race of people,
mhm,
ethnicity, if you got a drop of it, more resilience, right? But then you can ask them like the
mhm,
Mexicans, they will say they have more resilience. So it is what it is at the end of the day. So we're
mhm.
not accept no God put this on us as a punishment for the simple fact that those are those people's gods, not all of our gods. We don't know nothing about
It's
that
not.
God. We don't know nothing about that God and what he did and what we
Yeah,
should have
yeah.
did and all these commandments we
I
should
know.
have. I don't know nothing about that. Period.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't hold me
I know.
accountable for nothing in that book, nothing nothing that you believe. That's what you believe by yourself.
Okay, cool. You remember when your grandma said you
No,
better get somewhere? Hold on, pause. You
boy.
remember when your grandma said you better get somewhere and sit down? That's what your when your grandma told you that. That's what I'm about to tell you right now. You better get
My
somewhere and
grandma
sit
ain't
down.
never told me that.
I knew it.
My
I was
grandma
like,
raised me with
no, you better
values.
not.
Listen, my grandma ain't never gonna tell me that. My grandma raised me with values,
Man, your
working
your
hard,
grandma ain't
right?
nowhere in here. You had no black grandmama,
Working
and she
hard.
ain't never told you
My
that.
grandma, let me tell you, my real grandma, not the fake one who went to church
Hmm.
every day like she was something. No, the real grandma with the pictures in the art gallery of her sitting here sharecropping, teaching me real values, real things that last with you a lifetime, real things, real spirituality, real connection to a real type of God where you know everything wasn't created by you or whichever God you claim to sit here and connect to. We know that none of that is real. So we're
Um,
gonna leave all of that alone. So you be
that's right.
specific and mention yourself when you're talking about your God. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
Okay, these
let's go to
I want to
somebody
get back on topic for a second. I said I had a question for Dr. Trupe and you, Commission, because I know and it's something like with the Moors. I know you were mentioning fine empty properties and different things that are going on, and we know one thing that they bring against the Moors is that the squatting. And I know you said it's not squatting, but how do we protect ourselves when we know when we come for different things and we try to say what's in our jurisdiction or what's allowed to us, they come with deadly force. Like I think the brother that just got killed, they were saying he was left his brother's house and they were evicting him from his brother's house, and he was a known saying that he was a Moorish national, and the police killed him. Then we have like Kareem Gaines, and that's something that a lot of people hold against the Moors, those things. So how do we I understand with getting the empty properties and everything like that, but how do we protect ourselves when we're fighting for those places, like and not being met with deadly force? I guess.
How many people were standing with him when he got killed?
Right.
How many people were standing with this brother when he got killed?
mm,
Again, it's power in numbers.
numbers. The data shot them.
And so if you have enough people that are standing firm with authority, they can't arrest and kill us all. So when we say that this needs to be done, and we only got 3 people that show up, how effective is that really going to be? So we really have to look and do self-reflection on, am I a real revolutionary or am I a Facebook revolutionary? Am I really boots on the ground when it comes time to it? Am I really writing laws? Am I really teaching the people, teaching self-determination? And I'm so glad Brother Kemet mentioned that. That is the key word, is self-determination. That is what we're trying to replace with fear and misnomers and ideologies that aren't that keeps us in bondage. If there is a property in your area, collectively take it. Don't try to individualize and be a martyr. Collectively work simultaneously, no matter how long it takes. Get your people in your neighborhood together. Start with your own backyard. Mobilize,
You know
be
what?
patient with
Sister. You know what,
healing.
sister? I would say this: me and commission that we can have a build, and it ain't even got to be no debate. Dulcinea, she could do it. Auntie,
Wait, is this
Auntie,
on the same topic that we're talking about right now?
yeah.
Or is this
It
about the
is.
Bible? Wait, is this about the Bible? Because then you just
No,
got
no, no, no. It's not. It's not.
okay.
But I'm trying to say that Sister Dulcinea, she could do it, or Auntie Freedom, she can do it. As far as moderate everything, because I think a lot of things that we talk about that it needs to be addressed to the community.
Yeah.
Understood or anything. And yeah, I definitely and understand what you're saying, sis. A lot of things I think really are something that we are doing in numbers. Like I've been convinced for years if we had the numbers to just make a monetary move, like a real blackout, and say, hey, we're not gonna do Christmas, we're not gonna do Black Friday, that would be enough power that all of us just stood out, and that's billions of dollars that they know they're going to get every year from just people that look like us. And all we have to do is step out of it, and then they would tell us, what do we want? So we get back into the race because they count on our money. Like you were saying with the Ukraine, all this, they count on us being consumers. So if we just utilized our consumer power, that would be powerful too. But it's
There
just
you
that
go. The
Facts.
only I agree. The one of the most successful boycotts we had was the bus boycott in 1955. When we said we're not riding these buses for a whole year, it did some serious damage to the economy at that time. And so we have not duplicated a boycott in that magnitude ever. And that's why we have to get back to, again, is power in numbers. Start off with, and this is just a blueprint of what I'm going to ask for my Black family or for my Moorish family. I know the word in etymology, I got to say the correct thing, but our Afrikaners people, for us to start off with attending your local city council. I know it may sound mundane, but I
Why, why,
promise
why,
you,
why, why, why
if
would
we
you say
do
it?
these things,
right, she's
Why would you
hmm?
say that? Why would you say that we have to go out to our black Moorish family? Why would you say that?
No, I'm saying the word black.
Because more means black.
They don't use the word black. We describe ourselves as black, but the word black in etymology, it actually means something negative. I'm just playing word games as my people always play, but it doesn't matter the words to me. I'm black as black. I'm proud to be black. More, whatever you want to call me, midnight. I don't care,
right,
but
African.
this is what
Like Hebrew don't
African,
mean coffee.
whatever. Melanated, it's all the same, chocolate to me, chocolate. But what I want to leave us with is a simple blueprint of how to become self-determined. And that's why I say to start off with your local council, whatever city you're in, to attend it, to know the schedule, to know the key players, because the way that they are running our country is the same way we should be running our country. But if we're
Mm.
not in these spaces, if we're not in these political spaces, and as I stated before, I was attending LA City Council this morning. I've been in these spaces for the last decade. It didn't come, policy and legislation did not come overnight. It didn't come with training my brain to understand agendas. This is not a natural language for us, policy. But in order for me to understand the root source of the problem in my neighborhood, in the hood that I grew up in South LA, and it's still to this day one of the most disadvantaged locations, poverty pimping locations in all of LA County. And so when I started attending the county board of supervisors as well as the city council, it made me understand how they keep robbing us and what they're doing every time. They're taking money and funding their nonprofits, because each
Mhm.
politician has a nonprofit or for-profit business. That's something that we need to be illegal if we want to have elections and participate in that. God forbid if we do, under these circumstances, and nothing's changed. One of the requirements is for these politicians not to have a nonprofit. It's a conflict of interest because they will use your tax money to fill up their gain. But until we get to these spaces, this is why I want us to start getting into the habit until 2024 comes around. We have about 4 months before this year is out for us to train ourselves in the political realm. That's what we're doing with our young people. We're busing students into a local city hall so they can know what a mayor's function is, what a council
Mhm.
person's function is, what is an assembly person, what is a senator. They don't even know the three branches of government
Definition,
sometimes,
yes, yes.
executive, judicial. When I tell you we are so disconnected, and that's really our main downfall, is the lack of political knowledge. W.E.B. Du Bois, Booker T. Washington, they knew that political science is the way to get to the root cause of how to fix Black society, Black communities. But unfortunately, the NAACP, like mostly everything that's Black empowered, was infiltrated, and they focused on people of color. And now it's ran by Jewish people. It's ran by the anti, the Semites, so to speak. It's not ran by Black people. But again, people who think NAACP, oh, it's an organization fighting for Black people. And that's where we always get ran over, is because of the lack of knowledge, the lack of our consistency of knowledge. So all I'm asking is for us to take baby steps to really start being politically inclined. I'm not saying be a politician. I'm saying learning what these politricks are doing to us and combat it with their own jargon. And
Mm,
this
mm.
was
Let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question?
sure. Who are you?
This is E Business.
Get them, girl. Get them.
This
That's
is
my
E
brother.
Business.
Greetings to you, brother.
Okay, hold on. Can you see me?
Oh Lord.
Can
You're
you
a
see me?
little in the dark, but go ahead and ask your question. Then OTK, thank you for your patience.
Okay, yeah. I wanted to ask what do you think as far as with our community as far as dealing with educational purposes and the federal purposes and constitutional purposes? What do you think that it should be the first movement as far as our youth?
Our youth, as I stated before, have to be tied into the political spaces. Our elders
Hmm.
neglected to do that with us, which is why when you ask a young Black kid, who's your mayor? 9 times out of 10, what they gonna say? I don't know. I ain't into politics. That's that's a death sentence. But it's too much of the norm. That's why I say to start off tomorrow, go Google tonight. If you're listening, family, Google, when is your next city council in your city? And make
Hmm.
the time to attend it. That's the only way that you will understand even reparations. The magnitude of reparation. We'll understand it more when we understand the political spaces. The governance was created by white men, landowners, Europeans. We were still considered property. So why in the world would we even think the Constitution is our ultimate law of the land when we were considered animals at the time, chattel?
Well,
So
let me ask you. Let me ask you this.
Wait, wait, no,
What
no, E-Bizzle. So she's gonna finish off answering, and then we're gonna go to OTK, and then just stick around so we can come back to you.
yeah, so just to round it off, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is more of a legal document that we need to follow. But unfortunately, UDHR is not a law. It's just a suggestion. Human rights is a suggestion. But Malcolm X had it right all the time. He said it's not about civil rights. We were never civil. We were never considered equal. So to assimilate into a governance that was never created for us is absurd. So we have to start with human rights, with involving something with the United Nations to that factor. But brother, I believe he said that there is already um, um, a lawsuit in the world's court by WSA, if I'm not mistaken. You said that's already
Well, it's
been.
actually on the behalf, of the Moorish American government. Basically their lawyers are aiding and assisting us. We were the first one to mention the passports to the
Mhm.
Moors, and Moors start taking these things and trying to challenge the European, trying to prove, see, I'm Moorish, I got
Yeah,
my ID. And so the chairman told the Moors he took it off our website. We took it off the website because they
mhm.
was more trying to challenge the jurisdiction. When you can't challenge the United States when you ain't fully unfolded into being a nation yet. So
Yeah,
what that does, it actually causes a problem you know, in the process of doing what need to be done, because we don't deal with being radical. You know what I mean? If it come to dealing with radical, I don't think nobody could have been more radical me in my youth. You know what I mean? I done literally slung iron with this European. So a lot of them just be talking about it. So when it comes to dealing with that aspect, I'm saying that to say this: we know that there's a more stable we'll say a stable progress. You know, if we go through everybody went through this. Sudan, when they accepted their independence, there was a process. Even the United States, that when they was recognized first by Morocco and everybody, they had to go through a process. So this is not something that just happened per se overnight. However, they cannot deny you, like you were speaking on the human rights. You can't be not denied being a nation. One person can stand up, like I seen Europeans do it. I got my own nation. I built my land here. This is my government. And literally, they getting people that's actually coming into that, becoming a part of their little nation they started. And it's actually being recognized by certain people on a scale. But us, on the other hand, we think that us saying that we going through the UN has to do with them recognizing us. When it's no, we have to come together and act as a government. We have to come together and build as a government, meaning like all that wisdom you got, the wisdom that everybody got, the PhD degrees and masters and bachelors that you gained under the European, bring that talent back home and use it to build your nation instead of going out there challenging somebody. Talking about, you ain't got no jurisdiction over me. Because you said something key, Queen. You got to have people behind you. You know, because you can go all up in the courtroom all you want to, hollering, I'm sovereign this, sovereign that. But if ain't no nation behind you, you're going to look crazy. Yeah. So that's where your authority comes from. That's why United Nations asks us, is there a unanimous will among your people to be free? Because if everybody don't want to be free, meaning that come up under that banner, it's going to make it harder to establish your nation because they're looking at it as a hoax. They're looking at it. You see what I'm saying?
Harriet Tubman like that. Anybody that don't want to be free will be shot on the spot.
You see what I'm saying? And so it's already been done. We already been recognized. They literally stamped it, you know, on our Declaration Proclamation of Status and Jurisdiction. So it's not a question of are we a government? It's getting the message out there to our people, letting them know it's already been established. You know what I mean? And whoever want to come in, don't matter what religion you is. That ain't what we tripping on. When they hear the term Moor, they think we talking about Moorish Science Temple. No disrespect to the temple, but we're not the Moorish Science Temple. You see what I'm saying? We Moorish American government for a reason. You know, the chairman was a grand governor in that Moorish Science Temple, but he heeded Noble Drew Ali word when he said, I'm going to leave the European here long enough to teach the Moors how to run a government. So that means that's what the brother had intended. He didn't mean for you to stay a religious corporation. That was just means to wake you up.
That's what Drew Ali stated.
From that standpoint.
You
know?
Okay, so thank you so much for OTK for waiting. I do want you to wait for one more second because E-Bizzle, go ahead and ask your last question and close out. And then we're going to go to OTK after that.
Yeah, you still there?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I ain't trying to. I was just coming at what's the brother name? Commission.
Commission.
Yeah, what's the brother name? Commissioner Duck.
Commissioner
That.
Yeah, well, what's good with you, bro?
All is well, good brother. How you doing?
Yeah, all is well, bro.
Did you have a question?
No, I know. It's that's Joseph and them. Joseph and them playing with me.
You know what?
No, Joseph and she playing with me.
We need you to close out because I'm gonna have you leave after this because our studio.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. I was just asking, the brother, what do you find as far as our people? You know, is finding out that we was Indians or Hebrews. You know, what do you think about that?
Good brother.
You're Hebrews.
I say
Lord.
We are all one, good brother. We
10
just
years
have
ago.
understanding We just have a misunderstanding because we try to pit what we are against each other, but we all one, brother. You know,
Right.
now whether you choose to call yourself Hebrew, whether you choose to call yourself, Pan-Africanist, whether you choose to call yourself Moorish or black, in all actuality, we are all one people.
That's right.
But I tell the people all the time, we just got to stop the religious game banging, good brother.
That's
That
Learn to respect each other's gifts, and we can get a
right.
lot further ahead. Because see, certain things you was born to do that I wasn't born to do. Certain things, Sister Dulcinea, Sister Truth Bay, Sister Gemini, Sister Freedom, all the sisters on the panel, they have something that was put in them that they were born to do. So we should let them do that because that's their lane. And that's the problem we have as a people. Some people think just because we may be able to speak good, that make us a leader. No, it might be a person that may not be able to speak as well as any of us, but they have the charisma to do the job. So let them lead. We just do what we're supposed to do based on our purpose. And when we able to do that and
But
get out,
what I would say is the problem with that is that a lot of people they'll look at having a leader as being they so-called person that they look up to. So what would you say about that?
I'll
You
tell
mean
you
what?
this. I'll tell you this right here to the point without going long and stretched out. We have a portion. I want all y'all, if y'all don't have it, get the book, The Exhuming of a Nation. It's a measure what we call the esoteric truth about competition. As long as we got a competitive mind state against each other, we'll never be able to conquer the adversary that's truly conquering all of us.
That
And I
part.
just answer that way.
There you
Right.
go.
Wouldn't
All
you
right.
want your
Thank
son
you
to
so
look up
much,
to you or
Bizzle.
your child to look up to
I'm
you?
gonna let you down now. Hold on. Okay, yeah, Sakina, sorry.
That's my question before you leave. Wouldn't you want your child to look up to you?
He Bizzle?
You still there?
Yeah, he said she's
Yeah,
asking.
I'm still here. Yeah, I'm still here. Yep.
That's my question to you. Wouldn't you want your child to look up to you or your family as a
I just talked to Deontay earlier.
exactly? So
I just talked to him. And we talked about Patricia being down with Ariana. It is younger daughter. I was like, man, I don't like that sister being around her. But what can I say? You know what I'm saying? I really can't say nothing. You heard?
so that answers your question at the same time. So
You wait, man. Hold on, Sister Kendall. Hold on. Like I'm trying to tell you, I can't tell you. I can't tell you nothing. I can't tell you why I'm out here in the rack. I can't tell you that.
okay, but listen to this. In Kemet, we have a book where we kind of rock with it
Mm-hmm.
one way or another,
Mm-hmm.
which is the principles of Imhotep. And
Mm-hmm.
this was from a father to a son, right? And these principles are just basic. Some people want to call them rules, but they're just principles, basic comic principles. There's about 66 of them. They're phrases. They're phrases. And if you read them, they're kind of complicated, but at the same time, they're not really all that
I mean,
complicated.
are they goofy? Are
No,
they goofy?
they're not goofy at all. They're just. Let me read one. I didn't want to take up nobody's time. The thing is that they're phrases to a father to a son, and so
Mm-hmm.
like the way that you would advise your son, right? So at the end of the day, the basic things that you teach your son or your daughter or your children in life, you want them to look up to you because you provide guidance, mental
Mm-hmm.
guidance, right? So that they would know this growing up, right? And that when you let them go, you did a good thing or the best thing possible. That's why Deontay comes back to you and asks you for advice because he know you don't lead him astray. You don't give him
Mm-hmm.
bad advice, right? So you want him to look up to you, or you would
Mm-hmm.
want him to look up to you. So just because he look up to you is not a bad thing. But then when you say you looked up to your dad or your grandfather, or even
No, no, I looked
if
up
you
to
didn't,
to
even if you didn't,
to Deontay.
even if you didn't, you look up to the Most High. But whatever you looked up to, you looked up. That's the point. You looked up. You didn't have to physically look up, but looking up just means you admired. And admired made you inspired. And that's what the point was. So I don't even have to read you nothing off this book. Because
Right.
that's what the whole thing was.
Mhm.
From father to son, from mother to daughter. Right? So that's what this whole thing was about, reparations and how we moving forward. We're not trying to build, we trying to rebuild, right? We bringing the history back. You worried about Jews. Jews was a name that the Greeks gave that it only identified black. Yes, it came from the Bible, but again, I said connect the dots. Don't take it personal. Leave your religion to the side. Just get the history and ride, because that's what I had to do. The truth hurt. It's ugly.
All
Mm-hmm.
right. And Ebizzle, I'm about to drop you down, and there could be some room later on. We just want to make room for other people. They want to come up and have questions.
Okay.
And then if it's free up, I'll definitely drop the link a little later too.
All
But
right,
thank
look.
you for coming up and asking your questions. And OTK, sorry for the wait. You can go ahead and ask your questions now. I know you said you had a couple questions.
And that was brought to y'all by Starbucks banana bread. Get one in the morning. It's real delicious. Banana seeds corn with walnuts. Come on now.
Okay.
Okay. OTK,
Say
did
that
you
for us,
fall
baby.
asleep on us while waiting?
No,
Are
I
you?
was just sitting here listening. I was having a good time listening.
Oh well, I was
Mm.
saying OTK too. I know you. I never know with
I
you. I
had
just
no other choice
you
but to laugh
sleep.
at. The, but I think everything that's being said sounds so good to my ears. And I got some questions, but I'm gonna let everybody go around. Thank you,
Well,
Kamisha. For a lot of
OTK hasn't unmuted yet, so I'm not sure if he's here. But go ahead and ask your question, Tyrone, and we'll go back around to OTK. See if he just walked away.
Yeah, I want to talk. First of all, I'd like to peace and little
Okay,
bless.
sorry to cut you off. He just came back, like he ran back on Satan. Oh well, what he dropped. Never mind. Yeah, sorry, Chief Tyrone. Go ahead.
Yeah, I like to say peace and little bless to all y'all. I like to ask Commissioner a question. When he said like up on a banner, up on a what government, what banner, what you were speaking of?
Yeah, good brother. It's the Moorish American government, but I really want to honor this sister's show. You know what I mean? Because we can have another show on
You
that,
know,
but
I'm,
of course,
I'm not a debater, bro. I just want you to clear what you were saying. I'm a listener, bro.
yeah. I don't take offense to what you're saying. I'm just trying to make us stay on course. But I will say this again: we the Moorish American government, right? And we've been already acknowledged way back in 2005. And so the thing is, it was said in what was written is that we have everything that it takes to make us a nation. But what was said to us, go get our men, women, children in a tally and a census and formulate our government. That was the instruction that was given to us by the UN. So we already been acknowledged to do what we do. But the problem is, like I said earlier, is getting our people to understand that you don't get recognition from people to give you authority. You have to become that. You see what I'm saying? People don't
Fact.
understand, and governments are never. The United States didn't ask nobody, hey, can we be a government? No, it don't work like you break
Mhm.
away and do things that governments can do, and that's what make other nations say, well, they have the capability to actually
yeah.
go into operation as a government. They can communicate with people. They got their own flag. They got
I'm
their own
telling you.
seal. They got a constitution and bylaws that govern them as a nation. Because
You better preach.
unbeknownst to many of our people, in our declaration of proclamation status of jurisdiction, the chairman wrote in that declaration that we are claiming all of our people, from those who are dealing with Elijah Muhammad, those who deal with Marcus Garvey, Harriet Tubman. He didn't leave nothing out. So we weren't looking at our people as a group over here and a group over there. We looking at our people saying, okay, ain't nothing wrong with being the Nation of Islam. But if you're gonna be that under your own government. Ain't nothing wrong with being Black Panther, but be that under your own government. Ain't nothing wrong with being a 5%er or a Hebrew or whatever, if that's what you want to be. But at least come up under your own government. You can go to name yourself whatever you want to call yourself under your own government. So my thing is, how can we continue to say, right? We understand where we at in America, as they say, right? But how can we continue to say, well, this is the beast. They're trying to kill us off. But then our organizations are still up under their authority. You see, so it's showing that you bucking, but you ain't bucking all the way to the ceiling like they do in Africa. Like literally, we want to get rid of this regime. We ain't got to fight them. All you got to do is stop supporting the beast. Stop feeding it. Stop feeding it your resources of consciousness, because they eating that up and they utilizing it to oppress you. Stop feeding them all of your intelligence, of everything that we've been given, blood, sweat, and tears. They can only do as much as we allow them to do. So if we saying that we want to be free and we want to deal with liberation, let's go back, because I'm very familiar. I come up under the teachings of Sister Afeni and Auntie Asada indirectly through an ancient panther, as I would like to call them, of the original party. And I was told, free the man and you gonna free the land. You know what I mean? So once we are free here, everything else will free.
I feel you on that, but like what you said earlier, we all raised different. I'm a Choctaw Riddle, which is the bloodline of Shula Tubman, the owners of the state of Mississippi, until we had to sign the Dance of Rabbit Treaty to give this to America. So my duty given from them is utilize what we was given as a sword. But we talk to the Great Spirit. And when we talk to the Great Spirit, we get answers. Over a period of time, we lost that fight. And once we got the paperwork, it's kind of like my mom is the woman king. She didn't get her blood work with her, the chief about the Choctaw. My granddaddy brought our riddle. We didn't get that paperwork about like 8 years ago. And after it was 8 years ago, I left society to fully understand the Bible, the language, and all of it. Because that's how we do it in the Choctaw.
Hey, good brother.
Wait,
You see this?
I mean,
You
like
see this right here?
you see that right here? But like I don't knock no religion. I don't knock Islam. I see a big argument for the Watson Bible. I see a lot of arguing about to a particular religion. I don't knock no one's knowledge, because if you reject knowledge, my Bible says God gonna see you as a fool and he's gonna reject you as well as your children. Now I'm saying by you saying about we become one. I don't go to no board meetings anymore. After I was giving my duty, I go to each politician individually. Some of them I had to go to them a little rough. And each time I went to them about the state of Mississippi, about who this truth belonged to, they bowed down and cried. Because I'm a changed man, but I still got that street in me. And when I'm doing someone taking something and taking advantage of our people, they call it 16-second land. It's not no 16-second land. This is our land, because we found a treaty. My people lived up to every terms of their treaty. But they haven't lived up to their part, because we supposed to got land, 640 acres to be exact. We supposed to got 640 acres of land of peace in the state of Mississippi. Those that was of their blood. We never received it. So what I'm looking to do is, if they won't give it to us the right way, we gonna make the world pay. And they're gonna pay through insurance companies. They're gonna have to pay when these hurricanes hit the land. They're gonna have to pay when we take the water protection around people and call violence. That's what I'm here to do. I'm not here to be peaceful with a government as such as America, the way that they are running, and not give our people our due diligence. It's going to be drama. And I grant you this. And to show you that a prophet has been amongst you, we got a super moon, September the 29th. We shall pull it out if we belong to us. We got to have ours. I'm talking about we're going to get it one way. My grandma told me you either get it in the wash or we get it in the rent. I'm a grandfather. My granddaughter was born, my mind state changed. These women and these children are vulnerable to a lot of different things. But for to be able to continue to teach them live within religion, teach them live within the school system, I allow us to all go together before I let that happen. You know what I'm talking about? Like I'm turned when it comes to this right here because you should never, we shouldn't have to argue with the government. We shouldn't have to march. We shouldn't have to sign a petition. They know who this belongs to. And I heard Miss True Bay, she said something pertaining to what Malcolm said. Man, we ain't come on no boat. Them people on the boat came here. And the biggest problem what we have for the unity, you got a lot of those people like what Top Cat teach. A lot of people came on the boat are the one that's keeping the division because they know they are not a part of what is going to be given to us. I'm not here to ask for it. I'm gonna take it.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna take it. One way or other. Either they do it the right way, or they're gonna spend billions when them large floods hit those coastal areas and they got those big old houses and they got to pay them insurance company as well as they want to pay the life insurance policy. We either get it like that or they just give it to us. Other than that, we're not gonna have no peace, bro. My sword is dead, and it's God's word. If you read the songs of the Bible, bro, that's why you seeing the destruction. Me and my people get together at least once a week. And we go live to show the people that we're gonna swing this war live. I do this to the politicians right here because they are a lot of those people that came on those boats and want jurisdiction over this land. They don't have no place and no authority over this land. They don't have that, they don't deserve to even be in the position that they are in. I don't get off into politics. I get off into what a man's supposed to look out for each and every child. Not just my children alone, each and every last one of these children, I feel I'm responsible for. And if a man or a woman don't feel that way, I don't feel like that's a man or a woman, and they deserve what's coming with this. A lot of death is on the way, man. I grant you that. I'm not gonna take up all y'all time. I know other people on y'all time.
Let me ask you this right here, and I don't want to go into a deep conversation. Because see, we talking about no religion. That ain't what we dealing with here, right? So what I think we have, hold up, good brother, hold up. What I think we have to do as a people is stop going into a defensive. Not saying that's what you're doing, but we have to stop projecting ourselves and what it is we believe, into the equation, because that's where the conflict come in at. Not with me, because I'm gonna honor what you say. I ain't the type of person that like to be in contention with nobody, because if it make you better, it's good for you. You feel me? That's my approach. I don't care if you Buddhist, Hindu, Native American, you ain't my enemy. I see you as my people.
I don't see my need. I'm a man of truth.
Hold up. I don't see my need to project Moorish on you. I don't see my need to project Moorish on anybody. But sometimes when we speak, sometimes people think that you be trying to convert them. And that ain't what I'm talking about unity. How can we come together in oneness? Not, because we plead our cause against each other all the time. We are not the ones we need to be pleading against. We need to be pleading together against the people that's doing it to us. I'm going to give you a scientific measure, brother. Watch this. There was a scientific experiment, right, where they placed black ants and red ants in a jar, right? And when they put them in a jar, they was peaceful. They didn't try to kill each other or nothing. But then they started shaking the jar up. And these ants immediately begin to kill each other off, right? So the problem is not them being in the jar together and being different, but who in the hell shook the jar? You see what I'm saying? And that's what we need to do. But when they got that lid down on the jar, you know what I mean? It's hard to get to the one that's shaking the jar in.
See what I'm saying? And when that jar being shaken, it been shaken. Like I'm gonna salute you on something too, bro. I watch you on a lot of shows. You one of the few people that I see laid back. Only problem I see with you is how you use your hands and talk. Other than that, right there, you like I'm telling you, carry yourself like you well raised. But I've been in this country community for 3.5 years, and it started with me being in tour with a lot of people that never met me, don't know me, and that's the problem, man. We amongst ourselves. I've seen so much slander in this community. I mean, like when individuals get straight get the fight and arguing for nothing. If we can't fix it in this type of community, man, ain't no way we're gonna get no unity. I'm talking about, I sit there and I watch you articulate yourself better than anybody that I've seen on the debate side. I'm talking, I'm gonna salute you on that, and I said that to you in the chat before. Like you carry yourself different than a lot of those other guys. But now when you get a lot of other them up on the panel, they don't respect the next man's mind. This is debate community. And I'm out like Dulcinea tell you, I'm out loud in a lot of chats. But simply because I don't agree to the terms of what other people's terms is. Because when it comes to the Bible, I'm not listening to nobody tell me about the Bible if you reading it just the way it wrote. No, I'm not even gonna listen to you because the Bible's not written like this. And for you take the Hebrews, the first thing they gonna say is we got to come up under this particular banner. You got to be a part. If you're not a part of this camp, you are not there. Man, I'm not joining nothing. Last time I went to prison, I went because I refused to swear. And when the judge is telling me that, boy, you finna go back to prison you finna violate your probation. I told my Bible tell me, swear about him that God's king, you swear about earth for his footstool. What about Jerusalem because the city of the great king? You swear about your own, he cannot make no stand black or white. Now you communicate with me, yay, yay, nay, nay. Anything more than this bringing forth even coming from the evil one. That is why America and a lot of these organizations get you tied in. They bound by the oath. I watched my forefathers sell our land being bound by an oath. I don't take that oath. And we shouldn't have to take an oath. If we seeking the same goal, we should be able to walk together as men and women for the betterment of these kids. You know, I'm 50 years old. I done lived my life. I've been around the world. I had my share of money. It's about the betterment of the future of the next generation, not us. It's too many egos, and everyone should have one, but it's too many egos for us to reach what we're trying to get right now. If they ain't humble like you and a lot of these sisters right here on this channel right here, man, we ain't gonna get nowhere like that. We'll be looking for reparations for a while. So I had to step out and do what my
Okay.
family asked me to do. But I'm not gonna talk about y'all time because I know someone else want to talk. I step up the stage.
I
Shalom,
wanted
peace and blessings.
the Truth Bay to jump in right here, and especially on one thing that he was saying when it comes to the different ideologies that we have in the community, like we were talking before, and we're talking about, unifying all these different ideologies and coming together. Well, one of the ideologies is we always been here, and then you were saying, how you were able to find your family on a particular boat, and he said, that's to some people, that's you being a foreigner. And then you're saying you want land. So how do we melt all that together? They want their land and they feel like they've always been here, but then they feel like other people are foreigners. So how do we say, how do we come together and say our purpose can be melted together or melded together as one?
Well, first, yeah, brother made some really great points, and the common denominator is politics. When you remove, that's why they say they don't want to merge politics and religion together. Politics is a common denominator. No matter what belief system you're in, it still rules us as a whole. That's why they have one law of the land, which is the so-called Constitution. If we know about political science, that is the heartbeat of how to make change. When I tell my people that we cannot continue to assimilate, that's why if I'm running for lieutenant governor, I'm not running for lieutenant governor for this system. I'm running in a position that's a state led, recognized position that can bring the resources for a particular group of people. Now, whether I win on that or not, I stand firm on that because I know where I came from, and I know that my people are the ones that are missing everything. And so I can't be a foreigner if my family's been building this country for the last 400 years. We are no longer considered foreigners. We're not first generation, second generation, anything. We built a lot of these cities that are created today. The time that we did arrive on this particular soil, many states weren't even established yet. Many cities and counties were not established yet. So we can't be sure if we had a part to play in creating the city or the state that we're in. So overall, again, everything that would lead to us unified has to lead towards politics, one way or the other. That's why you got to learn how we've been oppressed, which is through politics. Policy is what created the hoods. Policies were what created the imbalance between the Black community and the non-Black community. It doesn't go around politics. It literally is politics. That's why I urge my people to be politically knowledgeable, even in the littlest form. That's why I say to attend your local city council. Start with your city. A lot of people want to be leaders of a national platform, national this, and then they can't even grasp their own neighborhood. So we got to start with the small things. And land, again, is something that we need to take, not to ask, can I have this? No, the way that you take it is through organizing. Organizing is the key through everything that we need to do. So however that looks in that small group that you have will expand to larger groups, and then eventually we'll ultimately come together once we stay on that one particular plane, which is how do I dominate the political realm? And in that we'll seek the answers that we are searching for.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, OTK, are you still there? Are you ready to ask your questions now? You can unmute. You got to unmute though, just to let you know. Okay, peace, peace.
Hey, how y'all doing? Peace. Peace to Unscrambled Minds. How y'all doing tonight, Queen?
Peace.
I don't want to mess up your name, but peace to you, Goddess, Doctor. Is it critical or critical? Truth, baby. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to mess up your name. How you doing?
I'm doing great, brother. How are you?
Okay. I'm gonna try to get back on topic. Do you think it's any way? Okay, hold up. Let me see. Are you familiar that in a time in the South that it was the Indian slave trade that was going on before the African slave trade took place?
I'm sure there was. There was many slave trades that happened before actual cattle slave.
Okay, my fault. Let me be specific. I'm talking about in South Carolina, in North America, that it was an Indian slave trade during the Indian Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Yes,
so you know that some of them was getting took to the Caribbeans from the year of 1670 to like 1720. You know that a lot of people was getting shipped out of Charleston and getting shipped to the Caribbean. And the reason why they stopped trading the Indians and stopped putting them in slavery because they knew the territory, so they would escape. You know what I mean? So then that's when they said, you know, all right, now we need to get the African to replace them. Okay, now let's look at the years. We talking about from 1670 to 1720. So with that being said, do you think that everybody in America is mixed?
Do I
In
believe
North
that?
America, in North America, yes, in North America.
Do I believe that everybody here is mixed?
Mhm.
That's a broad question. Absolutely. Every one of us that's been here 16, I would say 16, 19 to start off with, has some sort of mixture over the years. You had Native Americans that mix with Africans that brings us today. We are all have some sort of mixed nation in us. I firmly believe that. Yes.
Okay, sorry, I muted you just because the echo, but you can unmute again and ask another question. Sorry.
Is
OTK.
that me?
OTK, he has to unmute.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, muted back. We can't hear you, OTK. Unmute again. Okay, there you go.
Okay, we go down. Okay. Thank you, doctor, for that answer. And I truly respect that. So I'm from South Carolina. My people's them always been here. We didn't come from nowhere else. None of that. We always been here from what I know. We got family cemeteries that date back farther than census records. With this being said, I'm not saying that we don't have an admixture, but we know that if just say like if my mother was 50% Cherokee and just say European, and my father was 50% Choctaw and just say African. Now it's a possibility that I can take more of the African or the side of my father as far as with a DNA test as far as my ethnicity, or I can take more from my mother. So then in that case, like more Cherokee will show up and no Choctaw might show up from my father at all. African might show up, but no indigenous might show up at all. So this is what it says in the ancestry DNA. If you look up underneath why you don't see no American indigenous lineage inside your DNA test, and it will go over that. So we know without a DNA test, you need half of genealogy and then half of the DNA test. Without one or the other, you that can't tell you nothing. So with that being said, since you say that we all mix, how can we fight for reparations if we don't know who we are?
We can find out. If you want to know who you are, you can find that out. Those who are searching for the truth will find it. It may not be in the place that you may think, but overall, if you really want to get down to the nitty-gritty of who I am individually, yes, you will always find a response. Even if records are not there or destroyed, there's a way to trace back history as to a time frame where certain things happen connecting to your family lineage. African genes dominate everything. So even if you say that you're 50% African, 50% Cherokee and Choctaw, your African DNA dominates everything. You are a black man first and foremost. That's where they say that one drop rule has a reason for it, because the
Yeah.
dominant gene is the African gene.
Okay, and I'm glad you brought up the one drop rule, because I know here in South Carolina during that time that I was telling you about that Indian slave trade, right after that and during that time, that's when the one drop rule came out for us in South Carolina. So now this is the time where the Indians got classified as colored and Negroes. So how can we get classified as a group of people that's coming over if we don't look alike, for one? So now, once again, the reason why I asked you about the reparations, because we don't know who we are. How do African Americans expect to get, well, I say American Africans, how do they expect to get reparations if they don't claim the other part of their lineage, whether it's from the islands, the Caribbeans, or something else. See, the problem is that we all claiming just to be African Americans, but that's not written in the Constitution.
Right. We're not all claiming to be African American. That's a small number. That name was given as an agenda piece by Jesse Jackson. So that term African American is not even correct when it comes to describing us. In the end, how are you living right now determines your reparations. Have you lived in the hood all your life? Your grandmama and them, your auntie and them, have they been living in a certain way in struggle? The struggle of what you are in now determines your reparations. So if you are well-to-do, if you never had slaves in your family, if you lived in a good neighborhood all your life, and you don't need or want for anything, then you're not qualified for reparations. Reparations is for those who are woke enough to know that I know that I've applied for the same business loan as non-blacks have and been turned down over and over again with the correct paperwork, with the correct everything that's needed, but I get turned down every single time. That is a clear indication of you being a descendant of slave 9 times out of 10. Overall, your current living conditions really determines how bad do you want to really seek out reparations. Reparations is inevitable because throughout history, again, a certain group of people was not giving a dime over centuries on record. These are the group of people that we're talking about. We started out with us 4 million. They say 4 million average, could be more or less. But again, reparations in the form that we're talking about is specifically repairing the damage of what we went through a certain period of chattel slavery, which is 1619 to 1850. If your family was on this soil, 9 times out of 10, if they were Black, they were a slave of some kind, or they were discriminated against by some measure. And again, it's really up to the individual or the family. Do they want to seek reparations based on how they're living right now? The descendants of slave masters, we know how they're living. They're living in the suburbs. They're the ones that's ruling everything. So that tells you right there that we never even had the opportunity to really overcome or to really rule the way that we want to. So it's many factors that determines the final outcome of reparations. And when it comes down to even proving who you are, that's a lot of talk that has been thrown around, specifically by gatekeepers. You got to prove your lineage. No, I can tell you right now that my whole life that I've been living or I've been denied certain inalienable rights that I know that I should have been born with. That right there could be your proof of why you deserve reparations. Many people, Black people themselves say, well, I don't deserve reparations. I mean, they taking on the talking points of white supremacy. You know, Candace Owens is a perfect example of that. Those people can stay out. You don't want your reparations? Okay, well, the next man can take that. And that's why I say, really, reparations starts off with the work that we have to do of unifying, identifying land, and being politically knowledgeable. Once we start getting used to or normalizing these aspects, we'll see reparations a lot closer than what we hear or what we see. Overall, because this has never happened before, hasn't happened yet for us to receive our reparations, there is no blueprint on what you must do in order to get reparations. We have to determine that factor by creating the way, creating the requirements. We, not them, we are the ones with authority to say that I have been mistreated in such a way that I would like A, B, and C, and stand on it. Develop your paperwork to corroborate that, because we cannot do anything on feelings and emotions. It must be facts, action, and data to corroborate the final determination. And that could look by any means how it could look. In the end, the result is reparations in your hands. So what we are putting on the table here from California, since we finished the task force, we were the first task force to be created in this state. The thing is, California was never considered a slave state, but it did practice slavery. There's a difference. California was one of many states. There's only 11 states that actually was considered slave states. Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Mississippi, Tennessee, Texas, and Louisiana. These states on record were considered active slave states. And so the people in this region for sure should be tracing their lineage and preparing for reparations. Right now, the preparation is harder than the end result. And that's what we're working on right now. The sooner that we can get this information out there on how you need to start your journey towards requiring reparations by getting your paperwork in order, that is a task in itself. So that's what we're focusing on. I'm giving it about no more than a year. A year is even too much, but a year is where I say that we can actively mobilize the people and into self-determination. And so the ultimate result is not to get reparations from the government. The ultimate result is to get what was already owed to us, for us to separate and then create our own institutions, our own cities, counties. There's plenty of empty land out here for us to create our own cities. Plenty. We just got to be constant on this particular assignment.
Wait a minute, 1 second, OTK. Let Anton y'all get in, and then we'll come back to you as far and let all the ladies ask any questions too. Peace, Anton y'all. Thank you for pulling up. I did have the link that you have pulled up. Did you want me to share that?
Yeah, before I ask this sister some questions, play that, and I want to see what she thinks about it because it's right about what she's talking about. It's talking about the reparations. This is in Los Angeles. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, all right. Bring it, LA.
Okay, making sure it's all up. Hold on. Okay, let me know.
And Kevin speak. If you could please approach the mic.
How you doing? You hear me?
Yeah.
My name is Mark Garth. I was born and raised in Los Angeles, California, and I'm an American Indian. Let me read Article 4. This is the Treaty of 1866 with the Choctaw and Chickasaw Indians of the United States. It's just a section. And they further agree that all laws shall be equal in their operation upon Choctaws, Chickasaws, and Negroes. That no distinction affecting the latter shall at any time be made. There's no difference between a Negro and an Indian. Slaves are Indians. Freemen are Indians. We're all Indians. The only definition of the word Indian means the Aboriginal inhabitant of North America.
Please, we have too much competition going on. If you wish to talk, please go outside. You're interfering with the persons who are speaking. Can someone help us in the back? Ask everyone to be quiet. Let us focus. Let this gentleman start over.
There's no difference between a Negro, a colored person, a black person. They're all Indians. We're indigenous. I'm speaking for the indigenous people here in the United States who has United States lineage ancestry. This is our land. We own it. We have proof of ownership of our land. It's called the Agricultural Non-Population Schedule from 1850 to 1880. My ancestors made improvements, and we were deprived of that. So that's part of the deprivation and the atrocities that has happened to us. We were deprived of the right to be Indians, and we were deprived of our land patents and annuities that's owed to us, pursuant to treaty obligations, not what people want to make up or vote on. We don't care about what foreigners think. This is the law. The highest law of the land is this treaty right here and the Constitution. So what we should add to this, to what you guys are doing, it should be included with what you're doing, is just please form a committee to where we can use the Indian treaties, because all the money is here. The allocated money is here. We can go from the date of the treaty to now and allocate the money that's owed to us, the stocks that's owed to us, as well as all annuities. We ceded this land to create the United States, Negroes, Black people. So you can't have an Indian without the United States. You can't have a Black person without the United States. It's one and the same. So all I'm asking is that we include the Indian treaties along with what we're doing, because that's extra money for us, and land. Make sure we get our land patents completed, because they have to be completed. Our ancestors have the evidence. We made improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Boom.
Now,
Boom.
now, what I'm gonna say is this, right? And this is where we're at. I'm just gonna give you a background of me before I ask you a question. Dulcinea is kind of familiar with me because she see me on the other brother's channel, and see me. My family come out of Seminole County, Kanawha, Oklahoma, right? We come from Texas, then we come from Alabama and Florida, right? My great grandfather's people were chiefs that were ran out of Florida. I mean, they were chased all over, and they chased us out of Kanawha, Oklahoma. Then they chased us out of Chickasha, Oklahoma, and we're in California now. You see what I'm saying? They still chasing us. And what the brother was saying prior is absolutely correct. What the other brother before him was saying is absolutely correct. It's no doubt about it. Now, my thing is that it's the right approach. I made a comment in the chat. It's the right approach. You're off the mark with what you're saying, because if we bring it fast forward to the 1965 and 1960 all the way to 1968 civil rights, those were Indian civil rights, and those were Indian Declaration, what they call it, Bill of Rights. Those things were already implemented. That's what King was fighting for, Martin Luther, Malcolm X. That's what all the brothers was fighting for. Even Noble Drew Ali was fighting for that. But it got mixed in with, you had these people, like the brother said, from Mississippi, the chief from Mississippi, he was just saying that a lot of these people that have infiltrated maybe might be upset, maybe might then be them Huguenots that came over on a slave ship, you know what I'm saying, from North Africa, those Africans, maybe those people that are now infiltrated that are in the Caucasus and so on and so forth. Now, that right there was the reclassification with the civil rights that came up, where we were reclassified once again to Black, then was reclassified again to African American. We are the only people that have been reclassified a bunch of times and re-scrambled, so that way we don't know who we are. I just wanted to show that right there, because that's what's on point. In California, you got pretty much the most projects. If you want to talk about the projects, the reservations, we got pretty much the most in pretty much all of North America. Now, with that being said, my question to you, sister, is what did you think about that TikTok right there? What did you think about what the brother said?
I thought it was pretty interesting. If he wants to claim the Indian side of him, Indians were paid a total of $492 million to 17 American Indian tribes, and I believe Choctaw might be one of them. But The United States have already settled with paying reparations to the Indians, as he's claiming that he's part of. The only group of people that have not been paid a dime in reparations is those considered the blacks who were used for chattel slavery. Now, if you want to claim Indian and black, more power to you. Your Indian side was already paid. So go claim that Indian money. The black side.
Okay. Oh, hold on. I got to push back on that one. Now we flowing now. It's double Dutch. Now here's the thing. Let me ask you a question. Right? I'm in my 50s. See, I'm in my 50s, so I remember, my mom is almost 80 years old, so I remember all the stories. I got the stories. I got the stories. We didn't get any of that money. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who told you that, where you see it at, and who got it. Because my thing is this: if we bring it fast forward, that's why I want to bring it to the present. I don't want to talk about a long time ago. I want to talk about now. When the Civil Rights Act got busy, right, with Martin Luther King, you got the Nation of Islam, you had the Nation of Yahweh, you had the Moore Science Temple, you had all these different movies. You had Marcus Garvey, you had Medgar Evers, you had the Black Power movement. All these people were talking about civil rights and self-determination, right? We agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And they put pressure, right? They put pressure on Kennedy, on the government, to make sure, if you was going to reclassify us, that you make sure that we still have our protections and we still have our rights. Because if you understand it, the brother was talking about corporate governance and all that stuff. In the Constitution, it says American Indians not taxed. We wasn't part of the corporate governance. We wasn't a part of that. What they did was, when they reissued the new declarations, and you guys are Moors, you guys should understand this, that the bottom line is, when they restructured that Chapter 11 bankruptcy and created the new United States Constitution, they had to be able to employ or enfranchise the people that was outside of that. That's where you got the votes. That's why they keep saying, like you said earlier, vote, 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 vote. You know what I'm saying? Get on those voter rolls. That way you can be taxed. That way your land can be taxed. Right? I mean, are we on the same page so far?
Getting
Are we
there.
on the same
Yes.
page with that? Yeah, we on
Yeah.
the same page with that. I mean, if you understand, you got a Bay on the back of your name, so you should understand the Constitution. Now, my thing is this: if we're up into the civil rights time, right, when they was talking about black, right? Remember when Martin Luther King was fighting with the brother about the term black and black power, and he was saying, "Nah, we them is fighting words." And then we get into the 80s when Jesse Jackson coined African American, Afro American. These are new terms. But if you look at SF, what's that? SF 185. Man, I can't think of it. With the ethnicity form, the standard form that talks about what your ethnicity is, and it specifically states American Indian, somebody with origins in America, and then let's go to African American, and black, somebody that is connected with a group, a racial group. We got key words here: racial and group, and then you got American Indian, which is a people with origins connected to the land. So if I mean, I'm just sharing with you right now. You cannot separate an American Indian from a Negro, a black, or an African American. You can't do it, because there's nobody that has been able to tell me, or even beat me on this, because it's simple conversation. Because if you understand language, and if you understand definitions, and you understand people and geography and geopolitics, then you understand that basically we are all the same people. So the slave trade, just like the brother mentioned before, the people that were sent off to the Caribbean, the people that was actually sent back to West Africa, which created Liberia, Sierra Leone, so on and so forth. I mean, that's common. That's common information. All the Pan Africanists talked about that. So that 400 something million that you talking about that was given to some Indians, nah, that didn't happen. And I'm gonna tell you, it
That didn't happen. Okay. Who did it go to then?
Well, this is where you get to. I mean, all right, you know me, I don't like to take over this. I don't like to do that, but you know, I do this every day. I teach every day. So the bottom line is this. This is what happened. Some of those treaties that happened were fake treaties. Why? Because it doesn't start, and you Moors know that, it doesn't start with peace and friendship. If it's not a peace and friendship treaty, it's not a treaty, it is a contract. And it's a contract that was made between the whoever sold us out and put their little X on it or something like that. There was some of the people that did that. The people that actually, I mean, my mom is almost 80. My mom was in Kanawha, Oklahoma, in Seminole Land. My grandfather, or daddy, was in Seminole Land. They was with the Indians. Next thing you know, they got ran out of there because they found oil. Next thing you know, they're in Chickasha, Oklahoma, which they created the borders. The next thing you know, they're going to school with white people. And this is in the 1940s and the 50s.
Mm-hmm.
You see? So
trying to change. Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. And then this is where you get this term native, right? So you got these native people that actually were people that actually are not a part of the family that actually infiltrated. And then next thing you know, they were running them off the land. I'm pretty sure everybody here got parents that don't even like talking about the past. You know, I don't know if anybody got people like mine in their 70s and 80s that don't like talking about it. Nah, we don't talk about that. Because at those times, they couldn't say that they was Indian. My mom knows she Indian, but she won't tell nobody that. And that's just the bottom line. You know, that TikTok that I just got that. My folks sent me that because that's absolutely the truth. We're not going to get reparations. We're not going to get restitution. And like I said, I got my Black's Law Dictionary right in front of me. Definition between reparation and restitution. Restitution deals with land. Reparations deal with an injury that was done. And then you got to prove the injury. But if you're dealing with, because I'm talking to Moors now, if you dealing with HJR 192 and you're dealing with the removal of the gold standard, and then you're dealing with contracts and negotiable instruments, you're actually dealing with chattel slavery right there on the spot. Anybody that got a mortgage, a car loan, pay rent, or do anything, you are under a chattel contract and you are a slave. So the brother was absolutely right. The land patents are ours. They're not giving us anything, my brother. The brother said, giving me, the commission said, giving us something. They ain't giving us nothing. They got to, what they need to do is give it back.
Right.
If anything, they're giving it back because it's ours. I did my genealogy. I go all the way back. Ain't no slave nowhere. Ain't no African nowhere. And I've asked, I still got elders, you know what I'm saying? So I asked the question. I got land patents in front of my face. I got land patents, Georgia, Oklahoma, Florida, North Carolina. My people was everywhere, all the way up into Virginia. I mean, we talking about serious business. But
So
see, the
what's your
one thing is,
nationality? Did I miss that? What's your nationality?
oh, my nationality, man, you know. I mean,
No, we
I'm
don't
American.
know.
I'm American Indian, period, point blank. I'm American Indian,
Okay, let's hear
reclassified.
that.
And yeah, I have a question to that, right? Because
I
you
mean,
said
I
you
don't get
have.
it. The reason
I
why I
know,
say that,
I
I
know,
just
and
don't get
it's
into
not
it.
too
You know
much.
what I'm saying?
It's not too much contention. I just really want to know this because when we're talking about unity, and I just really want to know the answer to this. So when you say you have land patents, I'm sure you're saying you have that proving your family had land and different things, right? Is
My
that
great
correct?
grandfather,
Your great
yeah.
grandfather. So my
Uh-huh.
question is, if American Indian is the right term, then how come you're not getting restitution right now?
Well, shit, I just told you, my folks don't talk about this. I mean, you talk about the scar of these people. I mean, I'm not gonna get into the personal stories, but them people, man, they had to shut up. A lot of them people had to adjust their names and do all. I mean, I heard it from the horse's mouth. I'm gonna tell you something. Like my great 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 uncle was in control of over 400 acres in Seminole County. 400 was rubbing elbows with the chiefs. I got the book with his name all over it.
Yeah,
That's my
and I get
mom.
what you're
That's
saying of
you see what I'm saying?
previously, but I mean, like right now, with you're acknowledging you have this information,
Hmm.
and you, even with your parents being silent, you have all the information. My question is, why can't you go and get restitution with all that information? Because to me, I see
Right.
that we're in the same
Right.
predicament. If you were able to do it, you could go do it, but you just can't do it
Exactly.
just by being American Indian. And that's the whole point of why we say we need to come together. But if you believe that American Indian is the final restitution, then why isn't it? Why can't you guys show us that you're able to gather all this information and go to the government and get your land
And
back?
get what you get.
And
Okay,
Yes.
let me ask you
also,
a question.
brother
Let me
Anton, let me say this. I
hold
just
on
want
real
to ask
quick,
you a
Kamisha.
question real quick. Oh, hold up,
Okay,
brother. It
cool.
ain't gonna be long. I just want to, cause
No,
you
no,
was
no, no, no.
directing a lot of that.
I
You was
want to
directing
address.
a lot of that
Hold
toward.
on,
Hold up,
Kamisha,
brother. I
slow
ain't
down,
finna
brother.
go back and forth with you, good
Young
brother. I'm not
brother, I
trying to
know.
attack.
So
I'm not
hush,
trying to attack
hush,
you. I'm
brother,
trying to ask a
hush,
question before I lose the thought, bro.
hush, brother. I want to address the sister. Hold on, my brother.
Good
Put
brother,
your
you've been
seatbelt on.
going for a minute, good
Put
brother. You was addressing
put your
me.
seatbelt
Right.
on.
We're just
They
for
asked
5
me a
minutes.
question, so I answered it.
Go
Go
ahead,
My
ahead,
brother.
thing is this:
Kamisha.
Dulcinea,
I'm gonna
Dulcinea.
let him go ahead and then I
To
answer.
answer Dulcinea, to
Uh,
answer your question, because I'm not feeling any type of aggressiveness or nothing. My only reason why I said, I just am who I am because I don't get into titles. We don't know Dulcinea, you know what I'm saying? I don't get into all that. But to answer the second question, why haven't I done it? What makes you think I haven't?
Well, have you?
Okay, so you haven't, and they do, because that's my question. My question
Yeah.
is, has it worked for you guys of being like, I'm American Indian, I have all the paperwork to prove it, and then they restored, and that's what restitution is. I don't necessarily think it's land alone, but restitution is they give you back what you've lost or what they owe you. So that's what I'm asking. Has that worked as far as gathering and galvanizing under your American Indian nation? And has the government then given back what they stole?
Well, you know, the American Indian thing, I don't go tell them I'm American Indian per se.
why
I
not?
just I show them my bloodline. I show them the connections. I show them the paperwork and how it connects to me.
Like you
Death
showing us
certificates,
right now?
death certificates, birth certificates, how it relates within the family. A title is a title. All this stuff to me is titles. I don't really embrace them. I am who I am. I be who I be. That's just me. you know.
Mm.
So that's what I'm saying. And yeah, Dulcinea, it's working, but it's not going to happen overnight. The sister Bay was saying that it's a lot of work because a lot of my people, they just not with that. I don't, but
So do you have to get the whole
it's
family
happening.
to be on it? Like you said, you had 400 acres. How much of the 400 acres have they given you back?
None. What I'm
Yeah.
So
saying is, you
okay, let
asked
me
me,
let,
you asked.
Anton, let me ask you a
Yeah.
question, my brother.
See,
Let me
see,
ask you a
see.
question,
My thing is,
brother Anton.
You guys want a quick fix, right?
Brother Anton, let me
No,
ask you
we
a
Kamisha,
don't.
question, brother.
No, you're
Kamisha,
generalizing. Go ahead, brother.
Kamisha. No,
Now you
no. The question Dulcinea just asked me was, "Have you gotten the 400 acres back?" No, it don't work like that.
good brother, you answered that
You have to
already.
go to you have to go to court. Hey, Kamisha, what's your problem, man? Calm
Brother,
down.
I just let you speak after you said let you
You
speak,
let
right?
me
But you
you let
listen,
me
brother, I'm
speak. I
not
thought
trying
this
to
No,
was
he
the
was
argue.
sisters
saying because he
panels,
had a
man.
I'm
question,
not trying
I
to
and
mean,
argue with
it's
you,
gotta
brother.
be so cocky,
Right.
though.
I'm not
No,
trying to
Anton,
argue
you've
with
been
you.
talking for a while now.
I'm not trying to argue with you.
Seriously.
You don't have to be
Right.
defensive.
yeah, I think he just wants to ask you a
Yeah,
question.
I'm just trying to ask you a question. I'm
You
not
talking
trying to
about being
attack you.
def See, my
I'm not
thing is
trying
I'm
to
saying
attack you,
look,
good brother.
let me say
Let
this,
me ask
brother.
you the question, good brother.
First
Let
of
him
all, you
say
need to know how
some
to
more.
address
Good
me, man.
grief.
You need to
Good
know how
brother,
to
I'm not
address me,
dealing with the
brother.
ego thing, brother. We don't have to
See,
beef
this is
with
what I'm
each other.
saying. Well, my thing is this, man.
Brother,
You
I'm
can't
not
ask me
your enemy,
nothing.
brother. I don't know how
No,
many
you can't
ways
ask
I
me
can
nothing. You
say that.
keep talking about an ego. You keep talking
Oh
about
my
a this and a
goodness.
that.
I'm
Man,
Yeah,
not
give me
your
all
dude.
these
enemy.
titles, man.
Just
Hold
a
on.
man, come on, bring
Not
him
Don't give
peace.
me all
Because
these titles, brother.
Anthony's
I'm
been
not here
talking
to
for a really
argue.
long time. Like, seriously.
I'm not here to
He can
debate
let
either.
somebody else talk.
Yeah,
If you're
man.
not here to debate, my question is,
I'm not here to debate.
okay, and that's fine, but I need you to at least appreciate or respect the panel and respect the person you're trying to have a conversation with.
That
Because
was Dulcinea.
no, you're
Dulcinea,
not.
did I disrespect you?
You asked to speak or have a question to commission. You had nothing to say to Dulcinea. We didn't even know you knew Dulcinea until you want to speak to commission. That's who
No,
you
I
Thank
want
you,
didn't.
to address.
Queen.
No, I
Hold up,
Thank
didn't.
you.
No, I
hold
didn't.
up, hold
exactly.
up. You said you wanted to address commission.
No, I
Exactly.
And
didn't.
so
No, I
Right.
yes,
didn't.
you did.
Are you kidding me, brother?
And
You gonna sit up
OMG.
here and lie on
No,
this
I
panel
just
like that,
mentioned
Yeah.
brother?
what
And
Kamisha.
then,
I
and
just
then
made a
everybody
reference.
said,
I just
all
made a
I'm
reference
saying,
to
all
what
I'm
Kamisha
asking you
said.
at this point, sir,
oh,
is to respect this man the same way you want him to respect you. Now I've heard you disrespect him, and you know you have. So I'm just
right.
asking you to respect him the same way you want him. You asked him to hush, be quiet, and all
I
this other.
sure did.
Okay, well then how do you
What
tell him that
again?
you give
Yeah, I
him
sure
honor
did because I was talking to Dulcinea. All I did was make
You,
how
reference
you
to the
know you
mm,
was
brother. That's
talking to Dulcinea when you telling
man. Go
somebody to
ahead.
hush and
yes,
shut up? Can you
please.
Go
hush and
ahead.
I'm
shut up
trying
so
to
I can
behave.
talk?
Go ahead.
Can
Could
you
we
hush
mute
and shut
him?
up so I can talk
Go
to you?
ahead. Go
Thank
ahead. Go
you.
ahead. Go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead.
can I go ahead? Cause you won't hush
Yeah.
and shut up so I can go ahead.
Go ahead. I don't know what's all this loud talking about, man.
When
Go
you hush
ahead
and
though.
shut up. Thank you. That's all I'm saying. See, I don't like being rude either. That's all I was asking you. Just because it didn't take all that. You just came in a little cocky.
You take it
Now
that way. That's just me.
I really ask you just to
All
forgive
right.
me for that.
Well,
But I just want you
yeah.
to not do that because it doesn't require all that. It really don't.
I'm
Right,
dying to know what Kamisha's trying to ask now.
right.
I'm just asking the brother something because he made a key statement. He said that his people were ran off of the land. But in the same process, he was saying that basically, he had land patents. He got all this information, which basically would mean you in possession of it. So Dulcinea asked the greatest question, you know what I mean? Why you ain't claim what it is? My thing is he proved what was being stated when I was talking about the corporate governance because they let other people come in there under their authority and gave them the land. And this means this is the true definition of what a reservation is. And I always give this example. When you go to a hotel room, what do they call that? When you call up there and you try to
Reservation.
it's a
Reservation.
reservation, and you reserving a spot so that
Learn
nobody
something
else
new
can get there, right? You reserving a spot so that nobody else can get there but you. That's all a reservation is. It's a placeholding apparatus to put people that's there that don't
Mm,
really own the land. So I'm really with you, brother. And I
mm.
understand you say your people got ran off,
That's
but
deep.
then you would have to understand exactly what I'm saying. I try to use simplicity to make this plain. Now, on the same note, I want to show you something, good brother. You see this right here? This is my grandmother right here. Right there, right? That's my grandmother. Now, this is her name, right? This is my uncle obituary. You see what my grandmother's name is right there? Hold up, let me make sure I get it here. Right there, there it is. I gotta put my finger up there to mark it. You see what her name is?
Pocahontas?
Yes, sir. Now, this is my family right here, family. Check this out. It's my dad and all my uncles. You see how they dress? You can't tell them they ain't no cowboys. They all say they of Cherokee origin, right? But they also know because they done tried to go that route and it didn't work for them. But they'll still claim that ancestry. But like I said, when I did my actual DNA, I found it wasn't but like 2% that's Native American. But the majority of my, like I said, DNA is actually sub-Saharan West African. 85%. You know how much DNA that is? That means I'm way more African than I am anything else. And so what I'm
How
saying,
long ago? How long ago?
long ago, my maternal DNA go back to 270,000 years ago. And my
Oh my
paternal DNA go back to like 250,000. And I also have like blood lineage that tie into Ramesses in Egypt. So my lineage came from the Sudan, bro. Tarseti is what they call it, Nubia. And it crossed all the way to the Sahel into the west coast of Africa, in Senegambia, Mauritania. And that's where my ancestry, as far as the African portion of it, lies. So she was telling you earlier that whether it's 50-50, you're going to still be considered African. But my DNA test show that I'm more than dominant African. And the same markers that I have, I said it earlier before you came on here, those same markers were traced to the first Africans that came to this soil in 1453. All you got to do is look up the DNA markers that I have, and that's what showed up. They was from Senegambia, Mauritania, and they was actually considered Moors. So I don't just be saying that I'm a Moor. I'm really a Moor by blood. You feel me?
Okay, let's build on that. Let's build on that. Because I was trying to get what I was gonna get with you in a minute. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I'm not
So I
arguing.
don't know what the feeling. Only reason why I was stopping you, brother, because I wanted to complete what I was trying to say to Dulcin. I was trying to completely
Oh,
answer her
today.
question.
Get to the point
That's it.
today.
So say what?
Today. Get to the point today.
Who's that talking?
That's me, Gemini. Please talk to Commission.
I am talking to Kamisha.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I don't understand all the disrespect. I don't know what you're mad about, but you know what I'm saying? Let me build with the brother. Now, and what I'm saying to you, I was trying to do is complete my question, my answer with Dulcinea. I wasn't trying to disrespect you. I was trying to tell you to hold on. So my thing is that I deal with order. Now, since you want to build, since we build on that, right? Now, my thing is that my family, when I trace my bloodline, you're talking about 1453, my family was still here. They wasn't over there. Now, when you talk about the Africans and so on and so forth, now we understand that the Moors are from the Iberian Peninsula, North Africa, Northwest Africa, Northeast Africa. They pretty much ran all that. That goes all the way back to the Phoenicians. We on the same page with that? You
Yeah,
agree or disagree?
yeah, but they was also the ones that came into this land. When I said 1453, I wasn't talking about Africa. I'm talking about the ones who were present here.
Exactly.
According to DNA, brother.
Come on.
And it wasn't just one. It was groups of them, brother, like a whole bunch of them that was over here. This is
Okay, so
before
you saying
Columbus
that
in Mexico
right.
at that. They was over here before Columbus got here, good brother.
Exactly. And that's
No problem.
more as you are.
No problem. I agree with that. No, I actually
right.
agree with that. I agree with that. You know what I'm saying? Before that. But
And
actually,
they was using the
so you
name
talking
more
about
to
they came
refer
over
to them
here.
as
Right.
Indians. They was using the term more, and then they later adopted the name Indian. But they was
That's
all
why I
known
don't get
as
into
Moors.
all the titles. Yeah, that's why I don't get into all the
But see, I
titles
ain't talking
because
about titles
it's
either. I'm saying what
gumbo.
they were called on the books, good brother.
Yeah,
I
those are
ain't talking about
titles.
just something we created. This is what I can show you in the 1740 Negro Act that they were calling our people that even in United States on the books of their record.
But on Darwin's Indian list of names, there are the name Moore listed under the name of Indians, specifically Cherokee. So there would be the name Moore under the name Indians for Cherokee. And Cherokee has at least 5 tribes of Cherokees. They have a very top tribe, which will be called a tribe, and the rest of these will be called whatever they call it under that. I can't find my list because there's not actually, it's 7 nations, but it's 5 what they call them civilized tribes.
Civilized tribes. That's right.
Exactly. So there's 7 nations of Indians, right? But there's only 5 civilized tribes. So it's deeper than what if we talking about 5 civilized tribes, right? So the Cherokees came out under one of the nations. I'm not sure if it was under the turtle, or whatever turtle nation or what have you. But right, they came from that because they're not even called Indians. That was something that they adopted later. They were through a tribe or a nation.
Facts.
Right. Well, I agree to the fact that I think the actual real Genesis is here on this continent. I don't think it's anywhere else. So what you're talking about is basically the Moors. You're talking about people, they connect themselves to Lot and Moab. You have all these different type of amalgamations of so on and so forth. I kind of agree with that. But if we want to talk about what history is telling us, if you're talking about the people that came over from Europe, you're talking about the Moors that got kicked out of Spain, where did they come? They came over here before the 1400s. And then they still was coming over here. But at the end of the day, people miss the fact that there was a relationship between the chiefs out here, the empires out here, and Europe and West Africa, North Africa, so on and so forth. I mean, it was all a connection of what was going on. Now, I'm not here to debate nothing. I'm not
Hey,
even
we
here
don't
to
deny what you just said, good brother. We just bridging the
right,
gaps, right? But you see
right.
this book right here? If you get a chance, I want you to get your hands on this, right? And I got this book
I'm good,
specifically.
brother. I'm good.
I got this book specifically because it was written by a European. Because most of the time when we tell the story, they don't want to hear it, right? But look at what this European put in this book right here, right? He giving the history on George Washington, right?
Yeah, I'm
Listen to
good.
what it say. This is what George Washington said. He said, if we would agree to take the fezzes and the turbans off the Moors' head and remove the sandals from their feet and enforce severe punishment and swear a death oath between ourselves to religiously and faithfully not allow anyone to teach the Moorish children who they really were or who their forefathers were, and only allow Moorish children to be taught that they were Negroes, black people, and colored folk. 200 years from today, the Moorish people will not know their nationality, nor the national name of their forefathers.
And you
Also,
said that was
they
written by
will
a white
not
boy?
know from whence ancestors they land they descended from.
Yeah, James W. Lee.
This is George Washington right here. Yeah, this is James W. Lee is the author. This is a European exposing this. And he also going to telling you that the Indians was the Moors. They was known as the Moors. So to hear one of them telling you this is coming from them. And I chose this because, like I say, if it came from our source, they're going to say, oh, y'all saying that because y'all the Moors. This whole book, this European is proving that the Moors was here first. He proven that the Moors was known as Indians and misnomed as other names. And he's proven that we all one people. And it's crazy that this man can teach more about our history than we know about it. That's insane. This whole book is based on all of that. Like right here.
Well,
It
I
says,
really
hold up. This is a small paragraph. Watch this. It says the Cherokee Indians. It says in India, established Rome, Georgia, and built all the Greco-Roman, Tartarian, or Moorish architecture throughout the Americas. The Cherokee or cherry tree, it says a glory of the red flag has to deal with the shield that were the Romans, according to this article. And these Cherokee Indians basically were the Berber Indians, aka Moors from Indian Superior. So please avoid the hijack when reading the article. He said, I gave, yes, Cherokee were Washita Moors. So was the 5 civilized tribe that the sister was just speaking of. So, like, this European is teaching all this stuff about us, and we don't even want to accept it. That's crazy.
well the thing
That's
is
crazy.
what you're saying to me, because I, I've been doing this for a minute, brother. So everything that you're talking about, I already know. Now, my thing is, what you're saying is that everything that you're talking about is encapsulated here in America, not anywhere else. Those are satellite companies. I call them satellite offices. So, so you're making my point that
But brother, I
anything that
just
you're
say
talking
I
about,
agree with you.
and then let's bring,
I just said
man,
I agree with you.
beautiful.
So there's no
So,
contention between us.
Right.
No,
And
it ain't.
I
It ain't.
think
It ain't. It ain't
saying
never been. It ain't never been no contention in the beginning.
I
brother.
think the belief whether the Genesis is in America or even if the Genesis in Africa, honestly, I think that's a belief that's just like religion, and it makes no never mind at the end of the day of which one's
Facts,
first. But
facts.
what I would say is like where I think all everyone's losing and that everyone is a doctrine is until there's a solution, all you have is a doctrine.
A
All you
doctrine.
have is a belief until it's a solution. So I'm
That's
sure
right.
it makes you feel good that you have the records, and I think it's beautiful to
That's
have
right.
your family story. But I'm saying, where is it that we are taking that family story and getting anything? And I think, and Dr. Trubay, let me know if that's correct of what I'm getting from it, what you're saying overall. What she's saying is those stories don't matter individually. Those stories we need to collectively come together and work together to have a solution for us all. And if you
Facts.
just use it to bang on the people that are saying we're descendants of slaves, there has to be some explanation of why that 400 acres is not being restored back to you as
That's right.
well.
That's
So
right.
why are
Well,
you
it's
denying
kind of you're
the
making a conclusion
possibility?
right there. You're making a conclusion right there, Dulcinea.
What do you mean a conclusion?
You're
What
saying
conclusion have I
why is
made?
it why is it not yours? I mean, I'm not going to sit here. I'm not here to take up the whole time and do anything. I was just kind of actually I was talking to the sister in the middle. I was talking to the sister. I was just giving her a
Yeah, but
background
that's not a
and just
conclusion I
giving her.
made. That's the conclusion you just said. You said you have a record that shows you're owed 400 acres and you have zero of those
Yeah, or more than
400
that.
acres being given back to you.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Exactly.
Dustin,
So
let me
that's
add
not
to
the
that.
solution. That's
So
not
it's
the
back to
solution.
square one. It's back to square
Well,
one.
Right. Let me
well,
add to that, Dulcinea.
not
I'm on
necessarily. Not
Wikipedia.
necessarily.
I'm on Wikipedia. How about he fill in the rest of his information and all the information about the Cherokee on Wikipedia? Can you fill that in before we come over here and fill us in?
Actually,
I'm
I
just
was asking
saying,
this. I was just
everybody
asking
got to
this
have a
sister.
starting point.
I was just asking this sister a question. That's why I showed the TikTok thing. I just wanted to share some of my background. That was it. It
Mm.
wasn't about me. I was just sharing some of my background just to kind of see if how she felt about the brother that said Article 4. He gave the information, and then I wanted to see how you felt about what he said about the black, the Negro, the colored, so on and so forth. And I just kind of gave my background. I just wouldn't want to come up here talking. I want you
Right.
sisters to know I'm not here as an adversary. Dawson ain't know that. I mean, because she heard me on Top Cat channel. You know what I'm saying? She know I'm not, never adversarial, argumentative, or anything like that. I'm cool. I'm a grandpa. I'm a pawpaw. I ain't with none of that. But
That
I'm not to be.
gentleman
I'm
actually,
not to be disrespected though.
that
That's all.
that TikTok that you showed me, that gentleman was actually at a reparations hearing. Am I
Yes, he
correct?
was. Yes, he was. Yeah.
So if he's at a reparations hearing where it's specifically for lineage based descendants of chattel slaves with that testimony, what
Hmm.
exactly was he trying to accomplish? If
Okay.
he
Good
identified
question.
himself as American Indian, what
Hmm.
was the settlement that Obama administration had in 2009 for the 17 American Indian tribes that reached a settlement of
Hmm.
3.4 billion, but only 492 million was dispersed to the American Indian. That's the side that he's claiming he is. But yet he's at a reparations hearing for descendants of slaves specifically. And I just want to
Hmm.
piggyback on reparations is not just it's not you can't separate restitution and reparations. Restitution is part of reparations. Reparations is a 5-part series of what we have to accomplish. Restitution is number 1, where yes is
Hmm.
restoring rights of land, residency, liberty, enjoyment of human rights. The
Absolutely.
second is compensation. As we mentioned
Hmm.
before, it could be monetary value, it could be a grant or something, but it goes along the lines of losing earnings, moral damage, cost of legal, medical, psychological, social services. The third is rehabilitation. That means building our hospitals, medical, psychological, mental health, social services, legal assistance. The fourth is satisfaction, which means it's measures of succession of human rights, the violations and the abuse that we have suffered. What does it look like? It could be a center created for a safe space. It could be in any form. And the last is guarantees, excuse me, guarantees of non-repetition. So that will ensue, and this is the portion that I'm fervently working on, is that reparations bill. The reparations, the guaranteed of non-repetition, that the abuses that we suffered is not going to repeat itself. Until we have something legislative wise, they will continue to move the goalposts. So I just wanted to put that out there, that reparations is not just about money. It's literally it's a 5-part series that we have to break down. But we have to get to that point of coming together again and learning individually on how I can put a footprint politically.
Okay. So this is what I mean, I'm very versed in civics. I'm here to build. I'm not here to can I read the definition of restitution to you?
Sure.
It's in Black's Law Dictionary. It says act of restoring, restoration, restoration of anything to its rightful owner, right? The act of making good or giving equivalent for any loss, damage, or injury, and indemnification. So if you're talking about the rightful owner, right, that's the key phrase right there, the rightful owner. If you're a slave and you've always been a slave, you never owned anything.
We built this country,
but you
were
never the owner. You never was the owner though.
For free. That's
that.
That's where compensation comes in. Again, we are distinct. So
that's restoration.
reparations is several parts, not just restitution. So if you don't believe that slaves deserve restitution, then that's fine. We definitely damn sure deserve compensation though.
But you said restitution is involved.
And I would say too, Antonia, you can't say that people have always been a slave. The point is, if a people were made a slave, they weren't always that. And most people, when it comes to slavery all over history, they're usually some kind of form of war or prisoner of war, or some war has taken place with a people or a nation's people, and then that is what makes them a slave. So you can't say, oh, you're always been a slave, so there's nothing to restore. No, the restoration is that was a people, a nation of people that weren't slaves. They were made slaves, but they were a nation
and their culture
prior
destroyed.
to slavery. So that's where the restitution comes in.
Right.
Let me say this little piece. And there are not, everybody does not have these graveyards and grave sites like OTK family. You can't go to these old grave sites and whatnot. These cities are just like they had to dig up Kemet. These cities are stacked on top of one another. California was not that high up. Those old brick roads are paved, and they pave them every year, and they stacked up just like mountains, right? That's why we was talking about that. I don't know if we was online or offline, but we was talking about sinkholes and whatnot. So this is the whole thing. So they had to dig up old cemeteries in order to make these new farmlands, to make these new condominiums, to make these new malls, to make these new So that movie that they made, where a lot of people died after they made that movie. People don't like when I do this kind of analogy, but it is what it is. They made a movie about people moving, and they built this whole house, this whole section, gateway community, and they didn't dig up the bodies. They just built a whole house over it, and it was like poltergeist or something like that. And and it was based off of a. They didn't want to say it was based off a true story or whatever, but it really did truly kind of happen that way. Something to that. Everybody in that movie that made that movie died.
Facts. Sister Sakina, you know most of the land in Florida. Have you seen the history where they have built whole institutions over this stuff down here?
You see what I'm saying?
Parking lots and everything. Y'all
No.
seen that? Have y'all seen the documentaries on that?
See what I'm saying? So this is why. So it's a lot of cemeteries from people, your ancestors and whatnot and what have you. You can't go back to these grave sites. So OTK is one of the fortunate. You know,
I
if you
can
got
too.
I
right,
told
so
you,
if
I
you
told
can't,
you guys too that like in commission, my
I can.
family was ran out of Rosewood.
Facts.
I can't
exactly.
even get any information on my great grandparents, even though I know their exact names.
There
It,
you
it,
go.
it might say a year, but then like Sakina, like you said, the birth records, they'll
There
be
you
like,
go.
there's no birth record for it or whatever.
Oh yes,
Even
baby,
my
there
grandma
it
didn't
is.
even know
Oh,
her
I'm sorry.
birthday like that, you know.
That's
She just knew
But
her birth year,
they
kind of like either 1911 or 1912. That's what she told me. It's either one of those because they don't have the information. It's just like something given to them to just be like, oh yeah.
there it is. But remember, I told you in that library, in those books, they still have these libraries. They still have these archives. They still have these books, the blueprints, the documents. They have them, and just like they can pull up the old, if they trying to get rid of it. This is the thing. They are trying to get rid of it. Like when you heard
right.
Jane Elliott say that she is kicked out of universities, America was built for linguistics and learning, right? Remember, English is not a true American English is not even the real English. It's made off a spin off of the Queen's language.
Right.
We're the Queen's. We're not the Queen's children, but that's what it was gonna be off of colonization from Britain. Britain was under the Queen, under Rome, under England. So that's what this was going to be. The new world based off of that, right? Puritans, which was clean Christianity, right? That's why they had to define what was white.
Right.
They defined what was white, right? The problem was when they got when everything was established with the 13 colonies, they got to the point where who was Britain to tell us what to do? We good over here now.
Right. And see, in the original 1685 black codes before the 1865, they tell you our country, far distant country. That's what the crown was saying. The same thing you talking about. So everything we dealing with, like marriage laws and curfew and all that stuff right there that they enforce on our people, that came from over there in England. Like you were saying, that's the way they treated slaves. And
Right.
they brand them with what they call the fleur de lis. That's the symbol that's on the head of the helmet of New Orleans Saints. That was a slave brand originally. And so a lot of people don't know these places like they call projects is that most of these people were Native American burial grounds, i.e. that's the reason why it's a lot of hell that break loose in these areas. Unrest of spiritual ancestors, especially in New Orleans. You know what I mean? Which is most definitely like you see how people do each other down there.
Yeah,
But
that's where my grandma was actually born in Shreveport, Louisiana, and like Louisiana, and that's where it's like the records are so hard to find.
Exactly.
So
But
if
you
they
might
cover
find
it
it
up,
in a library. I'm sorry, Commissioner. You might find it in a library. You might find it in the archives in the library. Listen, newspapers. Newspapers used to list everything from the day somebody died to the day somebody was born.
Facts.
This
They
is
got
how
Latin numbers.
archives were, right?
Yep.
This is how they have them. This is how you find it. You see, I'm saying the research,
Right?
Yep.
right.
They got the lot numbers of it. If you go and look for the lot numbers and everything, that's where you'll find it at. And that's why I was saying earlier, a lot of the so-called territory we're looking for, we standing on it in most cases. If you in them impoverished areas like we talking about, that's how they covered it up.
Come
so
on.
you be going looking for it elsewhere, and your whole community done been built on top of it.
Hey,
Yes.
commission, if I may,
Go ahead, bro.
Dulcinea, my pops is from Evangeline Parish in Mamou, St. Landry, Louisiana.
Right.
And yeah, like I found plenty of records. It's just like me. I'm a researcher. Like I do this all day long. You know what I'm
Did you
saying?
go to directly there, or are you finding it online on Ancestry?
Excuse me.
Well, I like my pops is 83, so he's still living. So he gave me a little bit to work off of because they own land out there and they go way back, like way back over there. They ain't moved. Like his family didn't move at all. So I was able to just archives, go to the what is it called, National Archives.
The National
You
Archives.
pull, yeah, the National Archives and get all that information there. You
Yeah.
got a lot of cross references. You know what I'm saying? My family pretty big on both sides. You know what I'm saying? My mom from Oklahoma, my dad from Louisiana. They met in California, so it worked out pretty good. But it's not hard. You just got to know how to sift through that. But I found a lot of records, and basically what I did was because I had to get my grandfather, his dad's information. So all I did was call Louisiana, gave the name, and they said is they needed my pop's my pop's information, and my information. I got my pops, then I got my grandfather's. Then it just kept going. It was pretty much that simple. Like I got so much work to do because I'm the only one that really takes an interest in this type of stuff. You know what I mean? So that's why it's taking so long for me to get that. I mean, it's a whole lot. I mean, we can't talk on the air about all this process. I can't tell my family's name, but it's a process, and I know the process. You know what I'm saying? But it's just and once you know what you're doing and you come correct, they can't turn you down. That's it. That's all. I mean, I ain't had one door slammed on me yet.
Right. Which it sounds like, and respectfully, I'm just saying it respectfully as far as the restitution wise, it sounds like for the American Indian side that you guys are not owed any additional restitution. You either have a family that nothing was stolen for you, have your ancestral land and everything like that, which means there's nothing for them to restore or that was lost unto you, or you have to get all the paperwork and everything and file it under what she was saying, the Obama law of '09, to say a part of that $3.9 billion is owed to me. But there is still this unresolved resolution for the people like us that are a part of the slave trade. And that's what
Or like what the sister said, if that money was paid out, who got it, and
Well, no,
well,
there's
what they
she
what
said
there's
they do
another
only
with it?
she said
anomaly,
only
right?
million. She
Yeah,
said she said only half. How many? 500 million has been paid out
Yeah,
of the three point
it
nine
was
billion. Yeah,
493 million that was paid out of 3.4 billion that was determined. So
yeah.
it was
right.
like a 13-year
So
battle.
where'd it go? Yeah, but that's the thing. Where'd it go though,
That
That's
sis?
means it's still sitting there for the people, the families to claim it.
right.
The
So
Oh,
this
actual
okay.
is
Indian
where,
people to prove that they're Indian and get that money.
well, for those, I'm sure those that were paid out fought diligently. I'm sure there's still some left, but that's up to you to search for that if you want to go after that particular piece of history. I know for a fact that my descendants didn't receive any restitution, reparations, compensation, satisfaction, or guarantees of non-repetition ever. And so that's
Are you,
a lane that I'm standing on until we have that complete. And the way
where
that
you
we
from? The East Coast? You from the East
accomplish,
Coast?
no,
LA, she's been in California.
I'm in
Oh,
California, but I did.
You in California? All right, all
Yeah,
right.
yeah, I'm from South LA, but I did go to school in New York for a few years. So,
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing
and
that.
I
I'm
have,
hearing that.
yeah, my family lilineage is from Boston, so I don't
Okay.
think that'll ever come out. I mean, but overall, just to wrap it up, because I don't want to veer off topic. Again, all of that comes through unification and knowledge of policy, and I believe that's the same lane that you have to go through if you didn't receive restitution for the land that you claim that you have that is owed to you. So everyone has a
Mm-hmm.
different fight, but because the our history is so vast and broad, each of us is not going to have the same type of history. Some of us are going to be mixed. Some of us are going to be slaves. Some of us are going to be non-slave. But Jim Crow affected a lot of us after slavery was over. So it's not just reparations for slavery at a certain time. It is the actual treatment of a certain group of people that have been legally able on law to discriminate against. There is no other nation of people that have gone through Jim Crow, black codes. I mean, this is something in itself that is atrocious because it was legalized to discriminate against us. So there's so many reasons why we deserve reparations. Pick one.
Absolutely.
What I'm interested in. Hold on, let me jump in here. Dustin, what did you say before truth? But you said 50% of what?
Of the funds, if only 500 million of the funds have been, or the 493 million have been distributed, that means that restitution has been given to the American Indians. They just have to do whatever they have to do as far as to say, hey, that $3.4 billion entitlement, that belongs to me. And here I have all the proof that part of that belongs to my family. But descendants of slaves, the most we've gotten is the UN says, those descendants of slaves do deserve something. They do deserve reparations.
And it's so. I was going to say it's so crazy because both our parents were African, right? We're saying both our parents were full African. They're saying they're 50%, right? They always show lynch where my mom is, full Choctaw, Cherokee, whatever, right? My dad, never really both. It's a huge difference when we're talking about, what we're talking about. I'm not saying that any one of my parents had Indian in them at all. I'm saying that they are descendants of Africans who came here on the transatlantic slave trade. That's what I'm saying. Something completely different.
And Anton, y'all, how far back have you been able to go year wise? What's the how far have you been able to go in your family? The 1700s, the 1600s?
1400s.
The 1400s. And that's on both sides, correct?
Well, some of the parts are in Europe. So we have some Sephardic. We got some.
Saying both paternal and maternal.
Both maternal. I mean, because it goes deep. Because you get the grandmothers, great grand. It gets
on both sides or one side.
Yeah, on both sides. That's what I'm asking. Because I want to make it clear that for a shallow.
Well, he's going all around the world, and
there's no slavery in your family. Like, how do you know definitively there's no?
Probably have to ask him 3 times, right?
There's no slave in your family. Because it sounds like honestly, because there's a doctrine that you guys have. Because it is a doctrine.
No.
I'm
not a part of that. I'm not a part of that. Don't say no. Don't put me in that bucket.
What?
I'm not with that.
No, the American Indian is a doctrine. I'm sorry.
No. I'm not with that. I'm not with that.
Walk like a duck, talk like a duck,
I'm not with any. I'm not with a doctrine.
Right? But you're American Indian, right? You're American Indian, right?
I'm an American Indian.
Yes, and that's a doctrine. And here's why. When
I'm
saying
black.
you cannot
I'm also black. I'm also black, African American, colored, Negro, everything that they didn't call us under the sun.
Right, because the thing. But why I say it's a doctrine is because it's a doctrine until there's a definitive solution, right? Until there's a solution, it's still something that's still in the pre-stages, which would make it more a doctrine until it's gotten to those end stages. And why I say definitively you're not quite sure you have an ancestor in the slave trade because you just said that you do not have all your ancestors.
I didn't say I wasn't sure, sister. Sides. I know for a fact. Now you talk.
There's no way you know for a fact.
You're for a fact included like 13
There's no way
anomalies.
you definitively know unless you can find all your ancestors.
Y'all so feisty around here.
Wait, but unless you can
Feisty.
show for a fact all your
Make it make sense,
ancestors
man.
were never slaves, then it's a belief of yours that they weren't slaves, not it's definitively that they weren't slaves.
Come on,
It's a
tell
belief.
me that again for all the
Dulcinea,
people in the back.
Dulcinea, you
What in the
classic with
world is
that.
going on
You
with
classic
Anton
with that.
tonight?
You classic with that, Dulcinea. You said it's a belief. Is that what you telling me? You trying to project that on me?
No,
That's
Is
what
that
we
what you
all
telling me?
telling you. Like
it is, but
24
you
other
Oh,
can't
y'all
people.
telling
take
me?
it off
Okay,
from
well,
being a belief. You
I
can't
can't
take it
argue with
off from
that.
being a belief until you know
Hey,
definitively. Like I can
hey,
understand, like things I don't know definitively, they're my belief.
well,
I say I'm more by bloodline, and I say that's my belief because it's not something
I
that's
didn't say no
definitive.
belief.
It's just this. But yes, it's a belief that you don't have a slave in your family.
You trying to walk on water? Your name ain't Jesus. I know you. Nothing definitive.
I told you
How is
about
it
that
definitive?
50%. I
How is
said
it
they only
definitive if
claiming
you
half
can't
inheritance.
name all your
I hear
family
you.
members?
50%.
I
I
hear you.
swear.
I hear
I
you.
swear.
I
They'll
hear
get up
you.
on this panel and they'll be like, you know what? My papa on my great 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 side was 2.5% and he told us all he passed down his whole family lineage. You be like, what?
Hey, you know what? Y'all need to go ahead and sign up to
What?
my class. Y'all need to come over here. Y'all need to stop
What in
playing.
the
Y'all need to
world?
come over here.
That's
Where's
hold on.
all right?
Y'all need
Where
to come
you
over
at?
here. Y'all
Where
need to
you
come
at?
over
Let me
here,
come
man. I'm
find
done with
you.
all that.
Like
Y'all need to come over
let
here.
Nisha get in real quick.
Y'all need to come over here, man.
Hold
Hey,
on.
man.
I said I
Much
walk
love,
away.
sisters. I love y'all though, man. I love
Call
y'all.
that sister.
Anton, you good. You cool peoples. You good with me, bro. I'm good.
I
You
love
good.
y'all, man. Hey, you know what I'm saying? I got four sisters and a mama. Trust and believe. You know what I'm saying? I know how I
Oh, you
go.
know how to handle us, huh? He said we getting handled. All these ladies.
Hey, come on. Man, I got 6 children. 3 grandbabies. And you know what I'm saying? This is what I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I love all y'all, man. I'm a kick back. Can I kick back for a little bit? Because
Oh yeah,
I
please
want to talk
do.
about this restitution. That's what I want to talk
Mm-mm.
about.
You
No,
kicking back or you talking
Cause
about the
hey,
restitution?
look, I'm
What were you
about
going
look. I'm willing to work with you. I'm willing to work with anybody trying to get us out of a situation. I'm not tripping off nothing. So I'm gonna hang back.
What's up,
Okay.
Nisha?
oh man. So it's it just it's crazy that we
It's a lot.
it,
That sounds
it,
breathe.
we go okay then. we
I
go
got
through
you. I
all
got
we go through all of this. I'm this, I'm that, and I done. But he couldn't give us a definitive answer. He went to the 14. He said he could go back to the 1400s, right? So
Right?
okay, that's fine, and that's probably on one side because if you are still searching, then obviously you don't know what's really going on. And I just don't
Mm-hmm.
understand that we're claiming so much of one thing and not enough of the other thing.
Mm.
It's really
I
crazy.
said that 50% because it's different when you have the maternal. We're saying we were we came from the transatlantic slave trade. We're for sure about that. Getting ready to see most of our beginning, our entire family that started us here. They're not for sure about that. That's why they can only claim a cousin, the cousin-in-law, brother-in-law, married into the family type situation. It's just all smoke and mirrors.
I mean, it's like, okay, so let's do what's going to make sense. Let's figure out what makes sense in order to move forward with whatever goal that we try to accomplish. Right? So, guess what? If you can't figure out who your great, 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 great granddaddy is, but you on one side, but you could figure out who your great, great, great grandmama is on the other side, and she happened to be a descendant of slaves. Okay, let's work with that and rock with that and see what we could get with that instead of keep beating your head up against the wall trying to prove. And sometimes it be to prove to other people who you are, not even to yourself. Because
And I don't
really,
know if I'm saying the right thing, but isn't ancestors the same as the Fibonacci sequence. I don't know if it's the Fibonacci sequence, but it's one of those sequences that people will be like, my great, 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 great grandma. Well, there's like 124 of those. What do you
Right.
mean?
Mhm.
Right.
Not just one.
Exactly. Come on. I mean,
So
I'm just saying.
if it's all of those people, 124 people, 124 people was all Indians? Are you serious? Ain't nobody else was nothing else? Are you serious? Come on. Let's really look at what we
Make it
said.
make sense. That's all we
Right.
saying.
It's
Good
not
point,
Exactly.
Nisha. Good
on.
point. Good
Make
point,
it
Nisha.
make sense.
I said we're
I
all
have
mixed with
we
some
are.
salt.
We
Yeah.
are. I have indigenous in my DNA. I've showed it on this show. I have indigenous. I don't claim that it's not enough.
It's
How
not.
many
It's
percent did it
very
show,
small
Nisha?
I
percentage. Yeah.
got 1%
See?
indigenous.
See?
So
Yeah,
what?
that's yes.
But
Every
for the
yeah.
people,
No,
for
and
the
I'll be honest about that though. Is it is with both the African and the indigenous side for the Human Genome Project, they have not done enough participation for them to know that it's only 1% or anything like that. But even that being said, that you're coming in and it's saying that you're definitively African. Part of you is definitively African. Period. That is
right,
true of the DNA test. The part of
right.
you is
Fact.
definitively African. Now, I will say that maybe because the Human Genome Project, we don't know the percentages, and that's fine. But when it comes to it, why I say it's a doctrine is because usually you're not using the actual math of how many great grandparents you would have. And like she said, you're not going on both sides. And it's a belief because you don't want to be a slave. Like, why do y'all want to be a slave so bad? It's not that we want to be a slave, it's that we know slaves are in our family and we are deserved restitution and reparations. And on the other side, you have the story that says the land was taken away, the things were taken away. And then when we say how, you don't even have the full story of how it was taken away. You're saying, well, my daddy still has some land, but at some point it was taken away. Someone didn't have the land anymore. So what
Fact.
happened? And I'm telling you, the possibility is that your family was a part of the slave trade. Now, you may not want to hear it because there were Africans that were a part of the slave trade, but I'm a proponent that not all Africans alone were in the slave trade. So you don't have to be caught up on the term African. But no, a lot of us are descendants of slavery. Of slavery. A
Fact.
lot of us
Right.
are, and it's undeniable. We know how our land, money, resources were taken, and it was through the slave trade. So
Right.
when y'all say we're obsessed with being slaves, we think y'all are obsessed with not being slaves to the point
Exactly.
it's like I will
And
deny
Exactly.
you restitution that my family is owed because I don't want the idea that anyone in my family was a slave. So where was the acres of land? Where were the resources taken?
And I'll
Can
say
I
this.
can I tell y'all a story?
Hold on. Let
Can
me
I?
say this right quick. Hold on.
And I'm gonna
The-
go after Nietzsche.
just
All
like
right.
I said before, the Indians quote unquote, hold on, let me turn my camera on so y'all can see my air quotes. So so the Indians, okay, that was over here, y'all was the first ones, you claim that. Listen, and now y'all don't have no land. Y'all got tricked too. Just like we got tricked on that boat coming over here, y'all got tricked too. Y'all, so it is what it is. And if you look like
You
me,
right.
then at
You right.
the end of the day, we all niggas, because that's how they look at us.
right.
That's how we are
Perception.
looked at. So all of this,
You
I'm this
right.
and
You
I'm that.
right.
No, let's figure out what we need to do to push this reparations. Let's do what makes sense instead of keep fighting and saying I'm this and I'm that. And sometimes all of that could hurt us. It's
It's a
no, they be like
distraction.
they can't even come together and figure out who the hell they are. So how are we gonna give them anything? They don't even know who they are. Come on.
And
But
I
Lolita,
believe
we talked about this
I
point
say that.
because
Yep.
Dr. Truth Bates said that they already did a restitution for this. So the over 50 million acres of land that was stolen from American Indians, Obama signed the restitution for it, and there's at least $3.3 billion left of it. So what has to be done now is y'all have to figure out how to access that restitution. But that
and how to get them to ask for more.
but the one for slavery has not happened. It has
Yeah,
not.
Mhm.
that's what we
Yep. And then
focus
I
on.
was going to sit here
Is
and
that
touch on it, add on to what Dulcinea said earlier. Even about the data, they're not them not having, all the data or not having enough, Native American or Aboriginal people to test. But I beg to differ. If that 1% is showing, that's enough to show all of us being a good portion of us, and we are showing that we do not have as much as this Aboriginal blood as they're claiming, DNA is they're claiming. It's just not possible. There is enough of us and enough people doing their genealogy in 1, 2, 2, 3, 2, and 1, and all the rest of them. So many people are taking that test and doing it right now. The percentages will be way higher if that Indian was the
How
absolute
many of
truth.
the recognized tribes have they tested is my question. How many of the Choctaw and all those people have they tested to compare for the genomes? Because we
that's
know they're comparing
Yeah,
it
but you know what? Even if they did compare, right, with 1% in us, that means that was some mating, that was some migration, some mating, some intermingling. That is enough. If it's not showing that we are all definitive from here, then we are absolutely not. It can't be we're showing definitive, 70% in Africa, which means we stay there a lot longer than we stay here. Right, 1% is nothing. 1% is nothing. We can find on that same genealogy chart, right, that most of you guys come from even the same area. They can't even present that with the 1% finding that they do find in it.
Facts.
Yes, and so the Indian tribes that receive their restitution, they usually are verified or vouched by their chief. Their chief usually holds the responsibility of verifying the tribe. So there's a certain procedure that the American Indians have to go through that's there already. And so, again, because we are distinct in where we were not considered human, that we have to go through all these hoops to even try to find out who we are. But it's distinct throughout history who we are by how we were treated, what what we were given, which was zero. How we're living now is a result of what started back then. So determining where and how you live today is really a big part on how much reparations you are owed, if you want to look at it that way. But we already put the $5 million slate on the table. This was something that even in San Francisco that they were determining as well. And again, our senators, assembly people, Congress, they're all moving the goalposts. That is the problem. They want to gatekeep, they want to keep us in bondage because it's more money to keep us enslaved, it's more money to keep us incarcerated, to keep us in these hoods, because a lot of the careers of the slave masters depend on us. How many white people do you know, or non-blacks do you know, that go into the hood that want to teach in school or that want to do homeless outreach? That's their career. They're making six figures trying to save us. So they don't want to give that up because that's the majority that's running the government. But when we recognize that and say, no, we are okay, let's start building and doing stuff with $0. You don't need money to unify. You just need determination. You need a heart. You need no fear, whatever you want to call it, but you just got to do. And that's the process that we're in right now. I'm not
Sister
trying to
Truth
wait
Bay,
to 10
can I
years.
can I support you in what the sisters just said real quick with evidence of what y'all was speaking of on the record? Is it a sister that can allow me to share this screen real quick? If it'll let me do it. Sister Dulcinea, do you have control over this? Sister
Yes, I do. So
Okay.
you can go ahead and share it. I don't see it yet.
Okay, there you go, right there. And this is dealing with the numbers. Let me know when it come up.
Hold on, Kamisha. Could Tyrone, could you mute up, please?
Yeah, I can.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sister Nisha. And what I want to show you, it's actually going to get a numbers here. And listen to what this says. This is coming from the Exhuming of a Nation. It says, what does this have to do with reparation is in the light of understanding since nationhood was ever meant for him. It is not really the fault of the Negro lawyer for failing to understand exactly what are reparations. Ironically, the Negro lawyer does not know or cannot tell. There is no difference between a black slave and a free black. They are both still black. So how does the law define reparations? According to the opening Black's Law definition and legal application, reparation is a form of payment or restitution that is rendered between countries, established governments, and nations as an act of comedy for injuries or damages suffered during wrongdoings or war. Notice the word international. It say in its root nation. It says the so-called NBC, made in the molds of perpetual slavery, is, it says, not and can never be a country, established government, or nation. This is why reparations will never be given to the status of assumable jurisdiction of the United States, clinging to de facto names that delude to slavery, and 3 remaining undeclared nation. It says, undeclared nation through not proclaiming their one free national name and number. Observe the list below, and this is in reference to these people that y'all was speaking of that already received reparations. Observe the list below, which outlines a recent history of national prayers and their reparation and recipient name of nation. USA, 2001, 56 million, 34 of 36 Seminoles of Oklahoma, right? Then they say minus all black tribesmen. That's what the sisters were saying earlier. This was given to the Europeans, but not our people. USA 1990, 1.12 billion or 20,000 each. Japanese American, they even got some reparations. Australia 1990, 2.5 million to the Holocaust survivors. Jewish claims on Austria, they got some reparations. Canada 1988, 25,000 square miles of land, Indians and Eskimos. You know, and we can go all the way down and see everybody from the Ottawas of Michigan, the Chippewas of Wisconsin, the Seminoles of the part itself of Florida, and then you have your Sioux of South Dakota. Everywhere you go, you see all these people have received reparations in some form, even the Jews, so-called of Nazi Germany. Look at how much they got. 822 million to Holocaust survivors, and they ain't even from over here. But the United States pay for that. But look at us. And this is what cold. That's cold-blooded. And I close with this. Listen to what the brother said. He said it should be noted that the first tribe of Seminoles listed above could not receive millions of dollars in reparations until they purged themselves of all Negroes, claiming black Seminole. Remember, I was talking about that reservation, that place holding apparatus. It says claiming black Seminole ancestral blood. The U.S. reparation ordinances strongly enforce the very explicit laws that direct national compensations only to nations, tribes, and families bearing one free national name. And that's what the sister Nisha was saying. When can we come together and say we dealing with one particular thought? And that's what's killing us.
Right.
Can I show one thing, Kamisha, to back up what you're saying?
Yeah, let me stop sharing it right now.
I wanna define black Seminoles for a second and show what that means. So what do the black Seminoles mean? It means that they were freedmen, meaning their family were slaves, or they were runaway slaves.
Facts. So why y'all got no reparations?
They are descendants of slaves.
Wood child. Oh, you need a bomb off of that one, sister.
Nana gave us bombs.
We need a bomb, y'all. Find that bomb.
So wake up call right there. So now we need to ask these Indian brothers, since y'all been getting all these reparations, why y'all ain't gave us nothing yet?
That part. The same reason why they went back on some of these treaties and continued to enslave us. That's
I
why.
said, Gemini.
Some of them think they want to be the new slave master. Being honest with you, they'll
What did I
tell
say,
me, "We want this
Gemini?
I'm telling you.
Who all
You said it.
reparations?
We said, yep, yep. We started
Who
this
all
conversation earlier.
reparations?
Yep. Who owes who reparations? I'm
Who
telling
can
you,
prove it? Come
facts."
on.
that's a double reparation.
Mm.
So we need to be asking them to
A
cut
lot
the
of,
check.
I would say, and where I feel like, this is a problem of the other side. I get it. You're saying it's not a real definition, but I can say definitively, my granny says that's the real definition. My granny says that we're Blackfoot, but that they were slaves.
They were.
I
Facts.
mean, yeah.
The thing
Facts.
was, I'm not saying OTK. Don't take it to listen. This is it hurt like that, but understand when you pulled up that reparations thing. The thing is that when you saw the Michigan, remember I said this earlier. Y'all saw the Michigan Indians, right? Y'all saw the Dakota Indians, right? Y'all saw Colorado, and we talking about gateways, right? We were talking about other slave ships prior to the Atlantic slave ship.
Mm.
We were also talking about other ways that Africans were here. Indigenous was just natives were just other people living here. It was Dutch people living here too. Right? This was called the New World. The French fought for the Indians. This is the part that they don't tell in their story. Right? The French fought with the Indians to fight the British and everybody else. They didn't fight these wars by themselves. The blood treaty, right? That blood treaty that war was fought. That war was fought. The French helped with that war. There are several wars that was fought, right? And they were fought with the French. The French helped free in slavery. Big facts. The French helped free the slavery. The French helped with a whole lot of wars that helped between the North and the South. Right? The Buffalo Soldiers. They were black. They were also
They're African. Yep.
African, and they are also what? Indians. We have free black, right? And we also know they were Indian, right? We're gonna call them Indian, but they were known as Negroes when they were in the service. And this was when Negroes were still enslaved. So how is this free slave in the service?
Facts.
This free black man was in the service all at the same time.
And what I've always heard is Creole is a freedman status.
He was a free man. He was a free black man in the service. And he was I got his name wrote. Listen here, if I gotta look for him, I'm trying to tell y'all serious. I got 4 notebooks right here. If I gotta look for him, I'm gonna have to look for him. But listen here, I'm trying to tell y'all I got his name wrote down. He was a free black man in the service. He got medals. He was the first free black man in the service, and this was before the war, right? And this is why the foolery is real. How are you a free black man and there were slaves and you in the service? That's why that slave Bible or Bibles are real, and they all in Brazil. One is in Washington. One is in Washington. That's why they kept changing the Bible over and over and over consistently so that it could go concurrently, right, with the Constitution. One of the Bibles that I collected is the 1976, 1996 Bible. And it's got all of that in there. The presidents, the Constitution, the proclamations, all of it.
That's why it lined up so well. And people, as soon as they say a prophecy about the Bible, they go straight to the government.
but it was all about the literacy, right? Colonized. It was about the literacy. That's why the 13 colonies, right? The first 13 colonies, that's what we had to top on when we first got into it. That's why the history system, the English system, the vocabulary system, the pronouns, everything. A lot of the Bible didn't make sense. There was no prose back then. You can't find the word great. Remember, we kept talking about that. You can't find the word great in the Bible because the greatest thing that happened was the greatest thing that happened, just like right now in your life. The Bible don't describe great because the greatest thing that's supposed to happen every time it happened was what happened at that time. The great flood, the great sea opening. But except when Moses got to the great sea and the great sea was supposed to happen, that great sea didn't split open. It was slave ships right there. All of these things happened at the same time.
You saying that you learned from both Bibles?
40 years, yes, I got it from the Esoteric Bible as well. The Esoteric Bible is they have the same scholars that went. They're not the same scholars, but they had different scholars to go through it, and they came together and they went through the Bible, and then they wrote. They compared. They went through the Bible and they did the same thing King James did, and then they came up and they once they got through with it, they sent it to England. They sent it to the same church and whatever that they go through, and these people published it, and it went through the same archy and with the Pope and all of these people, and they doctrine it right, and it's called the Lindsay somebody Lindsay Harper Bible. Right? And so this is a 1964, 64 or something to that effect. And this Bible is an esoteric Bible. It's coincides with the Bible. It tells you everything about the King James Bible from the beginning, from when it was established, when it came in, each time it got changed. Right, I think it's the 1921. Each time it got changed, it starts telling you why it got changed. It tells you why Peter and Paul got killed. Right, according to King James, why they got killed right after that, right before the Bible. It tells you when the Bible came in, established right after King Jamestown got established in New York. If it didn't tell you then, I found it somewhere else, but it's close to it from either that Bible or one of the other Bibles. From that Bible or one of the other Bibles, somewhere along the line, you find a slave Bible, right? So it goes down. It's real. Listen here, y'all know I've been studying this for a minute. This is biblical. This is history, right? These things come together, right? But the foolery is real. Y'all got pencil whip. We got pencil whip. They played with, writing with that ink. The pens was not. We got pencil whip. Oh yeah,
Sister Sakita, check this out, man. That's why Prophet Noble Drew Ali say, Moors, don't throw your Bible away. I'm gonna use it to condemn the European.
Come on.
That's exactly why he said that.
What's my real last name? I'm a Moor. Come on.
He said we're gonna use it to condemn the European. And really that ain't got nothing to do with a European outside of us. It's the European thought pattern that's inside of our minds.
I'm mixed too.
Those who are thinking like that.
Come on.
So you use their own stick to beat the hell out of them with it, basically.
Come on, but I'm mixed too. That's what I'm saying. We all won. We all won at the end of the day. We all won.
That's right.
So that's what we talk about. So you're talking about a narrative.
Y'all are just obsessed. Yeah, but y'all are just obsessed with not taking.
I'm also a male.
And there's a thing because y'all, as far as anyone, it's y'all, it's anyone that's obsessed with saying that the slave is not part of the story. No one's saying that everyone was enslaved. That's what Dr. Truffaut was saying earlier. They were saying just don't seek the reparations, and you should be seeking restitution. But the fact of the matter is, then the question is, why haven't you gotten the restitution?
Dulcinea, why do you have a problem with me not getting my land right now?
Because it
Oh
shows. It
Lord.
clearly shows what we're saying. It clearly shows
We got work to do.
She
Basically,
keep, she keep coming
Gracious.
back to
Oh
that.
yeah,
Look, Doc, she
yeah.
keep
we got
coming
work
back to
to
that.
do.
shows
Man, did you know
that
it's like 2 o'clock in the morning?
you're not one up on the Africans or the slave trade people or nothing. You're not one up on nothing.
Mm-mm.
You should be working with
Dulcinea,
us because you
we
have
might be
no
family.
more than any of us.
We might be family. You said Blackfoot, right? See, my mama said we Blackfoot. We Blackfoot Creek.
Oh Lord. I'm sorry. I'm mute up.
No, Dulcinea said that. Dulcinea said we
Good,
Blackfoot,
good,
but
yeah,
we
because I'm
slaves.
not because no,
My
when I
mama
said
said we
my
Blackfoot.
family, my
We
grandma
ain't no
told me
slaves.
we're Blackfoot. Oh no. Well, you might have not been a slave, but my great grandma was a slave on that side of the Blackfoot side. My great
I know
grandma
my.
was a slave.
All right.
Yeah.
So the thing is, what the sister was just talking about was the pencil whipping, right? So you're talking about a narrative that people are putting out there. So why trust either side of the coin? Why jump on the African ship when you don't even know you got these same people that's writing the script? I mean, I wouldn't even go with that. I mean, my thing is that if like what needs
Well,
to happen is you
why can you go
like
with what your family said and my family says that we have African slaves in the family? Why is it that your family can be trusted and my family cannot?
I didn't say your family couldn't be trusted, but I'm
Then
definitely gonna
what
trust
are
my
you
family.
talking about the exactly? And I'm definitely going to
Well,
trust
maybe he's talking about
No,
the
no, no.
DNA,
What the
but
sister
what
was
we're
saying.
saying
No,
is
what the
I
sister
have
was
no
saying about the
problem
pencil
with
whipping.
you, and I'm not trying to convince you that you have an African slave in your family. That
Sounds like
hasn't
it.
been what I said at all. And if you think that's what I said, then you haven't listened to what I said at all tonight. Because
Oh, okay.
I've only
All right.
expressed the
I'm just checking.
restitution that is owed to American Indians has been paid out. And
And
where
show
is
me
your
proof of that.
fight?
well,
Where
And
is
look,
and
your
show
fight
me
to
proof of
go
that.
get that?
I'll put
Because
my
we're going
email.
to fight
I'll put
for our
I'll put my
what's
email in
owed
the
to
back
us in
chat, and
slavery.
I want you to show me where it was paid out and who it was paid out to. Show me
He
that because
just
I ain't
showed
seen it.
it.
To you, I
Commission
Who
already
just
showed me?
showed
showed it.
you. I
Who
already
showed me?
showed you. There's a link. You could Google how much American Indians got paid, and I'm sure you'll find several different, a dozen of articles. Everything is on record, my brother. Obama clearly, at his time of presidency, he made sure that American Indians were paid in at least in his term. That's on record. And again, it was a 13-year battle. And it was a total of $3.4 billion that they came up with, but only paid out 453 million. So that's
So
something with that information that I give to you. Do the rest of your research and come back and tell us what you find.
I
That
don't have no
I
problem
most
with that. I don't have no problem with that. I would like to see that though.
And
I definitely would see that,
go
and I
get your
definitely will
money.
come back with it.
right.
No,
And he
I'll definitely
just
go back and get that.
brought that
You
information
should
up.
just your money. Go get that money.
and
So
He
okay,
just
so
sourced
my
up.
thing,
let me throw this
so
in
my
right quick.
so my
And
thing is this, because we're
Keisha
talking about
said,
restitution here. Restitution deals with not money; it deals with land, and it deals with the people that are occupying the land as tenants, right, on lease agreements, tenements that need to be paying that money back based on what they've been doing, all the money they've been making,
Right.
right?
So restitution was given in
Because
the
we had
form of
because no,
casinos,
we have
land
oil
for
wells,
casinos.
right? We have
There you
oil
go.
wells.
Somebody's pulling something up right now. That's one article. Let, let me put it in the chat or something.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Trump. That's not Obama.
maybe y'all need to get y'all DNA and show more than 1 or 2%. Then maybe you can get that
I
land you was
Boy,
talking about.
y'all over there hitting the gut on me, huh? All
just
right, I get you. I get you. I
I'm
get you.
just saying.
I don't care if y'all want to
I
be
don't
African.
hold on.
Y'all don't have no problem with me that y'all
I
being
don't
African.
necessarily think it's based on DNA,
Well, what I'm
Antonia.
not
I'm
gonna
not
do is
saying
tell
that.
my mama.
I'm
I ain't
saying
gonna tell
though
my mama
is
and
that
daddy I'm a they a liar.
you have work to do.
Get
I'm
fired
not
on.
saying to say
Okay.
your mom's a liar. You don't say that my
Okay.
grandma's
I
a
said
liar.
I'm.
But what I'm
I
saying
did not say
is
that she
that
was a
you have
liar.
work to do.
I
Well,
didn't
if
say
you're
that.
saying as far as that I don't have slaves
I
in my
didn't say
family,
that.
you are
I
saying that.
never
You
said
are.
that,
If you
Dulcinea.
saying that is a doctrine, then you are saying that because that's what people's family has passed down. But no, that what we're saying here is some people can say maybe it's DNA.
African
I'm
slaves.
not saying
Slaves or
maybe
African
it's a,
slaves, Dulcinea? Slaves or
both,
African slaves?
both, both.
Okay. I don't
So anyway,
disagree. But there
So,
was
so,
there was involuntary
well, but
servitude.
if you
That's the
don't
word I
have
use,
any
involuntary
Africans
servitude.
and you don't have any
Right?
slaves, then what you have to do is galvanize the people that don't have their land. And you see this settlement, and what we're saying is go work to get part of this settlement. Why would you just be okay with not getting the restitution? And instead, you're arguing with other people that are descendants of slaves to say, oh, well, this and all this other stuff about Indian, when if you're an American Indian, you should be working towards your restitution, not arguing that slaves don't deserve reparation. You
I
should be
didn't say that.
saying, hey, we
I
have
know my
restitution.
thing is I just
crazy at the
raised
end
a
of the day.
question, sister. I raised a question, sister. I said when I read the definition of restitution, I said if you are a slave that came off a ship, how can you get restitution based on the definition? Because it was something that you owned that was supposed to be restored back to you. So if you were a
But
slave coming off a ship to a different continent, how can you get something
reparations.
that you never owned?
We're
That's what
seeing
I'm
Oh,
saying.
wait a minute.
But
Let
I
me ask
want
him this. Let me throw this back at him.
yeah.
Then how can people's DNA chart only show 1%? And you're saying that you guys can date yourselves back to the 1400s. So you're trying to tell me in all of this time, that 1%, that 2% ain't changed to 17%, 35%, 60, 70, 100%? What is going on with y'all math?
Well, but that's what the
Y'all been
sister
here
was
way
saying
too
earlier.
long then, and still ain't turned
Okay,
full Indian, or not even a you ain't even a thought. You married thought of Indian. At this point, it
okay,
makes no
yeah.
sense. Make the
Well, like
math
the
math.
sister, okay, like the sister was saying, how you say Yashi Yara?
Yashiria. You just say,
Yashiria, right?
just say,
Yashiria,
yeah, okay.
right? Shalom, shalom. But at the end of the day, it's like this. She said the pencil whipping, right? It's the narrative. It's about who's speaking. The one that's in power, the one that holds the knowledge is the one with the power. So you know what I'm saying? You can't paint it with a wide brush. I'm not painting it with a wide brush. You guys got me confused. You guys thinking just because I say that my people tell me that I'm American Indian and I can show the records that we're American Indian by the definition of the Constitution, because that's about as far as we go back along with the treaties. I don't know where
Then
we going way back then. I ain't
what would
trying to
they
go that
gain by
far.
No,
saying people are 78%, 70, at least 70% Nigerian and 1.5% Indian? What would they have to gain because they just because they're in charge of the narrative? Right? What would they have to gain
Um,
by doing that? Make it make sense.
well, he's saying that
well,
they
if
just
I
say
could
you don't
speculate,
own property at this land. But I do want
No,
to
no,
make it
I know. I
clear.
heard. I listen.
there
Yeah,
you go,
I heard what
Dulcinea.
he said,
There
right?
you
But
go.
I'm trying to
There
ask
you
him
go.
another question. What would it? Because he's saying that the white people basically are in charge, and why would we believe their narrative? I'm saying, why would the white people? What would they have to gain by making people's DNA chart 70% at least, right? Not a
Dulcinea,
sub-Saharan African, and only 1 or 2%
Dulcinea just said
indigenous.
it.
What would they have to gain by lying to us like
Sister,
that?
sister, Dulcinea just said it. This is why we're having. That's why the sister in the middle, the sister Bay, is having a conversation. Is that they got the red tape and they got the blocks up, so that way they can say you come from somewhere else. So none of this is yours. So if you don't own land, then that means there's no reparations either. You got to have some stake in this, not just sitting around here scraping your knuckles picking cotton. You got to have some stake in this to where something is owed to you, and you
Well,
can actually prove that you were an involuntary servant, not just a
Picking
slave,
their
but
cotton
by
in their
by
state, in
definition.
this place, is
right.
involuntary servitude,
That,
brother.
that
So
When
is
you get done,
involuntary servitude,
plenty of
and just to say that restitution and reparations are not the same. You even said that in the beginning, so you do
But they
understand that reparations is a wrongdoing, and restitution is
right,
restored. But what you began with is an American Indian at a reparations um, event or task force
right.
talking in front of them about American Indians getting reparations. And our point is saying, we're not saying that we're against you. Our point is saying that you're not going to get reparations. You already are entitled to restitutions that has already been settled. So now you
right
guys have to galvanize together to figure out
and
how to
claim
get
their
that
shit.
Boy, I
restitution.
tell you,
And
she
So
claim
we
it.
keeps saying that too.
galvanize
She
as
keeps
slaves
saying
to
that
get
No,
too.
our
shit is a fact.
reparations
It's
because
She
not.
keeps
that's
saying
that's
that.
all you can do. That's all you
She
can do
keeps
now
saying it
because
was
it's
given out, bro.
settled. It's settled
And that's
there.
what we saw, during the reparations hearing when it was going on for the last 2 years. We noticed a lot of non-blacks or people that didn't claim to be descendants of slaves was making points that was irrelevant. This is not the forum for that. This is a forum for descendants of chattel slaves. Why was this so hard for people to understand that? Again, because we are always blocked when it comes to getting what's due to us, whether it's
Yeah.
in comment form, whether it's infiltration, or whether it's blackface politicians, however it comes. We always have to have some type of wedge to prevent us from getting to the final product. That's why I say, excuse my language in a doctor form, fuck everything else. Just focus on. It's getting late, y'all, so I just had to throw that out
Yeah,
there.
it's late.
It's all good. But let me do this one thing. Let me
Yeah,
do,
we can't be
She get a big up on that.
distracted.
I was waiting for her to throw something in there like that.
We can't.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
But
y'all
what
look in the private chat when y'all get a chance. I just dropped something on y'all. It's straight forward to the front.
Okay,
And
yeah,
it's
I'll bring
actually
that up
giving
right now too. But I just wanted to show this because people will keep saying, "Oh, nothing's owed." Then nothing's owed. If you're claiming the slave trade, nothing is owed to you. UN panel says the U.S. owes reparations to African Americans.
Okay.
All day.
Now that takes us right back to
All
the
day.
that takes us right back to the TikTok. That takes us right back to the TikTok.
They didn't
Peace,
say
brother
Native
Long.
Right
American.
back to the TikTok. Now,
They didn't say
now
nothing about no
if
Native
it says
American.
African American, so bottom line, so
You
you
see?
already know if Jesse Jackson coined African American,
He did
if
not.
Stokely Carmichael coined black, if Martin Luther King talked about a Negro, and then before that it was colored, and then before that it was Creole, mulatto, and then you had American Indian. All these bywords, right?
And then before that,
Then
it was
how are
black.
we?
The
How
black
are we not?
code
No.
originally is where it all starts, is the black code. So before that, it was black too. So we know as far as the history of black and who
You need
those
to come to
black people
class.
are applied to.
Yeah,
We
you need to
know
come to
the
class.
history.
Hey,
Yeah,
Sister
you need to come to
Dulcinea,
class.
hey, when you get a chance, look at that link
Boy.
I put in there, and it's gonna show you who they gave them reparations to, and you're gonna look and you're gonna say, "Oh my God!" When you look at the pictures of the
You
Yeah,
so-called,
saying, "Oh my
it was
gosh,"
probably
now
them
without
natives.
Wait,
looking
do
at it.
you
oh,
teach?
y'all looking at it
When you
now?
Probably them
say
natives.
class, yeah,
Look
I'm
at that
bringing
link.
up.
That's
When you
crazy.
say class, Anton, you mean your class?
No,
But
I didn't.
don't
Did I
you
say
you
class?
think $3.4
You
billion
mean
dollars?
BCU class that I'm already in? The all
No,
the other stuff? Oh, okay. Because I'm
I'm
like,
talking about.
there is nothing said
Look.
this
That brother do
debunking
great
this.
work. Oh,
Hey,
that brother do great
He
show
work.
him
does
real.
do good work,
But
but I
see,
mean, there's nothing
I
debunking
deal,
it.
I deal with civics, right? I deal with civics. Like everything this sister talking about, I deal with that, but I go an extra mile, with it, and I'll be able to tie it in that can't be refuted by nobody. That's why I gave you the TikTok thing, because he's he's if you actually listen to the sister after he finished talking, you see how she excited she was. It was like she was smiling. She loved everything. She was on the panel. She loved everything that he said, and they let him finish, and she agreed.
No, you know
TD
why?
Jakes, people loved
Because
everything TD
you know
Jakes
what
says,
Camilla
and they
Moore.
agree.
Oh, go ahead.
But she's on the panel though. She's on the panel though. She's the one
Right,
that's
and that's
a
the
part
whole
of the
point that I'm
decision
making.
making.
No,
She's a
but this
part of
is
the
what
one
I'm
doing the
saying.
decision making. Why were you there?
But this,
You in LA? Why were you there?
sir, not only was I there, but
Oh,
I'm
okay.
teaching people. I'm
All
showing
right.
people. You'll
No, he
I'm messing with you.
didn't.
Look, I'm
you
messing
look at
with you. I'm messing with you. I'm
Look,
messing
no,
with
no,
he
you look at the
you.
didn't.
public
No,
comment.
I'm
You'll
messing with
see
you. I'm messing with you.
if you
I'm
But
messing.
she
see
caught
that.
Look,
you
I'm
out,
going on mute. Look, I'm
she
going on mute.
daggered you
I'm
real
on
quick
mute.
because she
I am
said, not
on.
only was I there, but I'm gonna
Right.
Yeah,
be in there,
she's about to.
baby.
She's
I'm
about to
the
get
one
Oh
on
in
my
my
front.
bed now.
gosh.
All right. I'm gonna be quiet.
We gonna be
I'll
saying
be.
Dr. True Bay is the reason why we got reparations. Honestly,
That
Yeah, I
part
love it.
right
I
there.
love it
we
though.
Sister
gonna be saying
Dulcinea, that's
fight
you said.
facts.
Because
I love it.
Dr.
I hope
Truth
so.
Bank
Yeah,
is the
let's get it.
truth.
Hey, that's you
Let's
Period.
get
sharing
it.
that screen,
Let's
Sister
get it. Look.
Dulcinea.
Yeah,
Just
where do
do
I
this.
go to?
Go up there to the portion where they got them standing next to that European with the Indian feathers on.
Oh, man.
And they had this display at Mills College. This very display too. Look at that.
There you
Mm.
go, right there.
Sure did. I remember this.
They go your reparations. That's where they went right there, Indians. So y'all chiefs.
I'm telling
Ain't
you,
nobody talking now.
Telling you, talk to
That's
your chiefs.
crazy,
That's
They know.
deep, boy.
See,
Wow.
so when they look, they got the European standing right there. He letting them know y'all
Mm.
govern this now. You know, that's y'all little reservation. Y'all the placeholders. Keep them Negroes up out of here. All right, boss. We gonna strike them
Read
off
it.
the record.
Read it. Read it.
Yeah,
Read it.
that's what
Read
they
it. Read
did.
it.
Didn't I say that earlier,
I'm on my
Sakina?
phone. Read it.
Sakina,
I'll
I
read it
said
right
that
now.
earlier.
And
Strike them off the record.
Read that.
Wheeler
Yeah.
is my
I said
father's
that.
my last name.
Come on.
By the way. And I believe that is because of slavery that we have the last name Wheeler, but I'll continue. The Indian Reorganization Act. Congress passed the Wheeler-Howard Act, known today as the Indian Reorganization Act, which authorized that authorized 2 million a year in appropriations for acquisition, of land for Indians, except for the state of Oklahoma and the territory of Alaska until 1936. Congress made appropriations until 1941. In total, 5.5 million were appropriated for 400,000 acres of land, and further legislation added 875,000 acres to reservations. 1 million
Reservations.
acres are grazing land, and nearly 1 million acres intended for homesteading were returned to tribes.
Okay, so you're talking about $2 million and $5.5 million for 400,000 acres of land, acres to reservations, and What is
You're
what is
only
this brother
you're
trying to tell
only
me?
owed 400 of those.
What is Commission trying to tell me? What is
That's a
Commission
lot.
trying to tell me?
Commission
You
trying
talking
to
about $7.5
And
million?
sorry to
I mean,
burst your
there's got to be a
bubble.
point. There's got to be a point behind this somewhere. You talking about $7.5 million for all of that?
Hey, bro, we didn't even pull up the other slides in that
Remember, I
document
told you
right
the
there.
This
Don't
is
treaties.
miss your
only
I
a
boat.
told you about
portion.
the treaties. I
This
told
was
you about some of them treaties was
1934.
fake, right?
Bro,
Told you
all
some
them
of them treaties
primary
was fake.
sources right there. Now, I don't think you want
I'm
to do
telling
that.
you, some of them treaties was fake.
That's
Yeah, we
not
had some sellouts.
like no
Just
more.
like Sister Bay. Sister Bay said you got gatekeepers now. You got brothers and sisters out there that's in places where they should be helping us out and they're not. You don't think how long that's going? They probably put that feather on top of their head. They probably them sellouts.
Do you hear
Probably them
that say
Huguenots.
Reorganization Act? That say everything. What would
Yeah,
they
it's a reorganization.
reorganize? See, that's the
Okay, what
question you
about
got
the
to ask.
Right,
What would
fact.
they
what was
in
the
And
Reconstruction
appropriation?
how
Act,
did
brother?
they get it to be able to reorganize in the first place? That's what we're
Facts.
What about
saying.
the Reconstruction Act, Kamisha? What about the Reconstruction Act? What was that about? Wasn't that the
Bro,
bankruptcy
listen,
of
you
the
still ain't
Constitution?
getting it, good brother. You don't see now
Oh,
Negro standing
nah.
up there with no Indian feathers on his head. You know what I mean? You
Okay.
see mulatto replacements, bro. They stole your birthright, basically. Just like the Jacob and the Esau demonstration. Yeah, that's what is going on right there. And
Oh my
so
goodness.
Well,
basically,
So we're
once
saying fight with us,
50% I agree with that.
Antonia,
50%. But at least you
or
see the brothers with the feathers on. They
fight
sellouts,
without us.
but you see the
brothers,
brothers with the
brothers,
feathers on. Them was brothers with the
what?
feathers on.
You didn't see?
Wait,
Them,
in
Oh
that
my
them was
picture.
You
them was
talking
them
about
was
the
white boys.
Alaskan, the
Wait,
Asian looking?
pause.
Hold
Wait,
on.
you're saying in this
They
Maybe
look like
maybe
picture?
brothers.
the
It was
Now,
picture's
black
in
and
Daniel,
black
white.
and
They look
white.
wait,
like
let me
brothers.
put it
Hey,
back.
hey,
Let me put it back.
don't sit there.
Them
You
look
need
It
like
to
was the
blow
brothers.
black
that
and
up
white
for him.
picture, so
Yeah,
he's
pull it
right. It's
back up.
black and
Pull it
white.
back up.
No, I'm pulling
I'm
it
on my
back up.
phone.
You need
I'm
to
on my
you
It's
need
a
phone.
to
black
blow
and
that
white
up for
picture,
him so he can
I'm
Kamisha.
get
on
them
my phone.
phenotypes.
It's
Yeah,
black and
Oh,
white.
I'm
these
on
are
my phone.
brothers.
That's what I'm
Yeah, I'm on
Yeah,
my
asking.
because
phone.
don't
Hold
say
on.
it's black and white. The black and white picture. That's not even color. So
Hold on. I'm on my
he
phone.
thinks they're black.
Oh, he think they black. Blow them features
Yeah.
up
Yeah,
so we can see
I
the,
was on
the
my phone.
Can we
phenotypes a little bit
enlarge?
more docile now.
Yeah, I was on my phone. Yeah.
Blow them up.
Okay, I see it.
You
I see.
wasn't
I
on the
see. I
phone.
see it.
Okay,
Okay,
Oh
I
yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
better act like
Oh.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Nah, them
yeah.
ain't brothers. What you talking about, man? See, there you go.
They
You made my
definitely
point. You
wait.
made
They
hey
my
look.
point.
definitely copper though. The copper,
You
but
made my point.
but I think you're missing our point. Our point
What's the
is
point?
that you should be fighting with us. That's our point because it sounds
So you
like
can get your face in this picture. Maybe you can be on the end.
Dulcinea. Dulcinea.
Right.
Why do
Right.
Dulcinea?
You
Why
could
do you think I'm
utilize
fighting
us
against
to be like, let's galvanize
Dulcinea?
together. But
You
there's a
been
thing where you guys are
Dulcinea, you
like,
been
we
punchy.
don't need.
Dulcinea, you
No,
been
there's a
punchy
thing where you're like,
all
you
day.
guys don't need us. We
You been
already
punchy
we
all
already
day.
know who we are. We
Mm.
already got some of our land. Oh, but then you're like, but we want land, more land. We want land
We
back.
don't need
But how do
you,
you get it? How do you get the land back?
Hey,
man.
Sister Dulcinea, you know what we're
You
gonna do?
said
We're
we
gonna
don't need
start
you.
adding them to the list. They got to pay us too. Cut the check.
Who is we?
If y'all ain't with
Look,
us, y'all
who
against us.
is we?
Y'all
Who is
French.
Okay, so
we,
you need
So
Dulcinea?
y'all
so,
fight the
so
war.
you
So y'all
say
French. We
so
can
you
tell
say
y'all
you
the
need
Y'all
war.
the
tripping.
you say you
Y'all
need the
tripping.
African,
Look,
you
y'all
say you
over here
need the
trying to
so-called
tackle me.
African
Y'all
American.
over there
So
tackling me.
do
Y'all
you,
kicking, y'all kneeing me in the
Antonio, say
gut.
it definitively now. Say it definitively now. Do you
You
stand
over here
with
kneeing me
your
in the gut.
African American brothers and sisters?
Huh?
Do you stand with your African American brothers and sisters?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. It's a start. Now let's go to
A
work now.
start? Man,
Let's go to work.
what you talking about? I'm from Northern Cali. I come from the soil. This is what we do all day. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody tripping off nothing.
Okay.
I'm with my
Are
people.
you in
I'm with
Cali
my
right
people.
now?
Whether
You in
y'all know who
Cali?
you are or not.
You in Cali right now?
I'm Northern Cali. Yeah, all day.
Okay. So
Yeah.
were you at the
I got
reparations hearing?
I got a youth organization out there in LA, South Central, Lamert Park.
Yeah.
Yep.
Stop playing with me.
I ain't
Lamert
playing
Park
with
is like
you.
a stone
You
throw away from where I live. I need to connect with you and talk to you to
Oh
your
my
face.
yeah,
God.
I used to live on Davis.
Man,
I used to
we
live
have the
right there
Free
on
Geronimo
Davis.
Pratt, Free
I used to
Geronimo
live
Pratt
right
protest in Lamert Park.
I used to
Yeah,
I used to
put them
live
to
Oh,
right
work,
there
okay.
on
Sister Truth.
Degnan.
Y'all
Yeah,
gotta
I
y'all
did
gotta
festivals.
connect with me.
Man, we did festivals
Put
and
them to
all that.
work.
Yeah,
I
because
need to
I'm from LA
Yeah.
too.
do something. Let
I
me
put
tell you
my
something
email
about
in the
Lamert
back
Park.
chat. Yeah.
Let me just tell you something about
Me?
Lamert. The Vision Theater in Lamert Park, right? You familiar with the Vision Theater, right?
Come on now.
So that was supposed to be open 2 years ago for our youth.
Yep.
It's still, again, because of politics, it's still closed. Politicians stealing money. Heather Hutt, District 10.
Yep.
So I
Yep.
said, I mean,
Crazy.
they all day. We got to get rid of this body. LA City Council is the most corrupt body of politicians
Mhm.
in the nation. So Lamert Park has been trying to hold on. We've been trying to hold
That's
on to our black.
wild.
I tell you, it's the last black area standing. So if you're in that area and you're working with youth for real, tap in with me. I put my email in the chat. I'm gonna put it in again. I'll
Yeah, I
put my
just
number.
put mine in there.
I grew up
I
right
just
there, Truth Bay, right there on 104th in Vermont.
Oh,
okay.
stop it.
Okay. Okay.
That's where it's
Yeah.
at. Oh, that's my stomping ground. Oh, yeah, baby.
Yeah.
That's my fault. That's why I can't leave here like that because again, we have been pimped for so long. We are the lowest performing district 8, really, and borders District 15. That's one
Well,
of the
you know they changed it, sister, to District 10. You know, Herb, what's his name? What's his name?
Weston.
Yeah,
Yep.
Herb Wesson. You know, he took over. He took that over from Bernard Parks when Bernard Parks had it. You know what
No,
I'm
right
saying?
now
And
it's Heather Hutt. Mm-mm.
yeah,
But
exactly.
Herb
Yeah,
Weston
because
got the boot.
what's his name? Mark Ridley Thomas had got that.
Yeah, and guess who convicted him? Guess who convicted this bastard? I'm gonna
Yeah,
give you a
I
little.
know the host. I know the whole story.
That's right.
Trust
So
me,
that's what I said.
I'm right there. I'm right there in the village. Yeah.
Who
Trust me.
convicted him? Tell us.
You're looking at the person who did that.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, that
That's
was
for
you?
another day. That's for another day. But
I know that's right,
Yes,
sis.
he said,
That
Hell
was
stop
to
you.
playing
the
with her
yeah.
name.
okay,
Man.
okay, no, you
Hell
can go
to
there.
the yeah.
Man. That
In
was you?
short, I'll just tell you a brief history. Margaret Lee Thomas was the county board of supervisor at the time for District 2. And we applied for grants for our black children. Instead of him funding us, we were awarded $1.5 million. Instead of funding us directly, it had to go through your local governance, which was the county, District 2. So he took that money, hooked his people up, and tried to buy his son a seat at USC. $400
Wow.
with that. So we drafted it. I drafted an arrest warrant. That's right. They will never admit that this black girl from South LA put this man in jail, but I will shout it through the mountaintops. You could buy the book in January.
Wow.
But we
I know
drafted
that's
it,
right.
and then 2 months later, because they didn't want to file the arrest, they didn't want to process the arrest warrant like that. I had to put it under some other pieces of paper to make it look like a different lawsuit. Once they filed it in the courts, they had to process the arrest warrant, and 2 months later, he was arrested. This was 2 years ago, and he's been fighting court in federal courts, asking the judge for leniency. Blah blah. Nope, the judge threw 3.5 years at his ass, and I don't regret a day. Trust me. So that's why I'm not scared of these politicians. I'm tired of us being pimped, and I'm trying to do something about it. And that's why I want our people to unify and do the same thing. We can hold these politicians accountable if we occupy these spaces and do what we have to do.
Mm-hmm.
And so
that's all they good for, sis. Them seats. That's all they good for, us getting in the position and utilizing them if we get there to bring about a change. Other than that, you ain't gonna
Come
be
on,
able to
Ashley Talisa.
That's real
That's
talk.
right.
So we give honest
Well, OTK came back up. Peace, brother. What you want to add or anything?
Nah, because I didn't get to say peace. I hope the best for you as far as the run that you're going for the race. I'm actually one now. Don't knock me coming up here and asking questions like that, because I just like to talk and debate. But now when it come down to handling business, I am one for government too in my community. One of my brothers is actually running for South Carolina State Senate, J.A. Moore. He's connected to Kamala Harris. I actually brought her down here one year when she was running for presidency before she backed Biden. I brought her and Charlemagne the God down here to talk about mental health. And we actually started mental health in middle school and high school from her coming down here. So I am one with the community too, Don. So county council meetings, I'm always there. City council meetings, always there. In our community, we don't have an immediate council. So what we have is Goose Creek Concerned Citizens. So we have a president, vice president, treasurer, and a secretary and all that. So we're a governing body. So we take our information that we gather from the community, we go to the county council and we get that done. So in my community, it's almost like we're in our own council, almost like how a community should be ran. And we also still have our own lands. Like I try to tell people, like everywhere in America wasn't colonized. Like they might have came in your area, but they might have only just brought the church there, and they might have not touched the people or the environment. They might have just let you go ahead and cultivate your own environment. And that's where I'm at now in South Carolina, right outside of Charleston. So I wish you luck on your race. I just wanted to say thank you for answering my questions earlier. I'm gonna catch Dulcinea and Gemini later.
Wait, no. Before you go, because
Thank you,
you
Queen.
called my name first. No, but didn't you say in the chat? You said your family owned slaves, owned slaves, right?
No, I did not say that.
Oh, you just said some of the families.
No, I said that it was somebody in South Carolina. When she had brought up Anthony Joshua, I was bringing up April. April had owned slaves in South Carolina. He had owned like 900 acres that he inherited from his father that was supposed to have been his slave owner. And he changed his name to William Ellison. So I don't know why people shaking their head. His name was April first. He went to court to get his name changed to William Ellison. Huh? I didn't hear you, sister.
Did she go?
Madison.
Oh, she might.
Yeah, I think she went off for a second, but
yeah, I think it went off for a second. But you were saying, yeah, right. It's like a black person, a brown person.
Oh yeah, he was considered a color.
Yeah.
He even got letters that he wrote. He was opposing the war. He didn't want to free his slaves.
Mm-hmm.
or his workers on his plantation. He didn't want to free them. And they even got documents of saying how badly and poorly they was dressed and all of this. This is documented. Look up William April Ellison, one of the biggest black slave owners in history, next to Anthony Joshua. He's in the Anthony Johnson. He's in the top 10.
So this was Sakina. This was your point earlier, as far as that for some people, that say they were something else and they possibly could have owned slaves. We want them to get restitution because we coming for reparations from them too. And some people are going to look into their family and see that they were owned by these people, and we need them to have their acres and acres of land so they can pay up what they owe.
The thing is, though, you're going to run into some cases where you see that the man had his wife and his kids down as slaves because he owned them, but he couldn't buy them off the property. You're going to find that too. So how do you know the difference is what I'm saying. It's so much difference. That's why I say, man, we just need to understand that we all mix. We don't know who is who. All we know is that we the same complexion. Right now, we have a darker hue and we have lighter hue in our melanin or whatever because of your melanin. We need to understand is that we need to get back together. In the 60s or whatever, doing any kind of movement, we all was together. Fred Hampton got everybody together. That's what we need to do. Now, when you get everybody together, now it's a problem. But long as we got this separation where you got Pan-Africans and then you got American Indians and then you got Native Americans, it's going to be a borderline in between that, but we need to get rid of that.
But
and just find out that it's a possibility that we all mixed up together, even with European.
But OTK, logically, the part that doesn't make sense of what you said is that if that brother owned his family and his children, then that family and the children should then be passing down that wealth from that plantation and slavery throughout the family. So if
so you didn't know that they
transferred,
did?
hold on,
did.
OTK. Okay, listen, OTK, listen, keep your listening here going because I haven't finished what I'm saying. So when it gets down to us here and we don't have any of that wealth, it either means there's another family member or whatever that we need to knock on their door to be like, I'm family and you need to share this wealth with me too, or a possibility of being that somehow in between there was a transfer of wealth from that family and then their own restitution. And that's what the different words mean. Either you restore my status or you repair what the wrongdoing you've done to me.
Man, your problem is you're looking for something that ain't old for you. Straight
OTK.
up.
No, OTK.
OTK, you know what? I have seen documents in the library.
If my family had 900 acres, that means that my family should pass down the fact that we are rich as hell right now, that we should have millions and millions of dollars. So somehow that 900 acres either didn't make it to me or I was a slave to them. That's the only two explanations. And if there's another explanation, tell us what it is.
Listen,
Well,
I've
I
seen
can't explain
documents in
his
the
exact
OTK.
situation. I can't explain his exact situation, but if I'm not mistaken, I think after the war, I think he lost a bunch of his stuff after the war. But you got to
How did
look
he
up that
lose it?
dude.
Did he
He
misplace the
redid the
land?
cotton gin. Hold on. Let me finish. His family was breaded. He redid the cotton gin and then sold it up and down the South. You better
So
look
how
that
did what
dude
do you
up now.
mean?
So he
How did
did
he
pass it on.
lose the
But
land
listen,
though? How
hold
did
on
he
though.
lose the land?
I'm saying he could have lost some because of the war. I think he lost some because of the war because he was fighting against it. He didn't want to free his slaves. So I think a lot got taken during the end. But then now he had kids or whatever like that. Their last names changed. So don't think these people ain't still inherited what they inherited because their last name is not Ellison today. Now, like you said, you're right. Maybe your family member took it. You might need to go knock at their door. I agree about that. I'm just giving you an example of a person who had owned that much stuff and could have passed it down. If he had 5 daughters and his 5 daughters got married, their last names changed. How can you follow them if you don't do the homework to see who the daughters was?
Because of their family, if it was so big and they were so prominent that
Fucking
regardless
God.
of the names, people would still know who they were because of the lineage.
Oh my
Yep.
God.
Facts,
So
Sister Nisha.
I'm gonna tell
Yep.
you, my last name is
Facts,
Joshua
Nisha.
now, but my family lineage is Pinkney.
Okay.
But the only way you would know that is if you know who my people's then was that got connected to the Pinkneys. That would be the
Nisha
only
just
way.
said that you would still know who you were. Don't matter who you got
But
married
hold up.
to
But
and
I
how
just
many
said
last
you
All
had
I've
names
to
been
you
trying
trace
to
carry.
it.
say. That's
I
it.
just said you had to trace it though. That's all I was saying. If you
That's
don't do
right.
your homework, how would you know who the money transferred to?
Absolutely.
Well,
Just because they
no one
last
has
name might
argued
not
against
stay
doing their
Ellison.
homework.
You
If
might
you
not
watch
have to
the
keep
whole
looking for
stream,
Ellison.
Dr.
Like they
Truth
name.
Bay started with that, is that we have to do our homework on who we are,
Oh,
our genealogy. So no one's arguing against that. That's what
oh,
she
listen,
said
I
since the
wasn't trying to make
beginning.
no argument,
Yeah,
Dulcinea.
but what we're
I
saying
was
that
just giving an
where we're
example.
confused though, I want to make it clear where me, Nisha, Gemini, where we're all confused at, because we're not confused at the doing the homework part. We're confused at the part of where the money went, where you lost all the power. If you were some royals up in here, why you not royalty now? That's
I don't
where
know.
we're
I don't
Yo,
know
confused.
that's
who you
the
talking about.
Monday.
I don't listen. Now, see, you know me. I only speak personally. I don't know who you talking about, but my family ain't lose nothing. I told you what happened to some of our lands. We had family members who left from here and went up north. They older elder members died. They was like, fuck that. I'm not moving down south. They sold a piece of land in the middle of another property because that's their right to do so. A lot of that shit happened, but a lot of shit was also stolen too because nobody knew nothing about paying taxes or heirs property or none
But
of this
why
shit
would you
that
have
got
Don't
to
even say
wait
constructed now.
stolen. Don't
wait
even
a
So
say
it's
minute?
stolen
multiple,
then,
it's
because
Wait
that's
a
multiple
okay.
minute.
things.
Wait
That's
a minute.
okay.
Wait a minute.
It's multiple
Taxes.
things that
Wait
can
a
happen for
minute.
people.
Wait a minute. OTK, that don't make no
Giving
sense.
them too much,
First of all,
OTK. Don't give
wait
them
a
too
minute,
much,
bruh.
man.
If
You giving them
it's
too
if
much.
it's taxes involved, then that wasn't your land because they ain't paying
That's
taxes on the
bullshit. You
reservation.
pay whoa, whoa, whoa.
No,
You pay
no,
taxes on your goddamn car you own.
no. You
Your
not getting
car
no.
can be paid for. You still pay taxes on your car. You
Nisha,
pay
that's
Listen
that
to
taxes for
your
the
corporate
parts.
cousin.
veto.
Property
You pay
tax.
Listen to
taxes
your
for damn
cousin
near
OTK.
everything you don't
Your
own.
cousin know what she talking
So
about.
don't stop that. I'm talking about
No,
property tax, baby girl. When they
exactly.
started this property
Oh my
tax
god.
thing, when they
No,
started this property tax
no,
thing, that's when it came in. Remember now,
no.
Indians wasn't taxed as property. They didn't get taxed. Indians was not taxed
They
at
are
one time.
exactly.
Hold
That's
on.
her
No,
point.
hold on, Nisha. Indians was not taxed. So once now they got classified as Negro and colored or African American, now they can be taxed. And that was the vote.
Wow.
No, no. It
So
doesn't
tell me
work
I'm
like
so
that.
tell me I'm lying.
It doesn't
So
work
tell me
like
I'm lying. And I would like
I
any
can't
one of
say
y'all to
you
pull up
lying. I
any
can just
South
say
Carolina,
wow.
pull up any Charleston or Goose Creek history about taxes and anything like that. And I guarantee you it say what I say. Now I can't speak for other places. I only speak for where I'm at.
The truth is
And I
coming to
um
always
light.
clarify that.
Noted. Noted.
listen, that's fine and all you saying. The bottom line is the people on the reservations are not getting their
Well
land
said,
taxed.
brother.
If it's your land, it's your land for real, then you're not getting taxed. That's when
Hold
the
up.
government come in and
So
hold
for
up.
one, Nisha, you got it confused. When you're talking about a reservation, that's somewhere that somebody got moved to. So
But
that wasn't
this
their
was
land to begin.
always your
Hold on,
land.
whoa. That
You
wasn't their
said
land
that
to
it was
begin with.
always, but
That
you
Oh
was
yeah,
not
they're
their
gonna always
land
get into the native
to
thing. So let's not do that for a
right.
second.
That was not their
OTK, let's
land to
get into this
begin with.
point. That first
So
you
you
used
got
the word
matter of
stolen.
fact, I just came up here just
No,
to
no, 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 no.
congratulate the
OTK, no, I
sister.
need you to answer
don't
I
one
run.
know
question.
that's right.
I need you to
OTK,
answer
duck
one
and
question for
dodge.
me.
Duck
I
and
just
dodge.
one
There you
question for
go.
me,
Duck.
OTK, because you
Hold
used
up.
the
For
word
one, I
you
don't
used
like
the
hold
word
up.
stolen though. Wait, you used the word
Calm.
stolen as far as some of your land was stolen, and then you said you were taxed on the land because they lied and made you Negro. African American and all this other stuff. That sounds like a wrongdoing that is owed what? Reparations. So again, we're back to
Okay, but
the
see,
we're
and I
always come
told
back
you,
to this
hold up,
point.
hold up,
Like,
hold
y'all
up,
don't
Dulcinea,
understand.
Dulcinea, why you making fucking jokes? Didn't I tell you what form of reparation I would have won if it did come to me? I would want
He
the
said
land
land.
back. That's what
The
I
whole
always
point.
said.
That's
So
our
chill
whole
out. So
point.
chill out, Dulcinea. So chill out.
But
Chill
that's
out.
what this
Chill
whole
out.
stream is
Listen,
about.
Boy,
sometimes,
The whole
sometimes,
stream was about
sometimes you be
land.
going too
The whole
goddamn far,
stream was
sister.
about land. That's what the whole stream is
But
about.
listen
That's
though,
why I'm like, I
you
don't think
be
you were
trying to
here from
take
the
out shit
beginning.
on me. You be trying to take out things on me that you want to say to other people. When I
who?
No,
only
it's
speak for
not.
me.
Who?
No,
Boom.
it's not.
Okay.
Okay.
It's to
Damn.
Okay.
you. It's to
Dang.
you
Is that
because
what it
and
is?
it was to
Yeah.
Anton.
Is that
No,
what we
because we're
doing
Listen,
at
back to
2:30?
square one. We're
hold
back
up.
to square
So,
one. That this whole
so hold up,
stream,
Dulcinea.
this whole
How can
stream is
you
about
say?
getting
Woo! Getting a
so-called
little
black people.
salty up in
This
here.
is about getting
Little
so-called
Right.
black
spicy.
people
Little
reparations.
spicy.
Y'all went all around the mulberry bush to say that y'all don't want reparations, and reparations are not owed to you guys. For us to come back to square one, that you guys are owed reparations too, and that you guys need to join with
Hold
us
up,
too
hold
and
up,
fight for
hold up.
reparations.
Who said
It's crazy.
reparation is not owed to? See, Dulcinea,
You
this your
just
fucking
said it.
problem.
I'm about to
Dulcinea,
put it
this
on
is
the
your
screen.
fucking problem and
Watch your
everybody
Put it
mouth.
else.
on the screen.
Watch your
Y'all like
Oh,
to
mouth.
put
TK. I mean,
words in
Dulcinea,
people's mouth.
you know
Now,
how
if you want to ask
yeah,
me,
come
if you
on.
want to ask me a question, then ask me. Don't put words in my mouth, sister. I didn't never say that I didn't want reparation. I told you a couple of months ago, if we did get reparations, we will want it in the form of land where I'm from. I will help y'all do whatever I need to do to help y'all fight for y'all reparation because I feel that is the right way and the right way to go about doing it. So when you start saying simple stuff like, hold on, Lama, then the whole thing starts to seem like you need reparations. I didn't never say none of these things. So it sounds like you need to be talking to somebody else because I'm not in that construct. I also said that it could be African in my lineage. I always been saying that since day one that we could been mixed. I've been saying these things. So then now there might be another person that you might need to talk that to, but I'm not the one. And I'm tired of you always throwing your little pissy fits up at me every time I come on the
Wait a
panel,
minute.
but I'm not that one. Damn near everything you agree with, I agree with. I just might look at it a different way.
Okay,
Back.
well, I love you big time, OTK, but you did sit there and say, all my heart and soul, you did say, I'm not no damn African.
Mm.
Oh yes, I
Okay,
did say that. I say I'm not no
now,
African, but
all
that
right.
doesn't mean
That
that
being
doesn't mean
said,
that African is not in my lineage somewhere.
okay, with
Oh,
that being
oh.
said,
What?
with that being
Somewhere.
said,
What
with
is
that
it?
being
What?
said, you can be both, but you're not African. So with that being said, you can apologize to Dawsonair because that was all that she was saying.
If
No,
That's
you're
all.
not
y'all can put the
African,
African first. Y'all
what
said,
is,
like she said, like the doctor said earlier, the African blood to y'all is dominant. So I understand why y'all say that. The
I didn't
African
say it
blood
was.
is not dominant to me.
It's not dominant. It
what
can
is
Oh,
be
your
oh,
dominant.
lineage?
oh,
Wow.
oh,
Maybe I missed it. Can
oh.
you clarify what is
I,
your
I I would
lineage?
not say that. I would not say that.
Let me say
Wow.
this for me. Let me clarify this for me. DNA was once RNA, right? And we all know that. Okay. So DNA is something that's more stronger in your mother, right? You get that mostly from your mother. And genealogy, even though you can get it pretty much from everybody, but that's strongly more in your father. Did that make sense? Even though that you get that lineage wise from both parents, but it strongly shows up in your father, right? Like roots and backbones and whatnot, right? So your genes.
Not really.
No, listen to me. I'm trying to tell you the stronger it's just like positive and negative. We're gonna go with that, just like in your bloodline. You have your stronger genes from your father, and you have your stronger bloodlines in your mother. So it's just the same. I'm just looking at it in this aspect. So we still trying to balance out. So you can't really claim, if you're saying you claiming both, then you claiming both parents. You're not claiming saying we gonna be both, but I'm not gonna claim African, because we saying the same thing. You can't be thrown in the pot together, because we know that they called them red niggas Indians. We know that they called them black niggas Africans. That was it. They threw them together, they took them apart. Right? So now we either wannabes, or you know what I'm saying? And it's always been the same thing. It's
Or the
the
born
same.
to bees.
It's the same way right now. But now here we are. So now it's like the reparations are, because here it is. Who owes the reparations? The reason why we can't get them is the truth. The Indians, the so-called Western Indians, American Indians, African Indians, whoever Indians you want to call them, they came from the same. Y'all don't want to believe the Indians came from Africa? Well, guess what? That's where they came from. And guess what? When they got to America, the American Indians, right? Some of them were good to us, and the French helped us out. Nobody wants to say that part, but they'll hurry up and tell the black man, they go, your white daddy, but they ain't say nothing about your white daddy helping you over here, helping get them other white daddies off your back. Nobody talked about that part.
I'm glad you post that. That's a restitution, not reparations.
Restitution
Thank
is
you.
land. Restitution is land you're
Listen.
owed.
But we
OTK.
not,
So hold
listen
on. No,
though.
if you are saying you want land
I
that is
really don't
stolen
know
from
what land
you,
that's owed to us all the way
hold
yet,
on,
because I'm
but
still
because you're
tracing, baby. But
talking,
when I
in
find
the
out,
middle, so
trust me,
okay.
y'all gonna
You're talking in the middle when you could understand with what you're saying. You just told us you had land that was stolen from you. Here's what restitution means. Okay. So the restoration of something lost or stolen from its to its proper owner. Literally saying you want land stolen from you is restitution. That's what we're saying. You guys are so like gun ho to fight the fact that other people are
hold
saying they're
up. That
African.
also
They're
say
not even
land
saying you're
seized
African.
from
That you're
black
saying the words
people.
that mean restitution. No one said all black people. I'm talking about you specifically, OTK. This has nothing to do with anyone else. To keep it on what you said. You
Okay,
said
well,
your
let me
land was
clarify that. No
stolen,
land has
and
been
you
stolen
and to
personally
get
from my
land back.
bloodline. When I said we, I'm talking about people like in the community, but no land has been stolen personally out my bloodline.
Okay.
None. But now I know some land that has been stolen from some older elders in the neighborhood. That's what started me getting into these meetings and stuff like that. Because I watched these lands get taken, like from these older people who didn't know nothing about nothing because they don't have no youth in their family. They let them know stuff, and you know what I mean? Nobody was living down here. So I seen this. So I wasn't not necessarily talking about my lands got taken. No, I can bring you to all my lands, and all our lands still within our family. Matter of fact, most of our lands is trapped up underneath heirs property, because before my grandmama died, she didn't never cut nobody land off. So all the land is between my mom and her sisters and her one brother.
What is your
And so
lineage?
so all the kids them is building on that land. Ain't nobody trying to separate stuff. Right now, we keeping it in the family, but now all the grandkids are building on this land now.
Brother, what is your lineage?
I'm at a loss.
What you mean, my name?
Yeah, what are you
My blood.
claiming? You said you're not black, so what are you?
Oh, I claim American Indian. I claim
Okay,
indigenous American Indian from South Carolina. Yes.
got it.
But today, in the day and age of today, I also tell them that it's no way that we can't be mixed. Like my grandmama is mixed with European. I know this for a fact because she was a brass ankle.
Yeah, we all are mixed with
Hmm.
something.
Yes,
That's
yes. So I know that's in my lineage. For
Yeah,
a fact, I know that's in my
Einstein in
lineage.
my lineage, but I struck him from the record. Him
No.
and
Well, I
Napoleon.
know that for a fact. My people are
Yeah,
called the brass ankle people. You ever heard of them?
I got some Pickneys in my family too. That's married into the family from
You
Fort
say
Lauderdale.
Pinckneys?
Yep, from Fort Lauderdale.
Oh yeah, all my people's them in Daytona Beach right now down there. They went down there
Kenny
where they all came
Kenny
from. Bob, they say they came up through Barbados, so they might have
Kenny
been there first. You know what I
Kenny
mean? So yeah, but
Kenny you been
you can't mention Charleston without mentioning the Pinckneys.
you related to some saps too?
To some who?
Saps.
Stamps.
Saps, like Warren Sapp.
Oh yeah, yeah. Dion, Stacy, them boys, all them boys. Yeah, they from Florida, but they
Yeah,
came
yeah.
up here.
Them the
Yeah, I know
same
all the
picnics.
Saps, them boys.
Them the same picnics then.
Yeah, them my
Don't
same,
tell me y'all
them my
cousins.
bloodline.
Y'all cousins?
Well,
They
we ain't
right here
related.
in Goose
We
Creek. They
related, but
right here in Goose Creek right now, man.
we
Joe
No, some of
Sapp.
his people married in his to
yeah,
his
he married my auntie. My auntie named Christine Pickney.
Oh, okay.
She was
So that's
married
how the
by Kenny
Sapp and them
Pickney
got mixed. Okay.
in Fort Lauderdale.
Wow, that's crazy. And me and the Saps down here been rolling tight. We came from the same neighborhood because one of the Saps them married into my family down here.
I see.
Dion, Stacy, Joe, all them boys there. All them, I know all of them. Brenda, all them boys. We was the people that got tied in with that ring from Florida.
Okay, I got
Yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna tell you like that. See, where I'm from, it's a little different, man. That's why I speak where I'm from. You just have to see it to believe it. That's it. And
Do
you'll
you
say
know?
holy stuff.
You know of Elizabeth Pinckney?
Yes, I got my great grandmother name was Elizabeth Jane Pringle Pinckney. She's a Pringle from Pringletown.
Oh, okay. What about a Richard Pinckney?
I haven't found a Richard yet. But
Okay.
we got like 3 Elizabeths now. We got like 3 Elizabeths, and all of them died now. But we got like 3 Elizabeths.
What about a Victoria Pinckney?
Yes,
Okay, so
we
I'm gonna.
call her Vicky. We call her Vicky. She was a Bailout first. We got one that was a Bailout first that married into the Pinckney.
Okay,
Yes.
so I'm on the census records, right? So I just pulled that up. So I just wanted
Mm-hmm.
to see what the
Yeah,
census.
that's what I'm telling you. See, I'm one of
What?
the historians of my neighborhood. I'm one of the historians. I go around to people bloodline and ask them to tell me because we still got some 80-year-old, 85-year-old, close to 90-year-old people that still can remember stuff, that still run churches. Mother Rivers, I don't know if y'all ever heard of her. Her and what's your famous singer name? The gospel singer. But Mother Rivers is like the matriarch of South Carolina of the churches. She's like 90 something years old and still got her keen senses.
That's what's up.
So these are the people I talk to. So I'm not just going off of stuff that I think. I talk to older people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, with that said, y'all, I'm going to bed. I'm tired. I
Yes,
worked a
because
full
it's
9 to 5 today, and it's almost 3 o'clock.
Yes, that time.
it's that time. Well, I appreciate you so much, and thank you for
We
having
appreciate
us.
you. Thank you so much for all this information. And definitely we need to get with you. Like I said, there's
Yeah.
so many of us that are trying to get that information and how do we move forward. So I know do you just have like weekly Zooms or every now and then you have a Zoom, or how do your Zooms work?
Well, we have a Zoom, a leadership meeting every week. So our next meeting will be next Friday. But I was here with y'all today, so
Yeah.
we rescheduled our leadership meeting. But I really do encourage you to come on September 15th. We will be talking
Mhm.
about the creative labs that we're launching in Sacramento. Mr. Reed was here earlier, and really focusing on having our youth connected to policy and legislation and 3D animation. Those are the two main blocks that we want to have our kids excel in, and then the rest will be history.
When you gonna be in Sacramento?
Downtown Sacramento,
Yeah,
near
that's my town.
J Street.
Yeah, that's
It's
my town. That's where I'm at.
oh, that's where you at now?
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Well, you need to come down to our headquarters. We're located at 405 J Street. Come and see our building. This is where we're going to launch our classes. And I put my information in the chat and connect with me. I
Yeah, did you
appreciate
see
y'all.
my email in the back chat? You see that?
It's in the private chat, Dr. Truth Bay. But what I can do too is make sure that you have it in your email. So I'll send that over. And anybody else, that wants your contact or you want their contact, I can make sure I send that over now. So let me go.
Wonderful. All right.
Thank you.
All right,
Love you.
all right, all right, all
Good
right,
night,
all right,
y'all.
sisters. All
Peace
right,
and
peace, Kamisha.
blessings.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks. Thank
Oh
you.
yeah, no
Yes.
problem. Thank you for having me and
Blessings.
not
Yes,
beat me up
Truth
too
Bay,
bad.
peace.
yes. You talk yourself
Round two.
off. But no, we appreciate you for coming, Anton. Listen.
Hey,
Listen,
for
let me
sure.
apologize to you one more again, because you did come out.
Nah, you ain't gotta do
You
that. You ain't
came
gotta
out
do that.
strong, but you know what I'm saying? I just don't I don't like disrespect, but at the same time, I don't like coming out disrespectful myself.
That's right.
So
Nah,
I wanna
you ain't
Amen,
gotta do that.
sister.
Trust me.
Amen.
With me,
Yeah, and
you
I
ain't gotta
hope
do that.
we definitely love you, and we just want us all to come together, and that's all
Hallelujah.
our point is, and we definitely will fight for you wherever your story lies,
That's right.
We
Yes.
got you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because
We gonna
ultimately
make it
we
right.
are all one people. We are all one people now,
We
and
are
I
our
think
own
that's where I
community.
just push for people to understand. It's like, yeah, we have different stories, and our ancestors have different stories down the line. But right now, we're in the same predicament
come on.
because of the fact that the same enemy is trying to keep us all down. And there's a reason for it while they're trying to keep us all down. So why don't we work together to build ourselves back up?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
my thing is that I'm fortunate. My mom and pop still here. They up in the 80 range, and I think we all do this for our ancestors. Regardless of where we at, whatever you want to call yourself, whatever religion, whatever school of thought, you're doing it for your ancestors. I know that's why I'm doing it.
Right
So
on.
peace.
Fact. Fact.
I love y'all. Hey, strength and power, Commission. Keep doing what you're doing
Oh, it's all love, good brother. I'm your brother. Yes, sir.
all
Right
day long,
on.
all day long.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Bye, y'all.
And
All
thank you
right.
so much, Kamisha, for coming up and sharing all that. And
You
that
guys,
was powerful. Everything that Dr.
Yeah.
Truthfay shared. It's definitely
Oh
something
yeah,
that
she
we
is
gotta
definitely the truth.
get in these meetings. Ashe, Tanisha, I don't know if you're still out there. Oh yeah, you are.
Oh,
So
yeah, yeah.
we gotta talk too, and we gotta get in this. I know you on the DNA side, and I need to get my DNA done, but then y'all
Okay.
gotta help me as far as like with these records and stuff, because I definitely am trying to find that and trying to get the full story, especially trying to get the full Rosewood story, and then
That's
go
right.
back as far as possible, as far as I can,
That's
to
right.
get that
Mm-hmm.
African story. So, and
Nah,
I know, like Nisha, like you encouraged me too, because you have that actual ancestor, at least one of them that is off the boat, and
Mm-mm.
no,
so
it's a couple. It's a couple other ones. I mean,
mhm.
this is what I do. I mean, I love it. I love. This is something that I care about. Okay, I care about my lineage. I care about family. I care about learning it. So if y'all was to see my other screen and how many ancestry tabs, how many newspaper tabs that I have open, because I'm constantly trying to learn and trying to, you know, get my way all the way back and see how far I could go. So no, this
Right.
is stuff that I love it. I love it all day. See how quick I put OTK shit up, and I got something for him the next time, OTK. But
Look
Kamisha,
at us and Unscramble Mind Research Team, Nisha.
man,
Team Nisha, she stay the
And Gemini,
MVP.
don't feel bad, because now you're just gonna walk a couple steps when you have free time. You work a lot too, so you work hard, sis. But
mm,
now when you have some free time, go in there and look into those records. I'm gonna send you for a couple of names.
Yeah, you know what? I swear to God, yes, please. Because on my lunch break, when I be chit chatting with y'all be hold up, y'all be taking up all my archive time. It don't even make no sense how long I talk to y'all at work. Y'all owe me some part of my check.
Well, we need our reparations, and then we'll let you
Overtime, overtime, yeah. I'm keeping tabs. I mean, oh, that's overtime. Y'all owe me when y'all get y'all check. Run that to me. I need y'all to run that.
I'm
Okay.
Greek on this one.
And I wanted to say to Commission that you know we don't agree on nothing too much, but tonight, brother, you said some things that I 100% agree with, and I just wanted to shout you out on that, brother.
Oh yeah, most definitely. You know, we gonna build the bridges, and that's where the unity come from, and that's what we looking for, the common ground, sis. So it's love, and you brought some grand measures up as well.
Come on.
So we honor you and the queens of unscrambled mind for never allowing yourselves to be triggered. That's y'all greatest quality. That's like the diamond, in the rough in this conscious community. You hear me?
Oh, we
It's on.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, especially me, because it's the backup resource. Right?
That's right.
Back up my resources with that. Oh, like, and she right. And then you got everything just back there. Look. Wait a minute, y'all. I think Freedom locked out. Hello.
Oh yeah, because she did try to call me, but I'm glad you got your phone up. Because I'm like,
oh yeah, because I was
right when I she in the back.
No, she not.
She coming back in right now.
Oh, okay, she coming in.
She always come in when we
at first I was like,
now she gonna be wide awake. Watch her be wide awake. Swear to God.
I was definitely about to call you out for sure.
Not yet. Listen, she in the that must be her blacks. Oh, who is Vincent?
Oh, Vincent, sorry, he was someone else. Yeah, we're closing out, but Vincent, did you want to unmute yourself and just give your opinion or anything or questions of tonight? Peace and blessings.
Hey, peace. Can you guys hear me? I'm sorry.
We can hear you.
Okay. So there's something I wanted to share with you guys real quick because you guys are talking about Native American land and so forth, right? And everything, right? And I want to share this with you guys real quick. So it's very interesting. So my family's from North Emilyville, Long Island. The streets in North Emilyville, Long Island, bear the names of the people who were Native American who settled there for years. And one of the names on the street is called Fowler, right? So I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Fowlers, but the Fowlers, if you're in New York City, not New York, if you're in Long Island, New York, there's an area in Long Island called Wine Dance, Long Island. And in that area in Wine Dance, Long Island, the story is that there was a young lady, a lady by the name of Queen Maria Pocahontas Fowler, right? And they had some land that they had sold up to somebody, and at that time, and the land they sold off, the person who sold the land said that they would have permission to fish and farm in the land. So the person so after the grant they denied them and said, no, you guys can't fish here. So then they felt like they broke the agreement that they made. And after they broke the agreement, they went back to court. So after they went back to court, they sat in front of the judge, and the judge asked Queen Maria Fowler, did you have any African blood in you? And she said yes. I don't know if you guys heard of this before. Hello? Okay.
Yeah, no,
okay. So after she said yes, they said, well, you can no longer receive this land because you're not indigenous to this land anymore. You're African.
I'm not gonna say that didn't happen.
So that was it, pretty much. They said basically she couldn't get her land back because she was African.
And yeah, and I think
'Cause
I agree with that too, even based on what some of the policies and different things that they showed tonight, of being it seems like the indefinite thing is saying, okay, the African or the slave, we don't want you to have land, we don't want you to have reparations. We don't want to pay back what we owe you. But I think that's the point I think that we're trying to make here indefinitely too, is to just be like, I get what you guys are saying, but even on the flip side, if you were to go and say you're not African, but look the way you look, are they giving you guys the land too? And we have the stories to say no, the chiefs aren't accepting your look into their communities, and only the chiefs can distribute the land that they're given by the government and the money they're being given by the government. So we can see that the government is conspiring against us, whether you are a
right.
black Indian or you're African. So it's both ways. So I get what you're saying, and how it looks more so like, oh, she would have got it if she didn't say that she was African. But no, she still wouldn't have got it, because if she said she was Indian, they would say, okay, now go to your chief and go get this land.
But
Chief is going to
that's the
be
thing.
Native American,
No, but see,
and they're not going to
I'm sorry.
accept her.
I'm
I'm
sorry, but that's
sorry.
the
What
thing.
were you saying?
I'm sorry, that's the thing, right? She was the daughter of the chief. She was actually the queen. But matter of fact, the chief at the time was something Pharaoh. Pharaoh was the chief at that time, and I
And
believe
that
she
was
was
her
either
father, you're
that was
saying?
okay. She was either the wife of the chief or the daughter, and I think she might. I think Chief Wyandanch might have been her younger brother or something of that sort. So her brother was in line to be the chief at that time.
So why
But
would they allow for their immediate family land to be taken? I don't even understand that. Am I missing
okay, so
something?
yeah, because the thing is, like, you have to the story I'm telling you about. You can actually, I was talking. I have to have like a put it somewhere for you guys. The story I'm telling you guys about is it's a legit. As far as you know, it's supposed to be a story of not Pocahontas story, but
Exactly.
it's Long Island's version of Chief Pocahontas.
Exactly. And I think I heard this story because you telling it. And
where did this take place at?
it,
Was this in Virginia?
Long Island,
he
Long Island, New
telling
York.
right, because I've heard this story. You telling it, but it's because it almost sounds like Pocahontas, but it's not Pocahontas. It wasn't Pocahontas at all. But it
But they
was a
call yeah.
right, because she was messing around. Like Pocahontas had a messed around with a John somebody, a John
John
Smith or something.
Strong, right?
Right, and this Indian,
But guess what?
and she did too. She
But
messed
guess
around
what? Yep. He messed around with a John Strong too, because John Strong, I think he was going to kill over 100 Indians and 100 Native Americans on Long Island in one day. So I think she messed with him too, something like that too.
But
Yeah.
I thought that they somewhere along in the story, if I'm not mistaken, I thought they denounced her.
Right, right, because she has that's probably because she has African blood, and that's not because she had African blood. So in Long Island,
Too
and
much different story.
No, they said the way I heard it, that when he left, right, because he was he had a ship or something, right?
He had a ship.
He had a ship, and he went back. He was like some kind of European sailor or something to that effect.
That's
And
in Pocahontas story, right,
no,
Sakina?
no, this wasn't Pocahontas. It was something similar to Pocahontas, but this was Pocahontas lived. I don't know where she lived, but this other person, I'm gonna find it. This other woman was something like Pocahontas, but she wasn't. His name was similar to the Pocahontas story, but it makes it sound like it's the same story, but it's not. This man was a sailor or something. He took her, the Indian family denounced her, and they took her to the Europeans, back to the European part. That's where he was taking her, right? With his family. Right?
That's the honest story.
I'm not sure it's possible. Yeah, that's possible. Because I did hear a story about
ultimately, but ultimately, I do want you to understand, Vincent, which I'm not denying the story as true or not. But what I'm saying is what the facts lie is we don't know why the chief denied her, but the chief had to
Because of
deny
him.
her because it's
Because
not
of
the
him.
government that chooses that. If the chief has already put you inside and saying we say that you are in our nation, then the government doesn't say you're not allowed to that money or land or anything. The chief designates that of who it is. So somehow the chief had to be like, she's not a part of our nation.
Yeah.
That's what we're getting into. Like, there's no point of feeling like, oh, it's her saying she's African that made the chief kick it out. No, the chief would have known her and said you're part of our nation or you're not. But what the Native Americans are doing is they're saying all you black people are African and you're not a part of our nations.
What I want to say, right, is that the people that denied her was the court, because this is around 18 something. This was the courts. This was the courts that denied her. So this is probably, you might find this as a court case that denied her. It wasn't the chief or anything. It was the court who said to her, "You can't have this thing because you're African." It was a European court they took it back to, because they were already established as the courts and stuff.
But are you saying that the rest of the family got lands, but her particularly didn't get land because she claimed to have?
No, I'm not saying the rest of the family got land. I gotta send you guys the Sula Park. I'm gonna send you guys the link to it so you guys can read it and see. It's an article that I found. I've heard the story through my family for some time, but it wasn't the land. The land along the island was theirs, right?
Just tell us what the story is, because it's like you not sure. Just tell us where the story is, because I'm thinking of you saying what Dulcinea is saying, because from my understanding that they do give reparations or some type of money to the Indian tribes, but once you claim to be African, that's when the problem arises.
Right. And my point of bringing this up, right, is that because my point of bringing this story up is because, you know, that when it comes to the land and reparations and stuff, right, this was one of the things that they did to the natives of the land, right, to deny them of reparations, right? And yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, to deny them the moment they say they're African, right?
Exactly. That was it. They did not reparations.
But that's said.
Yeah, because African, because this is what I want everyone to understand, is because African is synonymous with slave. That was synonymous at the time as far as saying you're African is slave, just like black, Negro, colored. All of those are synonymous terms with each other, meaning that you're not owed this because you, however you want to see a civilistis mortus, or you want to say, hey, you know, the black codes, anything, what you're saying from that point is your slave status. You're not a free status. So when they said, oh, you can't have it because you're African, it's basically, but on that side, it's the actual tribe saying you're not a part of our nation, you're African. And we see those tribes doing that to all the black. That's what the commission was showing earlier, that they said, hey, you can get this reparations or you can get this money, but you got to kick out all the black Indians or the African or Afro Indians in your nation.
Right.
Because they were the people that are the slaves. And what we're saying is that there had to be some catastrophe that the land was taken from your family in the first place, because if not, your family would have just passed down that land to you. But what happened is slavery happened. Slavery
Right.
was able to take that land from you, give it to someone else, and then have them designate who gets that land.
That is true what you saying, Dustin, because on my mom's side, like I said, they went back to King William County and they was fighting for land, for their land. They were fighting for it. So I agree with you 100%. And I think that that's what's stopping us even now. Because I say, and I'm going to continue on saying, if the people on these lands prior to the Atlantic slave trade were here, okay, what I'm saying is, and they remains here. I don't,
Okay,
BLS,
so
I don't agree with you. I mean, you can say after slavery, all the Africans were not enslaved, but at a point in time during slavery history, when they used African, they used it synonymous to be like either they were enslaved at the time or they were
the
freed from
African that
slavery.
was
So they
enslaved.
were
okay, so
either their
You
family was
still-
enslaved or their slave. I don't know any other primary source that used African at the time of slavery for anyone else but the enslaved
right.
so-called black people. And if there
That's
is a primary source, please show me the primary source of an African be saying it said so, that is someone that they called African in America and they had no association with the slave trade at all.
Well, I agree with
Facts.
Dustin on that because, like I said, even the people that was on these lands, they enslaved them even before they enslaved the Africans that they brung over. So then they grouped them all together. Everybody was looking the same, so they grouped them together, and then that mixture they added in. And is he on two
No,
things
they
Oh
here?
yeah,
got
I just
separated out.
because it was frozen.
Then they mixed them all in. So now we claim an African when in reality, some of us may not even be. But
And that's
because
why, and you'll see, I don't know when people jumped in tonight, but there's no time that Dr. Trubay was saying that the statement is African. What her thing is called is the American Descendants of Slavery.
and
That's
that's a
That's
good
it's an
right.
thing.
Of
add-on, the
African
American
slaves, right.
Descendants
Of
of
slavery, yeah.
Slavery.
That's a
Yeah.
good thing because then the word African is not in there. So they can't
But it
I
needs
agree
to
with you.
be.
But the problem is they don't want the acknowledgement that somewhere in their line their family was slaves.
Yeah,
Even with
exactly.
knowing, even with knowing that the Indians were enslaved, Sister Freedom, they don't want that whole thing of being like, oh, there's a point where we were enslaved. There was literally people
Exactly.
arguing with us as far as like, no, my family was never enslaved. We still have our land. And then you go back and they're like, I have thing of having 400 acres of land. Oh, where is it? I don't have that land. What? That's our point.
I don't understand that, Dustin. That is really crazy to me. What you saying, I agree with. And when they do that, I don't know why.
Oops, sorry,
Oh
I
my
mean,
God.
that's me. Sorry.
well, then put it on mute then.
No, I'm sorry. I'm at work. I'm sorry. But
Oh yeah,
anyway,
it's
I'm
okay.
back to
But
work.
well,
So
do
I
you
sent you
kind of
guys
get
the
what
link in
we're
the chat.
saying as far as that I get what you're saying as far as the African and that taken from us, but do you understand that the American Indians that look like you, they are not trying to give you guys restitution. They're not trying to get you land either as of 2023.
Well,
Am I
That part.
correct?
if you can prove your lineage, if you can take
Well,
it back, and it's enough.
No, Anton Yah has all the records to prove his lineage. That's what we proved. They have
Yeah,
all the records
you've
to
been
prove
gone a
their
while.
lineage.
Yeah, my
But
computer went out.
but oh yeah, I think that's where you missed what happened is that they've already given the American Indians um restitution and reparations. They've already
Right.
done it. But it's the Native Americans that are the chiefs. So they have to be the ones that say, yes, confirm that person is in their nation. And once they're confirmed in their nation, that's when they can be owed those things. But if they're not willing to put them into the nation, then they cannot get any of that restitution or reparation.
I agree. I agree. That's
So the
messed up.
thing is why we're saying is that it's the same, whether it's a different way that we got here, it's the same story of us being here. That's why it makes no sense of us trying to tribalize or make it a tribal thing amongst us and say work in little units of your tribe instead of seeing the bigger picture, that it doesn't matter which tribe you are, whether you're indigenous or African, they're doing the same thing to us on both sides. So now we have to come together as one nation to fight it, because the power is with a large group of people. The
That's a
power
fact.
isn't with you, just your genealogy. Your genealogy feels good, which I understand that. I'm not saying that that's not spiritual. I'm not. I'm not saying that's not a beautiful thing. All I'm
Right.
saying is it's not the solution, because if it was the solution, then you would have been restored. All these acres of land that were
Long
stolen
time
from
ago.
you,
Long
you
time
would have
ago.
gotten it back.
They would have gotten it back a long time ago. Been restored a long time ago.
What
They
we
wouldn't be
heard,
trying to mix they mix with our mix in 2023. They'd have been beat us to the punch if that was the case.
that's right. And what we heard from most of these brothers at the end of the day, they was all saying that their land was stolen. Like, well,
Yep.
y'all still flexing like y'all run the land, but y'all admitting y'all land stolen at the same time. That don't make no sense. So
It
what
They
was.
you
all said that. They all said that.
you ain't got no land that you can put a reservation on.
Mm.
So that's crazy. But
And,
you
Them
and
people.
know,
Lolita, I get that that's not his point, but what I'm saying is everyone keeps coming up and being like, it's African why you're not getting the land. That's the point we're making. You're
Yeah.
coming up here
It
to
is.
definitively saying it's because you're saying you're African that you're not getting the land. But no, what I'm saying right now, if you're listening to what I'm saying, they've been
I'm listening.
claiming American Indian and they're not getting the land either.
that's right. That's
So
right.
it's
Right.
something
No, see,
bigger
yeah.
than
They because
African
they
and
already
American
proved them.
Indian. It's
They can
bigger
say
So I,
it.
than
I don't know if
that.
you guys. I'm
They would
sorry.
have. I'm saying they saying it, yes, but they looking at it and they grouped you up, and that's what you see when you look at now. When you go into those Indian tribes, and you don't look like the people, the Johnny come lately Indians. They don't want you in there because they still carrying that white skin. I mean, they just are,
Exactly, and that's why
and
we say it's
they
a bigger
saying
picture
no.
of
I know
what
you.
Dr. True Bay is saying, that we have to galvanize and fight back, because it is a conspiracy against all of us, and
Yeah,
we're
it is.
saying it's
Yep.
bigger than being trivial and saying, well, why are you calling yourself African? Why are you calling yourself more? Why are you calling yourself American Indian? None of that matters. All of that is the indoctrination or belief or anything. It's religion. All of that is
It's the
religion.
division. It's called
Exactly, the
division.
division of religion.
That's
That's
what
Hmm.
what that is.
that's
So,
what they
but
call
the
us.
bigger picture is us coming together and
Why you say
flexing the
religion?
power, huh? The
Why you say
division,
religion? The
It's
reason
bigger
why
than
I'm asking is
religion.
saying
because it's a division to say, oh, your problem is you're calling yourself African and thinking that the better thing is to be an American Indian, but American Indian is not the solution.
but it
It's
wasn't
a
the
problem
religion
is
that did
saying,
that.
huh?
It wasn't the religion that did that. It was the enemy that did that, not the
No,
religion that did that.
but what
Even,
I'm saying now, it's a
wait a
religion.
minute, even religion is something that they gave us. The enemy gave us to divide each other. This
Exactly.
is what their job is, to divide us.
They
And I
use
don't
the
care how
religion to
But
many
what
divide.
I'm saying is now the ideology of it is a religion as well,
oh, I
because of
get
the
Yeah.
fact that it's keeping us apart based on beliefs and everything. And we're,
Right.
even while we're in the same predicament as each other, we see it
And
as
don't
like,
even
oh,
see
I'm
it.
one up on the Africans, or
Hmm.
I'm one up on the Indians, and we're in the exact same boat. We're sitting here in
Blind
the
to the
exact
fact.
same like a situation, saying, okay, I can't work with you as long as you saying you African, because you'll never get what you want as African, but you're not getting it as Indian either. So it's not that we call ourselves African. It's not that we call ourselves Indian. It's that we haven't come together. That's the point that is stopping us. And that's the only point that's stopping us is that we will not come together to have the numbers to fight back. Because
It's
once we
called
have
Yeah,
the
people
numbers
not
to fight
realizing
back,
that people not realizing we in this struggle together.
Yep, it's called a demarcated thought pattern, is what we
Yep.
call it. Where you divide each other by lines. I'm gonna draw a line in the sand. You stay over there. I'm gonna stay over here. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
call religious gang banging. I don't care what nobody say. That's what it is. I don't like you cause you this. You don't like me cause that's crazy. That's insanity. You can't never. I'm gonna say it like this here. They might not like it, but Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, "In unity, there's strength."
That's
come
right.
on.
Mm.
You know what I mean? It don't get no plainer than that right there.
That's a fact.
You know, in unity, there's strength. You know, and until we
Mm-hmm.
unite, like I keep telling the hourglass and already ran out of time. The sand gone. We ain't got no time to play. These people
So
trying to take us out.
I said it earlier, Sister Freedom, and I stand by it. One of the biggest things we can do, I feel like that's like a non-violent thing, is a boycott. We can have the
A
biggest
boycott, yeah.
boycott in history.
I be
And
saying
once
that.
we take the funds away from them, because we are giving them trillions of dollars.
I'm
Once we
telling
take
you,
the
we
spending
need to
funds
go
that we
back
give
to
them
old
away from
fashioned
them, they're
boycott.
gonna be like, whatever you guys want. Just spend money again.
I agree with you. We've been saying to do that for years. Am I correct to say that? Commission that we've been saying, and Sakina, we've been saying
Yeah,
to do that.
yeah,
Stop
it has
shopping at
been.
their stores, all kinds of. We won't do it. We too busy trying to keep up with the Jones, and I know we gotta
Yep.
eat.
Yep.
But I'm just
Well,
saying,
we ain't never had one. What's the last boycott we had? That we
Is
didn't boycott.
the
that's
Montgomery
what we're
bus
saying.
boycott that changed the things the last time. That's the last
No, I'm
boycott
talking
we've been
about
on.
recently or currently. We haven't had any boycotts to
Oh yes,
boycott.
That's what
well,
we
only
saying.
like social media boycotts, like go on
Right.
TikTok and black out your picture or anything, but like a
People also,
monetary boycott where we actually mess up their economy, we haven't done since the Montgomery bus boycott.
People don't
Hey,
want to
Exactly.
disturb their comfortability.
hey,
Right.
y'all seen
But I'm
them?
They
saying,
don't want to do that. You know, like
that's
for
right.
me, I don't celebrate no holidays. I ain't with none of that. I
That's
don't do
right.
none of that. I don't care. I don't. I don't do the Black Friday thing. And you know, my family look at me like I'm crazy. But I try my best, as much as I can, to shop black.
That's
And
right.
in Jacksonville, that's easy to do.
Hey,
It's a lot.
y'all didn't notice that during the time of COVID, when nobody was going to do anything, how these businesses suffered? That
Yeah.
goes to show
Yeah.
you what would happen if you pull out. That's a prime example. If everybody were to pull out on a national level like that, if we had that type of galvanized power where everybody say, all right, we ain't going nowhere, y'all, movies, mall, restaurant, none of that. Man, them people lose their mind.
Yes.
I'm telling
And
you.
we can find somebody that sells toilet paper and paper towels and all that. That's black
Yep.
company.
Yep.
And we
Start
just
buying
only
from
They
the
say,
out there. They out there. We
Yeah.
That's
out
right.
there.
And if us ladies just stop going to these beauty shops, we could get the Koreans boycotting
Oh,
for
girl,
us. Be
I
like,
go
y'all
to a
better
black
give us
beauty
some
shop. I don't know
reparations.
what you hollering, boo. I buy black. I support the black. One of my best friends out here, her and her husband own a black beauty supply. Okay.
That's
I
right.
don't get down with the get down. Anything that I tell you that I'm doing is black. I'm gonna
but where did they
because
get
we
it?
also have like the black yellow pages too. We used to have that. But most of them numbers and most of them businesses, even through COVID, most of them are still there or replaced by other black businesses.
That's
It's all
right.
Yeah,
good.
because
Y'all know
obviously
another
too,
way
I
you
knew some girls or whatever. It was on social media. They were put out of business because of the fact, like, there's still the people that have the hair, or they're at a time, and that we've rectified that because now we have a lot of more black owned hair supplies and different things like that. But there was a point where the Koreans had it all, so they
Oh
would
yeah.
go into the
Oh yeah.
Koreans to try to get the stuff, and then they would put the black people out of business because they would mark it up so
But
high in
yeah, but
comparison
no, it
to
was
the
a little bit
Koreans.
more than that. It was a little bit more in depth than that. It was also because the Koreans had distribution and manufacturing.
Yeah,
right,
You see
exactly.
what I'm saying? And so, yeah, and so because they had the key elements and the key components that you need to even create products. This is how they came. This is how they stayed on top. And still is on top. To be quite honest, because
And
even though they're a Black-owned beauty supply, they still have to get most of the key things that we need from them. There is a what's that one word? Well, a monopoly.
Yeah.
There's a monopoly in the hair
Yeah,
care
absolutely.
industry.
Yeah,
And
they
see,
made that
that's the
their
only
gross
thing I
national
be
product.
saying about trade. We need direct lines of trade with Africa because a lot of their monopoly is because they have a monopoly over African products or
Well, check,
African
hey,
minerals.
Sister Dulcinea.
Well, no, not over
No,
the products, over the machines, the equipment. It's
Oh
the
yeah, the
equipment that
machines, the
creates the
equipment,
product.
yeah, and things like that. Yes.
hey, you
Yes, because
do
that
know that.
manufacturing
Trying to
and,
get
and
in. Y'all
distribution
won't
is
let them
big.
never got you in.
No,
Let
I
them
was just, I was just finna add on to them and let them know. Y'all do know there's a website they have called African Imports, right? And you can order from them directly soaps, dresses, all type of African attire.
Send me that link, please.
Man, I definitely send it to you because I actually ordered some
Is it
things.
like that 360 culture? You know that 360 culture? It sounds like that too, the African import.
It's similar to that, yeah. But
Okay.
and once
Yeah.
they got catalogs of this stuff, I literally got some of the books up there. But you can go through them, and you can go through like the Alibabas and the AliExpress, and you can get a lot of this stuff that you buy from stores for yourself in wholesale, and they'll give them to you at wholesale price. So that's a way we can also deal with a boycott. If we can get
They will, but I'll tell you what, that Alibaba 2 commission will show people just how deep and wide that manufacturing and distribution goes.
Facts. It'll educate you. That's right.
It educates you.
Yep. And they trying to
game.
Yep.
And that stuff is cheaper too, and it take a long time to come. But remember, Dustin, at that time, me and you was looking for that furniture in Africa, that real pretty furniture that they had.
Yeah, like those couches that look like thrones,
Yes.
like a king
Oh my
throne.
gosh, Alibaba got that furniture.
Yeah. They big sizes, so what it is when they deal with customs, they have to clear it. Because I got some things right now I'm trying to deal with myself coming from over there. And some of the stuff come quicker. If you're trying to get them to manufacture something, it might take them 2 weeks to manufacture it. And you get all your little tracking information. And I never, in all my years of ordering anything on the internet, I never have been shortchanged. I never got scammed or none of that right there. So,
and then because you know what, too, Commission, they actually, if you think about it, right? So they got the manufacturing, the distribution, and the import export because they're overseas.
Yeah, you cutting out the middleman.
I mean, it's like, damn. I mean, and I know they got programs and things where we can get in on that. Black, just like they have, minorities in business. They got like this couple of programs like manufacturing, for Black. Because that's something we do not think about. Why are we buying t-shirts in bulk when we can actually have the big manufacturing machines, not just the little silk screen where we're printing, a couple at a time? No, we can have the whole deal, but we don't think in terms of that. It's the same price as farm equipment. Even though a tractor trailer would cost you $100,000, one machine may cost you $100,000. But look how many t-shirts you'll be able to sit here and print and keep it inbound, keep it in the community.
Facts. We got a guy right now in the middle of our mall. I got plenty of shirts right now that they made for me. But like he literally, instead of me having to pay a fee and load stuff up, like literally I have a lot of stuff made and they doing it in like maybe 15, 20 minutes, but they open up a location in Mississippi. I think they got another, but they make a killing. People be lined
up. I'm telling you.
Like they printing them on this. I'm gonna show you something real quick.
Manufacturing is real. It's a real industry. Man, I've always wanted to get that in procurement. Acquisitions and procurement. I got a cousin that's in acquisitions and procurement, but that import export, I'm telling you, oh my God.
Yeah, that's
I remember if y'all ever saw Killer Mike and everything. And when he tried to do like I think a week of only doing black owned everything, and he was trying to go to a restaurant, and he would go to a black owned store or a black owned restaurant, and then someone was like, well, hey, do you have to ask them if they went to a black owned farm for you to even eat here? And he was like, man,
Mm.
like, oh, did you? And they're like, no, we didn't. So it's like down the line, like you said, they're going to the manufacturer, the farms, the thing where we have to get it where all that is like back in Black Wall Street. The dollar goes through 99 times before it gets out of our community. And that we haven't had since.
Right. And we don't even sit here and try to be the middleman for some of these deals.
Yeah.
It's insane. Like, we need to be taking our business acumen making it a little broader as well.
Did
So
y'all
we
get
can know what to look for, what should we be doing to actually turn a co-op buck. Because co-op, if we're talking about buying black, we're also talking about coming up with different ways to have co-op.
Hey, did y'all
Manufacturing
get
is
that
one of
link?
them.
Did you get that link right there in the back chat that I just dropped? That's the African import link. Y'all check that out right there.
I gotta go back there. But listen, did y'all announce tomorrow's show?
Oh no, not yet. We didn't. As far as it, other than talking to Commission earlier about it.
Yeah, but we got tomorrow. I hope we can go on a couple panels and let them know that that's what we're gonna do, so that people can come in and vote. We got to put it out there. They got to come and vote. We're gonna do two. We're gonna do it 2 times. Tomorrow's the first go round, and then we're gonna do it again. So because how long is it, Dulcinea, that they actually do it? For they do it the sexiest when America.
As far as the people, yeah, they take votes this like whole month, and they reveal it
Yeah.
like November.
Yeah. So also by the end of the month, yeah. So we'll probably do it a few times too.
Yeah,
But
well, yeah, we can't do it a few times or just have people go or anything, and just like the list, just probably do it 2 times.
and you can add people on that you feel as though, because we don't know everybody on the sector, but
Yeah, you
we
can. Oh yeah, people can go and suggest people and stuff,
yeah.
and then we vote on it.
How many candidates? 25?
It's 25 altogether.
Yeah, but people
You
can.
guys are picking. You guys have to come tomorrow because you guys are picking the men. So we're gonna just put the men out there, and then you guys tell us.
Dots is in the chat. Hey,
Yeah,
sister.
she just got home. She'll call later. So
All right.
we'll
You
get
pick the man, Ashe Tanisha, because
Yeah.
there's a voting button that's out there with the link.
Yeah, the
With the
poll. I'll put the
poll.
poll up
Yeah.
so we can, so people can vote and everything, stuff like
Commission is in there. Commission is. I ain't even gonna say who threw your name in, Commission. I'm gonna keep that quiet because I'm a briber.
That's good enough. 25. I figured 25. We were thinking 20, but I was like, 25.
Peace and love for the consideration.
But I'm just saying,
Was that a yellow jacket? I'm sorry.
Kamisha, it works to my favor because I'm just gonna bribe the person and she know who I'm talking about. If she do something, I'm gonna say, "You want me to tell Kamisha? You do it in a minute." Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, I love these discussions. We need to still have our business corner. We need to have a business corner that we, maybe once a month, and get to talking about different ideas, things that can sit here. Because I'll share with you especially when, and we'll get more into, Bitcoin, but they have Bitcoin. Some of these platforms have Bitcoin parties where everybody pitched in. They had one watch party, and one time it must have went up maybe like, I don't know, $20 or $30. They all made a profit that night. Watch themselves make a profit. Things like that where you co-opting, where we can make money all together.
And we gotta be keeping up with Reddit because I'm sick that I didn't get in on that when they bet on the stock market because they knew like, so what happens is the companies, they crash certain stocks on purpose. So they're like really big at a time, and then they'll crash the stock down. Well, everyone will sell it. So these people in Reddit, I don't know if they had like a secret insider or anything like that. They were like, "Oh, this is happening to this stock right now. So if you guys all buy it at this time, they're going to pull it back up later because this is what the big pharma do. They
Yeah,
go
it's called
down,
it's called
everybody
a
to buy it.
prediction.
Yeah, and then they buy it. The big companies, they buy in while it's $2, and then it goes back up to like 30 or to $100 a stock. So all these people made like double their whole life savings just by following that Reddit at a time. So many
Yeah.
blue
But see,
collar people.
it's prediction because what they do is they know people who are in the stock markets know the stock markets. Like some people in this and that come on the panel know history, and and if you try to run
I
history
feel
back
like
to
we just
them,
said both.
that they would
This is how
know, they would know which parts is true, which parts is not true.
right.
And so yeah, so when they're playing games like that, people are watching closely to what is going on because it also connects on the back end to another financial system called Forex. And they
Yep.
watch the money and they watch how it moves. And they can predict and they know it like they know the back of their hand. But that comes with, a bunch of time and experience when they do it like that on that level. That's a little bit of everything, like you said, a whole big mix. A little bit of inside scoop, a little bit of people watching several screens at once, a little bit of watching the news, a little bit of getting all your information to piece it together to see what they get ready to do next.
And I advise everybody to buy some stock. I got some shares and some stock, and just getting the dividends
Yes.
each
Yes,
quarter, just getting that,
yes.
and my dividends
If it's
going
the
to the next.
ETF,
Well,
Right.
what do you and I was doing that too of just doing some black owned companies for a while, just like putting into them because a lot of times they get overlooked too. But what do you do? Do you do it on things like you like, Nisha? Like, oh, I like shoes, so I'm gonna do certain shoe company, all this other stuff. If I could go back, I would do Netflix. I'm sick of
well,
the
you're talking about commodities, or you're talking about minerals, or you're talking about,
like
they
that's what
have
I'm
different
basically
categories.
asking. What is it better to do? Is it better to like how people to do like a spread, to do like what's known, like
Well,
Disney,
our portfolio, yeah. As you
and
gain
do
more,
some
you gain a portfolio. As you pick more and more stocks,
Yeah, so
that's
I
the
just
spread.
spread it around. So it's not
Yeah,
just one particular thing. Like I get good dividends and I got stock at HP. And I get good dividends from that.
oh,
Just
okay.
because I got a lot of
yeah.
HP products. So I get good dividends from that. They doing all right.
A lot
That's
of people buy commercial stocks, Coke, Pepsi, Meta, like HP, Home Depot, all the places that you like to eat, McDonald's, KFC, they all have stock. And those are the ones, and some of them are EFTs that where they
oh,
pay you a dividend back based upon how much you put in,
yeah.
right? And so it's best to start. A lot of people love that. Microsoft, I mean, they high as heck, but it's still worth it. Because if you
Yeah,
go,
Do
it
y'all
depends
go
on the
through
platform. You can buy a
particular?
share.
Do
Yeah,
y'all
you can
go
buy a
through any
fraction of
particular
it.
apps or anything? Do you keep it in an app on your phone or?
yeah.
Well, when you can buy, I'm sorry, Nisha, to keep cutting in. Go ahead. She asking you.
No, no,
Well, I'm
go
asking both of y'all.
yeah, go ahead, sis.
If you have an app, then you more than likely have it where you can buy the stock in fractions. Because let's say if I pull up like for instance my Robinhood, and Microsoft
Yeah.
is $300 right now. So if you was to go to E-Trade, an actual platform, right, that sells more products and services, you would have to pay that 300 outright. But little apps, others smaller sites like Robinhood, who do everything electronically, let you buy fractions of that. So if you
Right,
had $10, you can buy $10 of that
right,
$300 Microsoft.
right.
Right. Okay.
Right. And people could even start out on Cash App if you want, because Cash App, just don't utilize it for the Cash App. You could buy stocks off Cash App, but I
You
do.
can buy stocks on cash. I do,
Yeah.
Nisha. You know what? My best one on Cash App is my U.S. Steel, United Steel. Girl, that United Steel been up and down, getting on my nerves.
Yeah, 'cause I have to try everything out. I have to try everything. I have to try everything out. If it come out new and it's supposed to be like this and that, I am so there. I am so here for it. So I got a bunch of stuff out there. Have been for a long time, long time. So it depends on what it is. You can do it on automatic. Let's say you want to buy that $300 Microsoft stock in full, right? But you don't, and so you're paying the $10. But you can also put it on, like what they call it. It's like an automatic where they, take money out, from an account until you get to the $300. Yeah, so they'll do it like that too. Or there's sometimes what they call reinvest. So if you make a penny or 2 cent or $10 on your investment already, depending on what you put in there, they'll reinvest that back too. They'll reinvest however much, you got coming or going.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought the movies were gonna do better after COVID, but Netflix completely took over, on all the streaming services.
Sky on everything, but people lost their jobs during COVID. That was the weirdest thing in the world to me. But it's like Kamisha just said, you know what I'm saying? We could boycott it in a similar sense. During COVID, they kind of did it themselves, but everything in the store was sky freaking high. After COVID, they kept the prices that way, knowing people had lost their job. They put it up higher. I don't even know how they did that, but didn't put nobody's pay up or nothing. Everywhere you go now, the supermarkets and they hardly nobody working in there. Walmart, nobody working in there. McDonald's, all the little fast food restaurant, no workers.
And that's what we got.
Now the Mexicans is going into all the McDonald's, all the Burger Kings. I don't know what's going on.
I don't see Apple going down no time.
Automation is what's finna take over, and that's why we got to be ready, because it's gonna take away the have and the have not thing that's going on. And it's just gonna be, if you wealthy, everybody else gonna be suffering. The people that don't like to deal with computers, that's computer scary. People that don't educate themselves, because once they remove all these jobs, and they say they're gonna start at the level of the admin. They ain't gonna take from the general working population first. They're gonna start with the people on top. So when they take their job from them, then some of them gonna end up getting into the position of where normal people work on a lower level just to try to get it. So that they saying they planning, like they got literal trucks that's driving themselves. All them guys, they got trucks that drive themselves from destination. So they taking everything. Ain't nobody in the like the sister was saying, in the grocery store, all that going in self-payment. Some stores you can go to, ain't nobody in there. You can go get gas and everything. This is what's coming, and if our people ain't ready, it's gonna be crazy. I don't know if y'all seen the videos out there where they stormed into some of these different stores with high-end clothing, like as groups, and they just taking everything out of there. And this is worse than that. Because think about it, when everything go digital, especially people that like to hustle for $1 or get money directly, it is just digital currency. I mean, what you gonna have, a swiper? And if you got the swiper in your hand and you run it up too much, now they looking at you for tax evasion. So it's gonna be crazy. So
they already have the fingerprint thing too. They already have it where, and I don't know how. I'm like, how would they connect the money to it? But they already have it where you can like fingerprint it and then pay.
Hey,
because it's decentralized, and some systems are using blockchain, and some systems are using systems similar to blockchain.
So they'll put your information like it's jail or something to your account.
Now what?
Well, it's you can consider. You consider some of these systems almost in a minute. It's going to be like DNA,
right?
It could hook up to your person, like a social security card.
Hey, Queen, watch this right here though. Y'all picked up on the songs that they just made with Tupac and DMX with AI.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
So, now the crazy thing about this, right, is that like the cadence and everything is on point. They got Nate Dogg and all of. But my thing is this: if they can do that, imagine when they want to try to get to some of our people that may be influential, and they can take their voice and make them say something that they didn't say.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
Yeah.
they're gonna be taking a lot of people out the count because that AI sound exactly like. And then they got like a lot of these artists that have died, the young artists, talking about their death.
Oh, I saw that.
That's crazy.
Wow. I haven't seen that, but yeah, that is
Yeah,
crazy.
they're like literally telling you, yeah, I died on such and such day. You know, I was out there
Wow.
hanging out with my friends.
Yeah.
You know, and basically, I got took off the count, and basically, y'all need to get your mind right or whatever. If you don't want to go like I did,
A
it's
lot of brothers
crazy.
do that. Some friends don't help you when you go, and the only one help you is family, and they may not either.
It's
Okay, I'm
crazy.
sorry. Green pill tripping. So first off, we did talk about the reparations, and we're working towards the reparations. But this is
Vote
a
for Trump.
absolutely not. The answer is not to vote for Trump. I don't know what you're talking
Nah,
about.
we
That's
good.
He
crazy.
said it was Patron. What you say he said was? The
He
answer
said
was Patron?
no to vote for Trump. He said,
Oh.
you're good on the right path.
Think
Just
about
vote for."
God.
He said, "No, we on the right path right now. Just vote for Trump."
Oh,
But
girl. I thought you, girl, you know, I done thought he had said something completely different.
oh,
How many benefits?
what you thought he said would have been better.
That
My
How
question
many?
is, out of that last statement y'all made, did that just not sound like that movie Who Cloned Tyrone? When we was talking about Jamie Foxx look cloned and all of the little pieces of the scenes and things that we picked up on Who Cloned Tyrone, and by the
Absolutely.
time it hit the big screen, that it's already going on out here, and you know what I'm saying? And we need to be really paying attention to what's going on because it's not what they say, it's what they don't say, and right.
Facts. And then we got to be careful what we eat, people, because you know how they always push the
Absolutely not.
non-GMO, right?
Right.
The worst thing
Oh,
we're dealing with now is what we call bioengineered food,
what
family.
you
Yeah,
say?
we
It's
know.
literally
Yes.
created with nanotechnology, and they actually use
Yes.
the word robot in there. So they
It's
literally print
crazy.
for people that want to eat meat and all that. It's literally printing the meat up with a CAD machine, like with stem cells. So they printing this stuff out and putting it in the stores.
Well,
That's
they're
crazy.
using the original and then making more.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that
yeah,
laboratory. But you know what? Hey, that laboratory was so damn clean. I swear I see my reflection through the TV at the
yeah,
damn steel machine.
yeah. But
I mean, I was like, damn.
the problem is it don't break down like real food in the
I bet
system.
you it don't.
And so
Right.
what they say it form plasticity. Now
Mm,
imagine that, and it get rubbery. So you know when people be
mm.
dying from heart issues, when their arteries get clogged, you can mostly break that down if you take an aspirin, but you can't break this stuff down with an aspirin once it get in your vessels. Like, and that's why young people are dying quicker than older people because of what they say literal nanotechnology and robots. This is actually what they putting in us.
I
That's
forgot to show you ladies, but did you guys see that they just had a conference and I'm gonna find it. It's on my phone, so I'll go get it. But
Yeah, I got
they
one
they
article too
just
about the food.
admitted that the COVID vaccine that they should stop the COVID vaccine immediately. They
never
said
do.
it is gonna lead to death and
Yep.
everything, and they call for the national stop of having everybody get the COVID vaccine.
And
Oh,
some
which
people,
vaccine though? Because you know so many people made them. Did they say all, or did they mention a specific company?
I think they were saying all of them. They
I
said
don't.
that it leads to death. They were like, it's not safer than natural
How long we
immunity.
got to live?
natural immunity. That's
How
right.
long we got to live?
Heard about that too down there.
I'm just
Hey,
saying.
I
Anybody
think
know how long? Anybody know how long I got left to live?
I think if it's you, and I honestly think, you know, our bodies are stronger than it. I know my uncle got it and stuff, but I think too it's the amount that you went and got too. Like
yeah,
those people that got all those boosters and all that, because pretty much what it said is if you have the COVID vaccine, you're more than likely to get a disease. You're more than likely to
yep.
have a death illing or an illness that leads to death and everything. And I think for every
You gotta
booster
see that to
shot,
believe it.
it
They would have to show me
magnified
the
it.
first person for that. Because
That's what you need
they
right
be
there.
saying all kinds of stuff, and I'm not, you know.
This what you need right here. You know, I
Yeah,
never
but
caught.
but neem, isn't that the neem the same thing that kills the bugs on my plant?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what it is. But neem, right? This is something special about the tree. See, when they bombed them people over there years ago and they nuclear bombed them, right? The neem tree was untouched by the radiation. That shows you how resilient this stuff is. But this neem, what it does, it purifies the blood. It kills any bacteria at any level. So they took this off the shelf when COVID came. Because in India, they were using this to cure people. But I've been taking this for years, so I buy it by the case now.
What's
You know,
okay.
but this stuff
See,
here,
why aren't you a distributor so you can sell it to us?
you exactly, you know what I mean?
I don't understand.
But you know they put that in the package when I got it. Talking about some, basically tried to put a disclaimer there that I'm supposed to sell it to nobody, right?
Where you get because they want you to be a distributor. You should have paid that $99, and you could have made $400 tonight. People in the audience know they want to try it.
Yeah, man.
Where you get it from? Where you get it from?
You can go online and get it. I also bathe with neem soap too. You know what I mean? It's good stuff for you. Like if you got sensitive skin, this stuff here the truth, man. If you taking it inside, it purify the blood. You know, it purify the body. It help you in a lot of different ways. You know, it's for
green pills.
Where you ordering it from?
You can just go online, right, and then pull up Swanson, and then put neem in there, and it'll come right up. The same brand. All the brands are good though, you know, and also something else that's good for you too is, and I love this. I've been taking it recently. This right here is one of the. If you drink coffee, you can replace this with coffee. Replace the coffee with this.
What
is that? Mossy? Is that mossy with the mushroom?
No, it's actually cloves and bay leaves and cinnamon.
That sounds good.
You can drink.
Do you put it in like a tea or something?
Yeah. What you do, you take it. I'm getting ready to make some in a minute. You boil it, right? You know, you strain it out, you know, all the leaves and everything and the cloves. You know, they ward off negative energy. You know, but it also deal with killing any cells that can be harmful to the body, because people don't know naturally all of us have cancer cells in us, whether we know it or not. But the body fight them off. You see what I'm saying? So when the body get weak, it can't fight these things off and they grow into mutations. Then we come up with different cancers and we die. But this type of stuff help you fight those types of things with immunity, where you don't have to never deal with that type of stuff, especially if you start, you know, before they can put stuff in you. It's based on what we eat. Sugar is bad for us, very bad, because that's what feed these things and cause these things to happen in the first place. But when I say this right here is the best drink, get you some honey, get you some lemon, and put a little bit of apple cider vinegar in there. And I promise you're gonna say, Brother Kamisha, that drink right there, I mean, we can sell this. If we talking about businesses, oh man, we can sell these types.
I'm telling you, because cloves, I'm gonna tell you, cloves, cinnamon, and bay leaf sound like it tastes so good together. Oh my God. The flavor, I can just taste it like,
It's good when y'all cook
dang, I bet.
Boil it, y'all let me know, and I guarantee y'all be like, that's it.
So y'all, this is Biden. This is Biden recently, and he's calling for additional funding to make a new COVID vaccine that works. Listen.
I signed off this morning on a proposal we have to present to the Congress a request for additional funding for a new vaccine that is necessary, that works. And tentatively, not decided finally yet, tentatively, it is recommended that, it would likely be recommended that everybody get it, no matter what they got before now.
It'll be recommended that everybody get it, no matter what they got before now.
Is that TikTok?
Yeah,
that's on Instagram or anything. And I think what my husband sent me the original video of the conference. I just gotta go find it. I don't think that was TikTok either. I think he found that on Instagram. and he was like, "Want to see something funny? Look at it or whatever." And I was like, I'm expecting to laugh. So then I'm looking at it like barely looking. Then I'm like, "Wait, what? What did they just say? Did they just say that the COVID vaccine they call for immediate stop for people of getting the vaccine, like we said?" And I knew it
I
because
don't see, and because it came from TikTok, that is so sketchy. That's just like when Instagram and them was playing that sketch. They was playing somebody and using his voice. Oh, they was saying that doctor. They spreaded a rumor that doctor, what's his face of COVID. Remember the short white doctor with the white hair,
oh
and he
yeah,
looked like almost like a nerdy. What
Talking
was
about
his name?
Fauci, Dr. Fauci.
Fauci.
Yeah.
They kept on the internet was like Fauci got fired. Fauci got fired. Fauci ass came the next goddamn morning like, hey y'all,
Yeah.
like wait a minute. So Fauci didn't get fired? No, he didn't.
No.
So they just be starting rumors and they was playing clips talking about the day Fauci got fired and then having him saying some weird shit he did not say. I
Yeah,
was like,
they'll
you
do it.
know what?
Same
This
thing with
is some BS.
Elon Musk.
Mhm.
They got that. It's the AI. You can take the AI and make the AI put their mouth up there on. Basically, they be talking, but it ain't them.
But it ain't them. Yep.
It ain't
Because that's
them.
not even what happened. He didn't even get fired. He didn't even say none of that. I
Yeah,
was
all
like,
the
I'll be damned.
Yeah, they be lying. And how many of y'all know somebody that ended up getting their student loans honored basically and overturned? Y'all familiar with
I
that?
know plenty of people. I didn't get mine. I got my application in too late, but everybody else did. Some
Well,
people day one, like that first month. Yeah, my sister too. Hers is erased.
they actually called some people though that didn't even file nothing. Like, and they was like, "What in the world?" Thinking that they
What
was
in the
trying to get out.
world?
Yeah, they literally called them like, "All right, we just got rid of $100,000 in student loan."
And they didn't call my ass.
They might call you. They probably just got to get
Oh
the.
damn.
Yeah, you had to wean them out from the scanners or whatever. You can't tell.
No, we got some legit shit at work, but then they put in some verbiage that was like your job has to be because this is what I was gonna do too, come back to commission on what you were talking about earlier about
Right.
AI replacing people. So they
Right.
got some verbiage for the student loans that say we will cover your student loans provided your job is hard to replace job.
Hmm.
So that means, and wait a minute, here's the kicker. Everything at the job now is 90% digital from campus to campus to campus to campus to campus. And in January, they're coming out with more AI. So when
Facts.
you saying if you are an older person and you are not useful, you have not cross-trained yourself or trained yourself to learn
In trouble.
computers, it's coming to a job near you because it's definitely coming to mine. And it's going to put people, they on telework now, but it's going to go from telework to no job. Soon as they're done digitizing the entire that entire federal system.
Yeah, they got a documentary on it. Y'all get a chance, watch that AI documentary. Now the key is gonna be able to be overcoming this thing by what I call it finesse the
Dot
algorithm.
says she in the back.
Meaning that you got to find a way into basically getting in this algorithm. You know how people try to get into the algorithm of YouTube? You got to go into the algorithm of AI. That's what all of us have to do in our own way, whatever it may be. We got to find our way of getting in that algorithm and really
And you have
ride.
to learn it. You have to learn it because at my job, actually that's one of my job functions, right? Because when they came and brought it to, finally they reached us. I'm the third floor. So they went like floor by floor by floor to digitize all of it. And they are almost there. So some of us actually have to learn it and we have to train other people on it. If you're not keeping up with any of that digitization going on, it's like, oh my God, I feel always so bad every day at work from the people. They've been working there, retiring there 30 years, but they're not going to, some people are not even going to make it to 15 years. They're going to just let everybody go. They're going to sit lights off. It saves them what, about $1 million a month to run lights, gas, and everything else that they're running for those campuses. No, don't need people. They're going to send people home, and the ones who know how to do the AI work will be doing that work, and everybody else will be laid off.
because they don't know. They didn't cross function. They didn't cross train. They don't know anything about any digital systems, and they don't want to learn.
That's like even when it
Hey
come down to
guys, what's up,
dealing.
ladies? Hi,
Hey,
Commission.
Doc.
How you doing, Docs?
How y'all doing? Good to
All
see
is well.
y'all.
All is
Good
well.
to see
Y'all
you
making
too.
some good points. The you know, I just got home literally, but you guys are speaking on a very good conversation. Y'all made me also a light bulb popped up because when how like when we always have our conversations around science, right, or evolution,
Mm-hmm.
how things are like always interconnected. So like before, especially with AI, very scary. Very, very, very scary.
Mm-hmm. That's
Like
what we were
even when you go
saying.
to the hospital or if you go to hell anywhere, even in the field of education, which is I'm on more on the admin side, but like everything is done by technology. And even when you go to classrooms, the expectation, like if I'm conducting observations or whatever, or I'm helping, whatever I do, coaching and all that fun stuff, then now a lot of the times, at least here in New York, your evaluation, like, so if you are a teacher, if you are in the classroom, for example, your evaluation is based off of how you're incorporating technology into your lesson, right? The expectation is that the kids have to use the laptops all the time. They even don't even want, like, if you go into a classroom, for example, and you observe a teacher, right, teaching his or her class, if they spend too much time on lecture, so they're just in front of the classroom, and let's say they're teaching and they're talking, but the most of the conversation is teacher led, not student led. I don't care how good the teacher is. I don't care how wonderful they don't care, right? You're going to be rated developing and stuff like that. And it's like all of these little things right here is a conflict. But on the opposite side, it took me a while to get here with my mind, but I'm like on the opposite side. I don't want to be in a position where I have to always adapt. So I feel like that for our babies, especially, the bottom line is by the time they get to our age, right, there will be no person to person contact. So for the kids who are really into technology, this shit right here is where you
Mm-hmm.
make your get it, baby. You don't need to go to
It's
college anymore.
crazy. I'm
You don't
telling
need
you, they're shutting down. They're getting ready. I mean, our building holds anywhere from like, because I work at a campus, so if there's anywhere from 3,000, it can hold to 5,000 people. So we're talking about people literally. They're figuring out how to lay them off so that they can save money too by not even using renting the building.
Yeah.
They
Yep.
don't want to lease that building. They want to save that money.
Do you know that they were using this stuff also to influence the election? People don't know
Of
it. They were
Oh
course.
using,
yeah, big time.
yeah,
Yeah.
to deal with the voting. All that was done. The AI machinery is
Yeah.
able to actually, it started from a Chinese game, basically, dealing with mind control. But they
Hmm.
put this system in there to where it can mimic us, not only mimic us, but master. It even is able to think on its own. And they
Mm-hmm.
even have instances in China where these AI machines that they have actually turned against some of the workers and attacked them. Like this is
Wow.
real talk. And so
Like
like
Sophia, I don't know if she
it's
was the
crazy.
first one, but she was like one of the big, like, I guess, breaking AI that was a robot and could think for herself and all this other stuff.
Facts.
And they asked her, like, what is the scariest thing about AI? And she was like, yeah, if we ever decide that humans are gonna be a danger to themselves, and then we take over and all this other stuff and annihilate the human race. Like she was just
Yeah.
answering it like that would be the scariest thing that happens if she
Did you
was.
see when Jeopardy AI versus the smartest computer in the world versus the smartest human being in the world?
See it
No,
Oh
I
all.
man,
didn't
y'all
see.
gotta catch the episode. They got a week long, and you know what? And I didn't even catch the end to see who won. The AI, the human being. I think I started off with 3 days, and then day 4, day 5, I missed it, and I didn't get a chance to see who won. But it was so juicy because that AI was kicking ass, and it really made the
Wow.
human work overtime, right?
That's
Because I
right.
think the
That's right.
difference is there's no blood pumping through a computer, so
That's
it's
right.
able to, use I guess, basically the unseen, right? That would be all the things that's in the air with the atoms, neutrons, and whatever, electrons, whatever else, and just boom,
That's right.
beat you to the punch automatically. And
That's right.
we're expending energy, right? We're expending
Yeah.
real energy, blood, bone,
Yep.
everything.
Yep.
So we're not moving as fast as that AI at all.
Not at all. And they
DLS,
saying that,
that's not true.
well, they saying that it can outthink us at a certain level. Certain things that we wouldn't even think of, it pulls it up. And that's what I was saying about like them AI songs with DMX and Tupac. Like this is literally like Tupac and DMX writing as if they was here right now based on the events of current time. That's crazy. Like how in the world can you even get somebody to write in the cadence or the style? You know what I mean? And this is
But that's why at work, I don't at work I let the machine, since we got so much technology, baby, I let the machine do the thinking. As long as I know how to control.
Rico said he gonna slap the shit out of AI. I can't. I cannot. I
All
cannot.
right. Yeah.
Work
But you know what,
smarter, not harder. My job is not to beat the AI, boo. My job is to
Amen.
control the AI. Like I got you, just in case you want to trip and act a fool. I got you, but you
That's
can keep on doing what you're doing because I kick back and let you do all you was created to do.
That's right. Finesse the
Misha, you
algorithm.
know how you said just
Go ahead, Doc.
when you were saying something about the AI, like they don't think, they don't think how we think, and it goes back to the point initially where I was saying, this is why we need to get into that,
Yep.
right? We need to be a part of it, right?
Yep.
We need our babies to continue loving science and engineering, and
Yep.
they do it so naturally because those cultural sort of modules have to be in place. They have to for it to be, considered somewhat authentic. And even when you go to the hospitals, right? Like now the nurses even, they have a machine. It goes by itself. It delivers their medication. All they're really there for is just to make sure that it's going good.
Yep.
It's
That's
crazy.
it. That's it.
It's so crazy. You can use this phone itself, and I know this for a fact. Like you can use this phone to check your pulse, your heart rate. You can use this phone to, like, if you wanted to deal with looking at the nature of a stone, right? You can analyze it, and it'll tell you what kind of stone it is. It'll give you history behind it. Man, it's crazy. Like literally, this thing can really read your health makeup. You know what I mean? This is crazy.
And report it back. Don't forget that. And report it back.
to you. You know,
Yeah, report it back.
Yeah, spot on.
Report it to your doctor if you want to, and then they'll be prescribing you shit. Next thing you know, we tell you your prescription's on the way.
Facts, and that's what
we now dating ourselves for real. We're like, I now know you definitely are not itchy, but you're like, yeah, they reading health spray on my phone, right? That reminds me because
but you know what
they already listened in. I know I be sounding old.
He was calling it a disc. We're like, dude, there's no such thing as a disc or CD.
That's right. But you know what they said? They said that we think that we be Googling in Google, and Google be Googling us.
Come on.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? That's how GPT chat learns, right?
But have you ever thought something? I know this sounds so weird. But have you ever thought something and you pop up in Google?
Yep.
Like in the search, like what?
It listens. Yeah, you can even speak it out. You can even speak it.
Oh, yeah, you
and
speak
when you,
before you type it in or anything, it's like, did you just say this? Like,
well, you know they got AI. Hey, they got AI games out there now, Sister Dulcinea, where you can actually sit there and think, and they're like literally playing chess on the screen with their mind.
Wow.
So, like, it's wondering, is they tapping into our mind, right?
Yeah, you know they tapping into them neurons and axons and what's that the thermofluidide in the back, the what's it called? What's it?
Yeah, the medulla oblongata. The medulla oblongata.
Exactly, that's it.
That's it.
Yeah, you know they got TVs now that you can just wave your hand and you know cars. They ain't brought them out yet, but they going there. Man, they like literally. I think it was I want to say BMW or Mercedes got a vehicle they making that you can get in and it literally connects to you. Like that's
crazy.
You guys watch Black Mirror. I thought it was fake, but they actually have that little of the first season, and it was like they were putting your identity into a little thing that they put in your brain, and then you would never be able to die because you would go and live in that little thing, and that's real. They're really trying to create that. They put your whole mind, they put your mind into that device, so now you never die. You just live in that device.
Yep. And
that's crazy.
They got stem cell measures that they deal with, where they can actually determine how your baby is gonna be when it's born. Like you can choose the color of their eyes, if they're gonna be tall,
Yeah,
short.
we seen all that weird
That's
eugenic stuff.
insane. That's
It's
insane.
insane. They call it what you're talking about. They call it, it's the word for it. It's called pretty, I want to say something like beautiful or pretty, mixed pretty baby. It's something like that, because you are literally, you know, making this baby special. Well,
That's
to you
right.
it's weird, but whatever.
Right. It's crazy. So like imagine if they can do that, this is gonna be insane when they go to really cloning people and you don't know you dealing with clones.
Yeah.
See, I thought just getting that little replica for the kids for you know, I'm gonna get that little replica for my grandkids this holiday when that junk go on sale. You know, but you know, that little replica, yeah, it'll replicate all kinds of stuff. It'll replicate earrings and jewelry and all that in the little machine. The replication machine, you can buy them personally now. They're about, $1,500 if you want to get, when they got them as high as I've seen them maybe $6,000. But $1,500 for a little replica, that is the coolest science, gift you can get for your child. That's gonna be hot this year.
That's right. Get them ready. Because that's all it is. The younger generation gonna deal with it. It's gonna be natural to them because that's what they're coming up under. But people that, again, I know y'all know somebody that just can't stand computers. I don't know a lot of, man, I ain't get on no computer. I don't wanna, all right, you gonna be over there starving. Crazy. You don't want to get on here and learn that. Right now, I don't have no virus, no type of virus software on my computer. And I ain't had no virus yet, because I learned how to keep from dealing with that type of foolery. You can't send me no garbage link that's gonna make me click on it, and I never have viruses. I don't have viruses.
You are so blessed. You don't even know how blessed you are.
Well, most of them are phishing attempts, but phishing attempts, they get good. They're able to, which for a time it was usually a thing that fools old people, because there'd be those emails or they call you and say, "Oh, something wrong with your account," and old people fall for it right along. But now it's like literally like at my job and stuff, the phishing attempts they'll be is like literally like, here's the last meeting from da 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 da. Here's recorded, like, like, wow. And they put it from particular people and everything, so it looks like their exact email or anything, or like they'll be like, "Hey, Chris, this is Chris. You need to give me a call right away." All this other stuff, and it is a phishing attempt.
Yeah,
that's they be doing. Yeah, they be scanning our paperwork too, and sending it to people. Yep, and be having the barcodes and all of that, but it still be fake because they can't, replicate. They can't replicate everything. We have our own. Yeah, one good thing about a federal building is that it has its own safeguards.
But Vatican almost without the governing power. The federal building, right? Because the Vatican. I wanted to. Oh God, I lost my train of thought. Maybe because it's so late. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet for now.
It was something else too. Commission and Dustin had just talking about. I wanted to say something, but I forgot.
Yeah,
I damn sure did too.
I will say this: they actually hacked the hospital up here where I'm at. Like somebody hacked into it. I don't know how they did it, but they was like literally trying to like hold files for ransom.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. That's it right there. Because I took one out the box, and it was held for ransom out the box.
What?
Right? I didn't even get a chance to put my name in it before they held my junk ransom. That was the same time as the hospitals, that ransomware. Yeah. And it did the hospitals and the banks. It did a lot of places. It just held everybody's stuff hostage. And I'm so mad because it was a touch screen computer. I paid a lot of money for that touch screen computer at that time.
I wanted to be anonymous when they did Target. I was like, dang, they just got Target.
Yeah.
These people got software out here now where you can walk by them and they can literally scan your card.
Steal your shit. Come on.
It's in your pocketbook.
Mother effers.
Yeah.
So you know how they have the phones to, like, I don't know how it is where you guys are, but like where I am, like maybe I would say 6-7 years ago, I started noticing these like cell towers where they're like, yeah, you can charge your phone for free. You could, and what was crazy was I saw so many in the hood. But if I went downtown Manhattan, or if I was like in Brooklyn, Canarsie, or that's not downtown Brooklyn, but if let's say I was in the cities, for example, the amount of cell phone towers was insane because it wasn't about your phone charging, right? We already know, especially with all the RICO, we already know that's how they observe with the gangs and all that other shit they be trying to put on people, you know? But when they first started doing it, I would see a lot of us going, oh, my phone died. And they'll put that shit in the cell phone tower, charging, not realizing that you are being watched. Well, every 7
stealing all your stuff. Yep.
Every 7 feet, I think, there's some type of CCTV. So every 7 feet, it don't matter where you are. You could be in the middle of Canada in the wilderness, but every 7 feet, literally, there's some type of CCTV, especially when you go to Europe.
Yeah,
it's like
that's connected to AI too. They got AI now where it actually, you can be walking from behind and it actually can read the way you move, your swagger, and it actually can know that it's you by your walk.
That's some insanity.
That's crazy.
Yep.
That is some cold. That is cold.
Like you ain't got to see your facial. They got the facial recognition, but imagine that somebody identifying you by your walk.
Well, that's the whole thing about what Dots just said about every 7 feet. You remember you had the 1G and the 2G and the 3G all the way up. So I think it was called Delta something, and Delta owns a lot of companies, and it has something to do with AI too. I gotta think I can pull it up. It's on my other computer, but they had a lot to do with, especially homeowners, when they was trying to put up the first 2G towers. So when they was paying people to put these towers, these 2G towers and whatnot on the side of their houses, and they were giving them like $3,000, $3,500 a month.
Oh yeah, like the solar panel thing,
Right.
Like when they were trying to bring in the solar,
Exactly. So they were paying them, and what happened was a lot of the people were getting sick. Kids were getting sick, hair were falling out, people were suffering.
Cancer. See, I didn't know that they were getting paid, though, Sakina. I remember that, but I didn't know the people were getting paid because they just acted like, hey, they just came and placed all these cell phone towers in our city. We didn't have no say. And next thing you know, we're sick.
On their house, the ones that was getting them on their houses and stuff, they were getting like cell phones for the household, and you know what I'm saying. This is the under table deal. So after the next G came out, you know, they were starting to place them on telephone poles and whatnot, and what have you. And the distance was 500 feet, just like that did. So that they had to put them, now they're underground, right? You know what I'm saying? Like in manhole covers and whatnot, underground, 500 feet. New York is one of the first places I ever heard of a cell phone tower. They don't have them
really?
Yeah,
they got so many out here. They look like Christmas trees. They try to make it look like the top of the tree.
Staying there, right? The one that stay here now, he was still in New York up until last year. So that was the first time I ever heard of a cell phone tower.
Wow!
Right? And so when we were doing, I was still doing research on that. So that's how I was doing with the 2 feet, 3 feet, whatever. And then what I was trying to tell you. So when they did, this is when right before 7G came out, because that's when I changed my phone. They were T-Mobile or somebody, these two phone companies switched over, y'all. Right? Somebody bought somebody out and it became Boost Mobile or something like that. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
That was Sprint
and
come on, because T-Mobile bought somebody out, and
T-Mobile bought out Metro PCS
because they stopped saying, "Can you hear me now?"
Yeah, that was Verizon.
Okay, remember that? Okay, so this is why. So all the red dots and all the red dots, because the towers are everywhere now.
Yes, we know. I know.
So this is why. Remember, and I'm finna land with this. Remember, we had a one time everybody's internet was acting up real bad. Everybody was dropping calls. Everybody's internet was clowning real bad. Either y'all was dropping calls, everybody's cell phone was acting a fool. All
I
at once.
know what you're talking about. Like it
Yes,
wasn't
it
too
was
long
like
ago, but it's
it,
Right, it wasn't 2K,
and like
Y2K.
yes, and it was
cell phone
based off
towers and
of the cell
everything.
phone towers, and that was the very reason why. And
That
so
was a reset.
I just want to exactly,
Yep.
and I want to connect that back to where DOTS was because we were 6G, 7G, 5G, 2G, those towers, right? And if you look on your cell phone, you can look at it, and it'll let you know that you can go back to 2G, or you can stay where you at with your
Yep.
phone, right?
Yep, it sure does. Yep.
And you have the Wi-Fi choice. So just remember those things, y'all. And that's where I'm going with that.
Oh yeah.
Juicy,
You know,
juicy. You know.
that's right.
Yeah.
You know, they got it now. With these phones, they'll connect to these vehicles too, and that's crazy because you know they
Oh
have
yeah.
vehicle assistant technology. Like if
Yeah,
you
people was
fall
getting
asleep
busted
behind the
like that,
wheel,
commission.
huh?
People were getting busted like that.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
most definitely.
spouses, they were getting busted with that what you talking about right now.
Yeah, for real. You know, and that's what I'm saying. Like it's really all dealing with population control because people don't know it, but what you think is privacy ain't no such thing as privacy no more.
Ain't no such
So
thing.
like you can be going anywhere and these people can pinpoint your location, your phone automatically telling it where you went. You go look in your phone at location history telling you everywhere you done been.
Yep.
Unless even if
Everywhere.
you turn it off, if they really want to get at you, they can really get at you. And
And
so
you know what though?
yeah, it's
We
crazy.
don't need to be
That is crazy.
we don't need to be afraid because guess what? Things like this, I just thought of this. Things like this, we are as a people, quote unquote, we are primed and ready to deal with any challenge because that's what we know, right? We know
Oh,
how to
most definitely.
adapt. We're very creative. And I feel like, the quote unquote others, that's where the struggle is going to be because when you are in a position of privilege and power, you're used to people doing shit for you, right? Your whole existence is based off of easiness, right? It's based off of you being the receiver of all this labor, all this work, blah, blah, blah.
Facts.
But for those who are used to, like any immigrant group, for example, right? But like us, so people who are used to, though, we're used to struggle. That's all we know. I
That's
don't care where
right.
you live in the world,
That's right.
right? Like we're used to this. So what they don't understand, this is why they're so curious, and they have always been so curious in terms of our genetic makeup, is because it doesn't matter what natural disaster has happened since time immemorial, since the world fucking started, right? Even if something gets wiped off, it seems like the melanated is always the ones that's left. Even if you look in the realm of sports, we're just built different.
Oh yeah.
That's genetics. Like that's something powerful. And so, like even where I am, where we live, even though it's diverse because it's New York, but it's a predominantly white area, right? And I remember I have black sons proudly. We are right. But those are the things that I just don't play with. And I have from the time they could walk and talk, I used to always talk to them about, my expectations, how I want my daughter-in-law hopefully to be, the type of woman you're gonna fall in love with. Because I'm doing this shit different. We always talk about healing generational curses, healing, and I know I always talk about the trifecta: black man, black woman, black child. That's a triangle, right? That's how you close it. That's how you fix shit. Okay. So I used to always tell my sons, listen, these are mommy's expectations, right? And this is why it's important to get you a wife that looks like you, that comes, that has a similar culture. But more than anything, whoever it is that you choose to deal with, be with, marry, whomever, we need to make sure, your parents need to make sure that they're good. I want to know what's in that DNA of yours. You see, this is how we get jacked up in the mind because we're thinking, oh, he's cute, she's cute. Oh, they're cute. And then you're having babies with just anybody, not understanding. You don't even know if his or her DNA, there's like high traces of, I don't know, like debilitating illnesses or mental illness or, X, Y, and Z. Those things, right, gets passed down to your babies. Having those conversations. So when we're talking about fixing, the conversation, the solution in essence, take care of home, you guys. Take care of home. Don't walk out your door trying to save anyone else before you save yourself and yours. That shit comes first. Don't worry about the healing of everyone else. Worry about the healing of you and fucking yours. Because guess what? When your babies grow up, I don't care if they hate you or not. They're a reflection of you. They're going to talk like you. They're going to emulate you. That's how you fucking break this shit. You make sure on a daily basis you tell your babies. And to me, when you give birth, my sons are older, but they're still babies to me, right? So my baby, they're mine. But when you walk out into that motherfucking world, baby, right? You need to understand that not only are you worthy, but you deserve every goddamn thing. It's no such thing as no. It means not now. There's no such thing as no. It's just not now. But that should never be a reason to not keep going. You
Most
understand
definitely.
me? Like, this is serious. Like, when we talk healing generational curses, you motherfucking right.
Yeah,
I need
that's
my
what I say
grandchildren
the
on
same
with
thing.
power in their blood. Do you hear me?
Yep, I say the same thing.
Take care of
We
yours.
all are charged
That
with
shit come
breaking
first.
that particular curse, as they like to call it, within our own family. Meaning,
Mm-hmm.
if we have the knowledge that nobody else in our family had, then we the ones that were chosen to correct it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And if we don't do it, then we will be held accountable, for those who are coming behind us, so to speak. For example, like we may be looking at certain people and saying, what in the heck they was doing back then? I mean, what side of history you want to be on? You
Right.
want to be on the side of history where people looking at you like you the reason why they in the situation they in, or you want to be on the side of history where they're like, yeah, my ancestors paved the way for me.
Right.
And that's how it has to become. But
That's
like you
right.
said, whatever we pass down generationally, that's what they gonna demonstrate.
Yep.
They're a reflection of us. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm jumping. I'm getting ready to drop down. Good night, well, good morning, grand rising to everybody,
Oh yeah, it's
to
been
the
a
Unstable
long year.
Mind family. I hung with you guys till almost 4:30 in the morning.
Yes,
See,
Yeah,
man.
we all about to check out.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's been
and what was
wonderful.
that at work? I kept on telling them they made me miss the meeting. I talk to them all the time, so I can't even do something for them. Same thing.
Yo, our group chat be lit. You hear me?
Okay.
All is well.
All
Yeah.
right,
Y'all
y'all.
enjoy.
I will see
Good
y'all
night,
tomorrow
Y'all
night.
y'all.
some
See
rest.
you
Yeah.
tomorrow night. Good night.
Good
Kamika,
night,
be
my
there or be
cousins in the chat.
square.
Oh, you already know, man. It's all love, peace, and
Yeah,
love.
he gonna sneak and see what we talking
Yeah, you
about.
make sure y'all make sure when I get off that he gonna come tomorrow night and hang too.
He'll be here.
Yes.
No
Yeah,
doubt.
Okay,
I check in and support the fam.
Peace, y'all.
Good night, y'all. Or good morning.
Good night. Good
Yeah,
Peace
morning.
good
and love,
morning.
family.
Peace and
Grand
love.
Rising. Peace and love.
Peace.
Good night, y'all. I'm gonna follow her. I need to take my little brother hun to bed.
All
Love you,
right.
lady. See y'all
Good
tomorrow.
night.
Oh, no, see y'all tonight.
Grand Rising.
Yeah,
Grand
yeah,
Rising.
tonight, right.
Okay, we'll
Yeah,
speak later. Bye.
tonight. Good
Peace
night.
and
Whew.
Yeah, I was mad at
love.
Sister Freedom. She's like, Dulcinea, tell him what's going on. I'm like, can he come in and talk about reparations? But
Yes.
it was a good build. I think it was really good, overall, and we keep our message of everything that we keep saying. We got to come together. We got to fight this stuff, and we're stronger together than apart. And like, yeah, all of our agendas aren't exactly the same, but together we can get all those agendas. That's why I keep saying, if we all come to the table, and you come to the table like, this is my agenda, and then we come to the table like, this is our agenda, and then we say, okay, let's perform a boycott, and we can do this. Then we have a voice that everybody can get their agenda together and be like, okay, everybody can work on their individual thing. But people are just too caught up in being like, we gotta be the same, or you're messing up mine, or you're not getting it because of this when they ain't got it. Like, you can't flex on us while being a slave. I know I'm a slave. I know I'm already got to go through the 9 to 5. I don't have my own business and all this other stuff. So there's stuff that I definitely want to see myself get out of and pass down to my children. And I think that's for all of us too.
Well, I can appreciate that because we are, like you said, we all have to get in this together, and that's the whole thing, because they're trying to keep us separated with foolery and wording, and so the bigger picture is that we have to come back together, and we don't have no more time to be trying to figure out who we are before we come together. We just need to come together, because at the end of the day, they're still going to look at us as one.
Facts.
And that's the bottom line, right? And and
Yep.
when we get through with all of that, we don't, we got to just look at the bottom line. The bottom line is we are one. Frankie Beverly and Mays, they said it the best. We are one.
Yeah.
We if you can be one, if you can say we are both, but you don't want to be Indian, or we both, but you don't want to be African, or then we just agree to be both.
Yeah.
And
Or
then,
neither. Shit.
right.
I'm with Sister Freedom at that point, then let's be something new.
Because
But like at the end of the day, you
just
cannot
like
deny
if
that
we've been here
we have
this long, we're not African anymore. We're American African.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Or we're just American, whatever. But we are American now. At this diaspora time, right? This shit is real. And this is my last few times of being Greek, right? Because it's real, right? A diaspora, we just dragging words, a big diaper. What goes in a diaper? Poo. So it's real.
And in the meantime,
right.
They utilize us for everything,
Exactly.
They utilize us for all their consuming power. They utilize our minds, like you saying, our intellectual property, everything you imagine. They use us for, and it's us, trying to get. We were talking about that the other day, getting our placentas, getting our babies, getting different sperms from our men, testing it, and all this other stuff. So like, we really need to come together, because we got to enlighten the people and know, like, we have real enemies out there. And I will say one thing that Jane said earlier that I believe is true, that nature is starting to rectify itself.
Come on.
And that's where they are scared as hell right now. So we should know, like, this last little bit is about to be even more hellish, because they scared.
They were scared when they closed Planned Parenthood, right?
Right, exactly. They've been scared. Now they about to get real scared. And guess what? When they get real scared about us being in power, what they gonna do? You think they gonna kumbaya it out with us? No, they gonna try to figure out some more stuff to get rid of us. Some more stuff to stop us having babies. More stuff to come against us. That's why we're seeing these in large numbers of these police killings and all this other stuff. They're trying to regulate our population. So to separate ourselves into little groups, like that just makes it easier for them to regulate us.
Let me say this, and then I'm gonna close out. Remember when I said that they had that article in the paper about bringing in more people from the UK to work in oil?
Oh, yeah.
Right? Now, I was in the car driving, but I heard that discussion. I wanted to tap in on that. But not only was it that, but I was glad y'all talked about how much real estate they own. They are number one in real estate right now, especially since Trump was in office. That is why, right, it's harder for people with like those Section 8s and whatever and what have you, and those programs and whatnot. That's why they're popping up. Those buildings and all this stuff is popping up everywhere.
Right.
For you know what I'm saying, for the people from the UK and whatnot, so that they can get these apartments for, you see what I'm saying? So that they can make, and the rent goes up. My son is in one of the, I call them red door apartments, because most of them are red door apartments, right? The rent went up maybe half of the rent that it was prior to. So if the rent was $1,200, guess what? It's about $1,800. If the rent was $1,800, it's about $2,600. Just because they put a red door, maybe some carpet on the floor. You know what I'm saying? They painted the walls. You see what I'm saying? They made these changes to an 8 bedroom or 8 unit complex or something to that effect. I'm trying to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and they
And
own the
Mr. I love this show. Yeah, we know it's all over the world. I would say
yes.
because I remember, in the beginning of COVID. First off, remember how it was taking out Europe. It was taking out Europe and all this other stuff, and like all this. And then once it got to us, you know, there would be times where we were like questioning because it was like um, people were fine, but then they're going to the hospital and they're dying and they're putting COVID. And then they said, oh, it's killing us more than it's killing them. And then they were like pushing it hard on us. And then remember when in Africa and barely anyone was getting COVID, less known dying from COVID, but how strong they pushed that vaccine on them.
I'm not saying can't nobody get a rental. My point is that because of the red doors,
No,
everything, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about the red doors. Ever since the red doors came through, everything went double or times and a half, whatever the rent was,
Yeah.
just because the UK bought the red doors. And they, you know what I'm saying? And they did what they did with the red doors.
but
Yeah,
no,
they're trying to make life unaffordable.
he
For
is
sure.
actually wrong about that because in certain cities right now, like for instance, Savannah, I know this for a fact. My little cousin had the her she had like some rodents or whatever, so she had to move. And so she moved into a hotel, reason being it was nowhere to go in Savannah. The
What?
rent was like 3, 4 times the amount, and I was like, nah, it can't be. So I'm
Yeah.
on hot pads helping her look. And I'm like, ain't no place to stay. So
Yeah.
that's not true. It's hard
Red doors.
in cities. It's hard. It is literally impossible to find a place to stay. So people just stay
Yeah,
where
I
they.
think the average American rent right now is 2,000 to 2,200 a month, and it's not
Hmm.
just because of California and New York.
Yeah, it's the red doors. I'm telling you. I'm just look up. It's the new
Even a
landlords.
two-bedroom,
No.
two-bedroom, two-bathroom apartment I was staying in, they went up to like 1,700.
Yeah, it ain't the economy. The economy ain't took that big of a hit or where rent had to go up. It's the red doors, y'all.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It's the red doors. Um, and the Agenda 21 was Agenda 2130, and we passed 21. We probably in what, 27, 28?
Yeah, and I believe that too. We're gonna see it's not gonna be because people
Right.
don't carry cash on them no more. You don't
No.
even have cash.
Right. That's why when we talked about that discussion a while back, right, we was talking about getting past the dollar. Right, we was talking about the investment, so I'm glad we covered that tonight too. I'm glad we
But we're
touched
gonna
a lot of
bring
stuff.
that back and
Yes,
people and
we've
stuff
touched
like
a
that.
lot of stuff that we've touched on before.
And
You
we
know,
got to bring up the stuff with this health thing and stuff like that because
yes.
all these agendas they definitely pushing it towards us the hardest. And you like that's what I'm saying. You remember how hard they pushed COVID vaccine on us and the people that were like that looked like us that were like no we don't trust it and all this other stuff. Remember the stuff they were saying about us like oh you don't care if people die, y'all are the craziest people and all of y'all are pseudo, you don't even care about your grandparents or my grandparents. You just want us all to die and all this other stuff. And look at them now. And what it was an MIT professor had come against it, saying that it was dangerous. And then they had studies in the UK for the last few years on it, and they definitively say mRNA is not safe. It's not a safe vaccine to have.
Right. And 2 years later, my husband got an amputation and sicknesses from out of no freaking where. And he took it and I didn't.
Wow.
Mm.
Yes, that's definitely. You know what? And I because I always say because my husband's cousin just randomly passed away, and it was weird because she was like, I'm gonna come see because she hadn't met my son yet. We had it was the year we had him, but like we had him in 2019, in the beginning of 2019. So by the end, like so he was like a year old because like at the end of 2019 is really when people was getting sick, if people remember. but they didn't say anything until 2020 and said it was released. But I remember getting sick at the end of 2019, and I had a couple of friends that were like, I got so sick with the so-called flu, it almost felt like I was gonna die. And it was like, yeah, like I got really sick. So by the time I got sick in 2020, it was nothing, because I was like 2019. At the end, I ended up going to the hospital. I was like, I don't understand why, but I could not break an 103 fever. I had it like for hours and it would not break. So when she, like in 2020, she was like quarantining, all this other stuff, and then she had messaged us and being like, hey, I'm probably going to come by in a couple weeks and meet JJ and all this other stuff. And then she randomly died. So I was like, do you know if she was saying she was going to come because she took the COVID shot? And we don't know still to this day, but that's what I feel like it was. Because for her to be like, oh, I'm going to come meet JJ finally from quarantining, I feel like she felt like the vaccine was safe.
See,
Mhm.
and that's why y'all need to really keep some of this
Yeah, lemon ginger.
right here and just get some honey.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I'm gonna go with whatever Kavisha said too. But
Yeah, that would be good in that too. So, because he said some bay leaves and cloves,
right, but
and then that already got lemon. And so,
and I'm real good to tell people. I don't know if they sell them, but if you live where it's cold, and even if you're sick, get a pair of cabin socks. I don't know if y'all heard about it. If you don't, call me. Let me know in the chat. Send me your address. I'll get you a pair of cabin socks. Send me your address, and I'll send you a pair. Let me know you're sick. I'll send you a sick package. Everybody needs a pair of cabin socks. Listen here, cabin
but is
socks.
this a question? Because hell yeah, like at
Cabin
the end of
socks
the
are
day,
necessary. Yes.
we definitely are going to have to be able to protect it, with anything that we build. But absolutely, we need to be building business and housing, and we need to have communities, and it needs to be large communities that we can protect ourselves, because literally they're coming for us. I don't understand how people don't see it, honestly.
And that's why I have my thought process that I don't give a fuck about a lot of stuff, because I care about what matters for real. So
Right.
and that's just what it is. I care about what matters for real. And you see, we started talking about money and shit like that. Yeah, that's what I like. But
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I'm fighting for reparations. I don't care,
Mhm.
because I feel like we can compartmentalize this stuff. I don't have to believe we gonna get it for me to fight for it, because I
Right.
don't necessarily believe it. But at the end of the day, I'm like, when are we gonna be able to come together and say we not waiting for that? That's
right.
my whole thing, and that's where I even like what Jane Elliott was saying earlier, because I get it. you
Yeah.
know People were demonizing her, like, how dare she be against reparations? But it's like, how long we gonna be like, okay, before we move, we got to get reparations? No, let's start moving now. And even
Hmm.
if it means, like Kamisha said, money ain't no issue. A million people giving $1 is $1 million. Money not an issue. We have 40, and we know they lying about that too, but they even quote us as 46 million people.
That's
So
why we
like,
need to watch that movie, y'all.
but that's why they keep us separate, arguing with each other about this dumbass shit. Because the
Right.
moment we come together, and the moment anyone is starting to make it look like they can get us to come together, i.e. Fred Hampton, i.e. Steve Coakley, i.e. all these people, they take them out so quick, because you're galvanizing too many people
Mhm.
on one accord.
There
And
you go.
that's what they're the most afraid of, because that's when it's over.
Yeah. And that's what's gonna happen if all of this come to one head right now. The minute they think, you see what I'm saying? The minute these two, that's what happened if Malcolm and Martin would have got together. Because you remember one was Muslim and one was Baptist. So one was Christian and one was Muslim. If those two minds would have came together, right? Just like we finna say the same thing about, because Malcolm X was Muslim, but he was also what, Indian? And now Malcolm, and that would have put Martin Luther King to be the African. So again, if those two minds would have came together, because they both had went to Egypt, they both had learned something, even though you see what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
even going to Jerusalem, he know that Jerusalem was in where?
The
But when
Jerusalem.
they did come together,
Come
that's when
on.
we got
So when they were going, listen here, they had when they were gonna have the real meat, that's what happened. They didn't.
right.
That's what happened. They had several few meet where they were gonna have a meeting, and that meeting never happened. That part of history was you get to get glimpse and pieces, but the meeting that was a meeting that never happened. That's what happened. That meeting never happened, and that meeting never happened. And you will find that story in bits and pieces with a Sam Cooke story and a Muhammad Ali story, right? That's how deep that meeting never happened. So you follow that with the yellow brick road, and you'll find out why that meeting never happened. And you might even find out a little more why you'll know how Martin Luther King didn't die. Right? Even follow the story up to the woman that did the foolery with Sam Cooke.
Oh yeah, I had to do that. But a million is nothing. I don't know if you mean $1 million, but a million people is everything because fiat money means nothing. The fact is, the power is that we chase out of after money. So all the power is the people. So a million people is everything because you can say a million people giving $1. $1 million is nothing. If you can get them to get $1 one month and then get them to say $2 the next month and then $3 the next month, and you get the drift. Now you having the influence of all the money that they getting in their pocket from us. That's how much we spending with them. And now we galvanizing it with each other. That's all the influence. We can do a lot. And bullshit, we can't do a lot with $1 million. We can do a lot with $1 million. But as far as we start with that $1 and 1 million people coming together and putting $1 million, that's all the influence that we need. And that's what they don't want it ever to be 1 million people on one accord.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, it was a beautiful bill tonight. It was a wonderful show tonight. I really enjoyed it. Oh my gosh, it was a really good show tonight, and I appreciate all my sisters, and I appreciate everybody in the chat that watched us and just stayed in, and maybe took a nap and came back because we were out for 8 hours, and we just appreciate y'all so much. And then we'll holler at y'all tomorrow.
And there's not a lot when we're on one accord, but we were on one accord on the battlefield tonight. Usually we battle each other, but it was a good night, I think, overall. Now you have created your own. That's my point, is that we need to get to the point where they still owe us reparations, and we not forgetting that they owe us reparations, but let's pay reparations to ourselves instead of we're paying them reparations. We saying they owe us, and we spending $1 trillion every single year. We're spending that much, man. We have to come together, and once we come together, that's when all hell's gonna break loose. Because, like Jane Elliott said, that's the moment they're scared of because we gonna be in control, and they're afraid of what we gonna do to them.
Yeah, they'll open the door and say, "What y'all want?"
Right. We always loved you. We always been talking about how we gonna pay y'all back. Like, right.
All right. Well,
peace, y'all. We love y'all. Good night. Get some rest. We'll see y'all tomorrow night.
No, tonight.
Well, tonight, yes. I keep saying tomorrow night, but we'll see y'all tonight. And make sure, ladies, be in attendance. Y'all come out. vote. Tell us, who should be in this top 25. So we're voting on people, and just let us know who in the community you think is sexy and what makes them sexy. So that's what we want to hear too.
All those thoughts, we gonna need them.
Yes.
I'm telling you.
We bringing sexy back.
Yep.
Okay. Good night, y'all. I mean, for real.
Right. I'm ending it. Good night.
Right.
Good night, everybody. Sherman Hotel.
Good night.